Hello, everyone, and welcome to the February Progenitor Circuit. This is going to be a great tournament. I am Juhadre. This is Shazbot. We're
Ah,
we're in the same room again.
yeah,
Feels
loved it.
good.
Yeah,
Got those vibes?
heck yeah. I'm excited because I saw some of the names of the teams playing
Mhm.
today, and
So, speaking of everybody, we are going to announce what match we're looking forward to first. Then we'll get into our announcements. Then we'll get into the draft. So, we are going to watch Short Bus Dojo versus Team Damage Check. There's a big reason behind it. We'll get to that in a minute. So, Shazbot, announcement number one, as always, is next month's registration is already open. March 21st, at noon Pacific time, we will be holding the March tournament.
Mhm. Be there or come watching.
So be there, be square. Can we say be there or be circle?
Mm.
Is that a
Come
no?
play.
Come play. Also, April 25th is open. We are announcing that for the first time today. Woo!
Woo!
The link is available. You can join that. And if you ever have any questions, you can use our website, progenitorscircuit.com. It has the links straight to Battlefy where you can sign up. It has links to all of our VODs, YouTube channel, to the Discord. It as well has some swag that you can get.
Yeah,
There's this great hat on there that's red and white, and it looks like a Pokemon hat, and it's
it's very definitely not.
right. Just kidding. But did you see the title of the item?
No.
I think it's called the very best or something like that.
There you go. There
It's
you
great.
go.
It's awesome. So use our website there. It also has a link to our affiliate, Freshen Up. Remember that they have announcements now out there that all flavors are available in the no caffeine hydration formula. Thank you. And the new platinum pre-workout blends are available. They just announced three new flavors as well based on some of the creators that they partner with. So go give them a look and don't forget to use our code PLC to get a discount. All right. Is there
Yeah.
anything else we got to bring up?
No,
Shazbot?
I'm just like bubbling at the. I want to get to games. I like League of Legends.
All right, then. Game number one, Short Bus Dojo versus Team Damage Check. And Shazbot, the reason we picked this one is because it is the semifinal we could not watch at the end of January.
Anyone who knows Juhadre has known how much he has talked about wanting to see this game. And then once it came up in the brackets, he's like, we gotta watch that one.
Absolutely. So once draft is ready, we will put that on screen and we will get it up and going. So SPD is a longer time team with us, right?
Right.
They've been 6-7 months, something like that.
Totally.
But Damage Check is relatively new. I think this is only their third showing.
Right. But they came in through the doors and has really made a big name for themselves so far.
Absolutely.
I think they've been semifinalists twice, three times.
Semifinalist twice
Mhm.
and into the finals last time against Filmy, and they almost won that game. If you didn't watch January, guys, that final was incredible. So give that a watch, but not until after we watch this one because, like I said, Damage Check made it to the finals against Filmy, and it was an incredible game down to the wire. Just the one team fight at the Elder Drake, and so a team that makes it there looked real good. Short Bus Dojo has the chance to overcome what they couldn't last time.
Right. And then it's to our benefit. We love close games here, and man, I'm hoping that we get to see more clips or whatever. Here's my shout out that if you were playing, if you can in today's game, great, or in the future, we'd love to see your clips. We'd love to see. I have this vision of like being able to come back and commentate some of these clips because we have such excellent players, and yeah, super good stuff.
Yeah. All right. So expectations. It was Filmy that had the Zoe support, so we're not gonna need to talk about that one. But and then it was Hollow that did the Seraphine Sona bot.
Right.
So then was it the Misfortune that we saw on Damage Check?
It's been at least a month, so I do not remember.
That's true.
And all of us have to decode ourselves from and T damage check at the bottom. But yes,
Yeah, the rest of the matchups were Filmy got a bye. That means that they don't play game number one. And then Hollow Esports versus University of North Florida. That classic clash that will become a PLC staple. I'm sure of it. And then a new team, CFC,
right.
versus Bada Bing Bada Boom Take Two.
Yeah. Oh, okay. In our little thing, it just says Bada and then dot dot dot. So this is a refreshened. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So Bada Bing Bada Boom came in and they played one or two tournaments, and then there was a hiatus, and then I think it was in December they came back as Take Two.
And now one reformed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those games will all be going on at the same time. We're going to focus on Short Bus Dojo and Team Damage Check, but
I'm excited to see CFC. I'm sure we'll see them today.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Excellent. And honestly, like I really want to, Hollow Esports and University of North Florida have the same roots, so I'm sure that'll be a fun little match. I've been doing a scrims with the Hollow Esports, and they're just a funny, goofy bunch of guys, and all that good stuff.
It was a good time. You roped me into a couple of those games.
That was an interesting night.
And publicly to everyone else who was there, I apologize. I have never claimed to be good at the game. I love it, and I like a lot of aspects to it, but I'm heavy. I'm just going to throw that out there.
It was fun to face Juhadre in the mid lane, so who did a lot of things right, but I was also playing Malzahar, so oof.
So the cool thing about this graphic, everybody, is after every game, it will update. And we will be able to see where everyone is within the Swiss round, how they're doing, and it'll lead all the way up to the Final Four. And we'll be able to follow the entire journey and see exactly how the system decides who makes it to the Final Four. Because a lot of times it's not just based on record, right? It's based on skill of opponent and your head-to-head and all these other considerations.
Right. If you beat someone who won round one, it's going to matter more than if you beat someone who lost round one.
Right.
And big shout out. Thank you, Server Panda. The graphic looks awesome. Good job production. It's so readable. It's nice.
Love it. And yes, Server Panda. Ocean Song Ash is hot.
Those are true.
Everyone, if you haven't joined our Discord, please do. There is a soundbite of me saying that, and it's a favorite. It's a classic here in the PLC Discord.
Get some more games out there and meet some people. That's actually a big integral part of why we're doing this at all, is try to get a little bit of League of Legends outside of the traditional League of Legends pitfalls.
Absolutely. And that actually reminds me that when we get our draft up, there are things to discuss because we're still really new in this season. So there have been some nerfs, there have been some buffs. What are you looking? We talked about it a little bit on PCP, right? How what is that thing called? Dusk and Dawn. Is becoming a nightmare of an item. I believe they nerfed it a little bit. Is that right?
Yeah, but as I understand it, Dad's still strong, and Dusk and Dawn for if I say that, because in the heat of the moment when I see a proc go off, I'll be like, holy cow, Varus is still very good top lane. I don't think he's quite as good after the nerfs, but I still think he's pretty crazy. Server Panda claiming that Jungle Singed is nasty, which I've never seen.
I imagine it'll be similar to Trundle. Like the pillar is a lot more interruptive for sure, but the slow on the adhesive is actually pretty insane.
And grounded is a really nasty status, but I'm like, I'd rather have Trundle.
Yeah. Well, and that goes back to the idea of a meta, right?
Right.
Does it work? Yes. Does Trundle do it better? Yeah. That pillar is
nasty.
I was going to say filthy just because it used to be called Pillar of Filth.
It's stone cold.
That is true. That is true. But, then we move into the mid lane, because when we talked about how it's mages most of the time.
Right.
And on the dive, they were talking about that is the likelihood of AD mids is just continuing to stay down
Right.
because they don't do well into the mages. And why would you ever pick an assassin when you can pick a mage?
Well, and we get to the thought that mages are starting to creep into bot lane more and more,
Yep.
and which is not a new concept. But if mages are more expected in the bot lane, then and you're all AP damage, you have Dusk and Dawn in the top lane. You're usually sending a control mage mid because
Mhm.
that's where they win, and then you also put like Swain ADC. Then the pressure for jungle is much higher to be a non-tank,
Mhm.
an AD dealer, something like that, which is interesting because you can kind of predict that a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, if you can afford AD damage somewhere, top lane, bot lane, then you can take something like Rammus and really bully the
Mhm.
other enemy jungle a little bit more than you can in just typical Rammus play.
So then would that bring more Pike into the game? Because that's a high physical damage support.
Yeah.
He's got some good playmaking.
Mhm.
You know, our junglers would shift to Graves probably. Xin Zhao would stay where he is in the priority. I think Viego would rise in priority.
It breaks my brain a little bit because I love AD dealers. I love a lot of fighters, even Gnar top lane and things like that. But as of right now, AD is a little bit of a premium, and so where you decide to put it, Pike is a great example. Dictates kind of how you're going. But it'll be interesting to me to see where teams decide to put their AD. Are they just
Mhm.
going to do traditional ADCs, which is a fine pick right now?
Yeah.
Or are they going to put mages bot and then have to find it elsewhere? Or I think that it's not out of the realm of possibility to just build full AP because MR items are a little awkward.
Yeah.
That they're not for everyone, you know. So, anyways,
That's true.
very interesting to see where that goes.
Yeah, and the MR items can be really strong, the way they stack and the way they synergize with other parts of kits and stats like that. But you're right, they are kind of awkward.
Yeah.
The only you only have two really in the marksman role. You've got the Mob Malmortius, which not
Wouldn't wanna
great.
build that.
I guess you have three because then you have Mercurial Scimitar. That one's pretty cool because
Right.
it gives you the cleanse effect and lifesteal.
Yeah.
And it builds out a BF sword, so like it's pretty good. But then you have Wit's End.
Right.
But
But you know, blanket statements here.
Mhm.
Like ADCs are usually the most equipped to handle mages
Yeah.
because they have the range. They're able to pressure control mages more than Darius. You know, who's
Mhm.
got to run up
Mhm.
and all that good stuff. So I wouldn't expect them to be building MR, so to speak, but I do expect them, especially like if you build 5 mages and you're building someone like Azir and I don't know, Talia,
Right.
uh, I would struggle as an ADC. Well, I
Mhm.
struggle as an ADC anyways, but let's be real. But you have a certain level of control, a critical mass that people call it in card game deck building, where you just have so much good stuff that it just starts to break traditional countermeasures or
Mhm.
whatever.
So then
Ooh.
I was going to bring something else up, but we've got our draft up
And the
here.
bands are already going.
Wow.
Yeah.
Couple of marksmen banned on the side of SBD.
Team Jamage and the Short Bus Dojo are in it already, and we're seeing some respect on the ADCs already, and we're also seeing respect on mages. So
Mid lane in general, because
yes.
Yone is a mid laner at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, you can send him top as a flex, but usually he's a mid laner. But again, it's like we're seeing this right now. We're seeing mages, we're seeing ADCs, and then we're seeing those premium AD picks taken out. Like Jarvan, especially. Jarvan is like just an easy slam dunk. Oh, we need some AD. Let's just throw him in the jungle. He works with just about everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then Yone is in a especially sore spot right now, or he's just a strong champ,
Right.
so to speak. So
have they nerfed him since he literally dominated the entirety of Worlds last year?
I do not know.
Okay.
I honestly, my pro knowledge is pretty short. Okay, it looks like we've got a couple picks and of one side. So Xin Zhao picked already. I want to say Juhadri already called that.
Yeah, but then it's the exact opposite of what we were talking about. AD
Double
marksman in the bot lane.
Yeah. Oh yeah. AD is a real premium. Anyways, let's pick 3 of them.
I don't mind it though. right? The range you have in that bot lane is actually crazy.
Yeah.
So there's no such thing as I think an enchanter. And so hold on, actually walk through this with me.
Mm.
Do you want an enchanter against this, or do you want something like Alistar to try and jump in and cause some problems? Or do you trust your jungler to be the setup and you use your enchanter to keep the poke sustained up on the other side?
I think both are good options, and not to be split, but I think that dictates what your team will be doing. Because if you're picking enchanters, you're probably going to be setting more into a siege focused thing. You're going to want to be setting up things early or whatnot. If you're picking Alistar, you're going for team fights, you're going for picks, and so the pace at which your team goes matters.
I see.
And I was going to say, before the Short Bus Dojo pick, the fact that Syndra wasn't picked, I was immediately thinking, if I have Caitlyn, I have Senna, that answers someone like Syndra, and then we see the Syndra a little bit easier than someone like Draven or someone like Samira, who's shorter range, who has to be more committal to things like that, and answers those control mages. Because I feel like at this point, control mages are just expected in PLC.
So it looks like they're going to go the engage option if we lock in the Leona. I actually really like that. Aphelios is not mobile.
Right.
And so if you can set up the plays and let Aphelios do Aphelios things,
yeah,
Leona is a perfect way to do that.
Yeah, I picked the wishy-washy answer, but I like personally, I like the tank more. It also synergizes with Mbessa. As of right now, she could be Mbessa jungle, which is a thing.
Yes.
But it's probably Mbessa top, and when she's teleporting in, because everyone gets teleport top right now, it's going to fit a little bit better with someone who's got that lockdown like Leona.
Let's put a pin in that comment you made about top laners all having teleport, because that was what I was going to bring up before the draft came up.
Okay, so must be important.
I don't know if important's the right word.
It's important.
But Ornn locked in. He hasn't been anywhere but top for a long time. Do you remember that stint when he was mid? When you were fighting Sion, Ornn, and Nasus in the mid lane?
I don't, but I believe it. That's really funny.
That was like 2-3 seasons ago, I want to say.
I've seen some people try to take him jungle. Ornn's just a great champion to have on your team because Ornn thinks, okay,
wow.
All right. We love our control mages. Artillery mages we don't see as much, but the theory is there. As long as you can keep Vel'Koz alive and you've got one heck of a backline on Team Damage Check.
So this is a lot of fun. Vel'Koz's passive gives him true damage when he gets 3 hits.
Yep.
And he's the only real source of magic damage. So everyone's building armor against the 2 marksmen, the Xin Zhao, and the Ornn.
Right.
He's going to be doing true damage no matter what.
Right.
And so I don't hate it, but he's another one of those. You have to be really careful when you play Vel'Koz because he has no mobility and only one real escape tool.
But I also think Vel'Koz, to me, and feel free to argue this, is one of the highest like skill ceiling champions possible.
I'll give you that.
Because the positioning has so much to do with how you play. The way his abilities weave in has so much skill expression, and I think that's a big reason why a lot of people don't play him is because it is very easy to be punished on someone like that, especially when you have Leona, who's like, "Oh, you're ulting, pop," you're not doing that anymore. But now Leona's got a lot of pressure for where she's ulting. I love Vel'Koz. I don't know if I like this call.
I agree. Mbessa, Syndra, Leona all have 3 ways to immediately stop Vel'Koz's ult because he goes stationary. And so if that is the plan, it has to be coordinated with an Ornn knockup,
right? Or
Caitlyn traps or some kind of other crowd control, and keeping the Vel'Koz safe is going to be priority 1 for TDC.
Yeah. I would not be surprised to see TDC fall back into more of a siege mentality to try to just clear objectives and then just be pressuring. But I think Short Bus Dojo, I'm skipping into who I think is, I love to predict who's. I might give it to Short Bus Dojo here just because I like the team comp a little bit more.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but I understand the vision from TDC.
Yes, me too.
I also, you talked about how Mbessa could be a flex. Gwen technically can too. We've seen some Gwen jungles on PLC and they're
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's pretty strong. I would rather have the Ambessa, I think, as
The jungle.
the jungler.
Yeah,
She's much more mobile. She can get around better. She can't go over the walls like Gwen can,
sure.
but I think her ganking is better than Gwen's.
Well, and I think the bigger question is who would you want facing Warren more? Do you want
Mm.
Mbessa, who's not bad? Like I think she could win that lane pretty solidly, or do you want the traditional, just you know,
Mhm.
as we expect it, Gwen top lane versus Ornn,
Oh yeah.
Tale as old as time. I honestly think you could go either way, and I hope that they picked Mbessa first for that
Mhm.
flexibility.
Mhm.
If the top laner and the jungle will both have her in their wheel well, but I'm going to guess that Gwen is going to be top. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that is the right choice.
Mhm.
Again, I believe that Mbessa is the better jungler just by nature of the champion, and Gwen has a better matchup into Ornn.
Right.
So then, what do you think about the mid lane matchup? We talked about late game and the importance of Vel'Koz being safe there, but then how does Syndra do into that? How does that matchup go? They're both relatively immobile, and they both have the same kind of escape ability.
I feel like we don't have enough um, data on Vel'Koz.
Okay.
I like. I don't know if it's weird for me to say that it's hard for me to throw it either way because if he's an extremely good Vel'Koz, I feel like Syndra's life's going to be really tough.
Yeah.
But if Syndra knows the matchup well, is able to play it carefully, I feel like Vel'Koz is in pressure to win the lane.
Mhm.
I feel like him going even is going to be detrimental to his team a little bit. There's pressure for this Vel'Koz to not just perform okay, but to perform well.
Yeah, I can see that. So then when we take that into account, the pressure is actually on TDC's jungler
Mm,
because you got to get in. Xin Zhao's a good choice for that because the wind becomes lightning is quite long range,
right?
and so attack if Vel'Koz can kind of skirt Syndra into range of the brush, then you got a pretty good jump on there. And if you get that knock up, you can sync with the other knock up. But all it takes is one scat of the week, and that whole play is ruined.
And like there's so much to this, and I'm okay. I'm quietly hoping Vel'Koz is like incredible because
Yeah.
seeing this pulled off would be amazing, but he's got to jump through a lot of hoops to work. Because if he's slightly too close to the bush, if he's not positioning himself around the spheres correctly, if there's so many things that need to go right for Vel'Koz to be able to survive, let alone kill
Mhm.
a gank. And yet, if he can weave it, if he's able to predict jungle paths, if he's standing correctly in relation to Syndra, if he can land his skill shots, if he can
Mhm.
manage his mana, all this crazy stuff, then I think Vel'Koz is favored.
Okay.
But only if there's so many dominoes in this Jenga tower that I'm like, "Ooh."
I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
But now that we've talked mid lane almost exhaustively,
Mhm.
I hope no one has exhaust. Let's move up to top lane real quick because everyone does get teleport. If you're Ornn, you probably take teleport to start because that shield you get when you crest your lane quest,
Right.
that's going to be bananas.
Mhm. Mhm.
But then on the side of what we assume is going to be Gwen,
Right.
probably take ignite.
Really? Okay. And really pressure that early game.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, Ornn's a scaler,
Right.
and Gwen's E gives her attack speed if she attacks something immediately after casting it.
Right.
So that works on turrets.
Right. Right.
So you demolish, you E, and just start wailing on things. Your first or second item is usually Nash's Tooth. You could really put pressure on the map, get a lot of gold, and if you've got that ignite, that helps secure the kills faster and will give you an edge.
I think that there's no doubt that Ornn is taking teleport.
Yeah.
Ornn wants to make sure his early game is solid, and so he's going to try to freeze it right in front of his turret, make it as boring as possible, and then just keep teleporting back. And then in the end game, he's going to have that giant shield. It's going to be awesome. I think Gwen could arguably go a lot of different ways.
Mhm.
If she's really confident in lane state, she could even go something like Ghost and just run
Yeah, I
down.
thought about Ghost.
Ignite's great because you can try to pressure some early kills. I think Ignite's a little ambitious, but I can
Okay.
see it because Ignite is saying, "I'm killing you. I'm going to kill you."
Mhm.
Because if she doesn't, then she's like, "Oh, I'm 10 minutes, 0, 0, and 0,
Mhm.
and I have Ignite. Like now what? Like,
Yeah.
so
So then what are the bad choices? I think that exhaust would be a poor choice.
right.
I
Yeah.
think that heal is also a poor choice. You get so much healing already from your passive. And again, first
Mhm.
2 items, you're going to get a Rift Maker.
Right.
So you don't really need it there. Clarity, not so much.
No.
Maybe barrier because you're trying to dive more often.
I think
it's got to be one of those 3, right? It's
No
teleport,
barrier.
ignite, or ghost.
Right. No barrier for the same reason you wouldn't take heal or exhaust. So
Hear me out. Gwen's E gets on a really low cooldown. Why not just forego flash, ghost ignite, get your teleport later, and just go all out fighter?
now you're talking.
All
And
right.
I know that's I've seen it a lot. I know that's something that Gwen's will do. I know that's something that Tom Kench's will do recently, which is crazy. But seriously, so incredible. I'm excited. I think I expect Ornn is going to try to make this as boring as possible,
Mhm.
but I'm really like, she might have Ignite. That
Yep.
might be kind of fun.
Yep.
And then mid lane is also this kind of pressure of, if it's boring, then Syndra's winning. Man, Syndra and Ornn are on the same team?
They are not.
They're not. Okay. So at least we don't have all the boring players
Yeah.
on the same team. And let me be clear, I'm not calling you boring. I'm calling your champion boring, which is, I guess, tangentially calling you. You did pick the champ. But
Now, that little hole that you dug, is that worse or better than what I did on PCP?
I
It's probably better.
probably a little bit better, but it is pretty funny to bring that back. That was pretty good.
Go watch PCP, everybody. The January discussion is up on our YouTube channel. And
Yeah.
speaking of on our YouTube channel, we should be having game number 1 up as soon as we can, going through the draft, and then we have the 3.5-minute delay. So thank you for your patience. We see a nice waving hand from Kodo Draco.
Yeah. And Fusor Dog. Cool to see you here as well. I know him pretty well.
Oh, there you go.
So pretty good stuff. I honestly, it's kind of exciting. I'll be here casting games as long as I'm able to. It's a lot of fun to do. But here we go. Look at that.
One more shout out before the game goes in. I also saw a person we haven't seen in a long time. Proden, welcome back, man. It's good to see you in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. We got
Look at
Proden.
him.
All right, guys. Game number 1. It is Team Damage Check versus Short Bus Dojo. This is going to be a crazy game number 1. Both these teams very, very strong. We even got our early wards down for both junglers, trying to keep track of where they are and where they want to go. And holy crap, I keep forgetting that the minions come so quick.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is we weren't talking about invades or anything like that. So it's interesting to see a little bit of aggression. That's not going to stop Mbessa at all. But it does give a little bit of information for the side of the blue team. And Vel'Koz getting an early mana flow band stack is kind of nice. I do like to see his stances being very aggressive. He knows the pressure that he needs to put onto Syndra. This is good stuff. And a lot of our predictions, we have the Gwen top lane. We have a lot of the pressure going on. Ornn is trying to freeze it as quickly as possible. Production, if we could see, I'd love to see if we could find what summoners Gwen took. Because then that's going to be ultimately what decides everything we talked about before game.
Yeah. This right here is one of the most frustrating things about playing an engage support is if you are against a double marksman bot, you have no liberty whatsoever, which is going back to our other conversation, why you would pick an enchanter in other scenarios. So Leona going to have a hard time until level 2, maybe level 3.
Right. This is the most foreign that Leona players have ever found themselves. They're like, I'm level 2 and I'm not at their turret.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on there, sir? Thank you so much, production. Flash teleport.
Dang it, we were wrong.
I disagree with the choice. I think it's wrong.
Interesting.
I think that the teleport is fine. It's very safe, but it is giving Ornn, who's already freezing it right in front of his tower, just so much control in the lane. And I do feel like Gwen has a little bit of pressure to win the lane.
Yeah.
She's doing a good job keeping him off the minions, but Ornn is Ornn, man.
He's gonna do what Ornn does. So mixtape under fire here by Virus, but it's not gonna turn into anything, right? We've just got our Doran's rings. He's used one potion, so like I guess advantage there. But he's up 4 CS.
Right.
That's not a whole wave. It's not a whole lot to talk about, but it is an advantage of some kind. Bedanki and Boar Vessel are fighting up here on the top side. Conqueror is procced, and that's another thing. Gwen deals a lot of true damage, especially when she can proc that Conqueror so quick.
Yeah, I hate. I'm not trying to be mean, Board Vessel, but that was exactly Ignite range, which is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy to think about. Like, is that kind of decision going to be what? Now, Ornn is really down CS this early, like 10 CS down. I don't know. That's a lot. But watching a lot of these other lanes, there's a lot to pay attention to early game, and I like these.
Fights are in. Lynx is in onto Taro Milk Tea. Ditsu has come in from the jungle. He gets a slow from the E. Gets the double Q, and then will this be first blood? They have Ignite? No, they don't, but a flash forward. He isn't close enough. Ditsu does go down. It's first blood before the other team. Winter is on the chase, has to be careful of Lynx. I think that's going to be the end of the play.
Wow, an incredible route from Taro Milk Tea, and Winter catching that Aphelios Q to make sure that Winter catching it so that Senna didn't die in that fight. Well played. That was a lot of fun to watch. We were playing PLC.
We were playing PLC, absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why I think that if you walk that back and you put Gwen in that scenario, you don't get anywhere close to that.
Right.
Right? Because the slow, the 80%, 90, it's 90% slow on Ambessa's E. It's crazy.
It's short, but it's powerful. And we're watching this mid lane right here. The mana situation for both mid laners is low enough that they're going to try to take a recall. I think this is the nightmare scenario a little bit. Love the dance, Leona. But Vel'Koz, I don't think can afford to go even with Syndra. I think he's under a lot of pressure and isn't finding the openings. I think he's winning these lanes. He's opting to decide to stay in.
The stun onto Mixtape, Taro Milk Tea, and LFG are here. They get the slow from the Senna Q. Flash is burned. Dizu is in the mid lane to try and counter, but that's all there is. It was just a push away. All of the Cinder Balls there, it makes me think that she ulted, trying to get the assassination.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. And, you know, I think Blue Team is really finding the pressure to get mid lane into the game.
LFG goes in onto the Aphelios. Lynx is going to get the stun, but another root coming out from Taro Milk Tea. Lynx flashes away, stays alive. Up on the top side, Boar Vessel has his ultimate, throws that down onto Bedanki, takes a turret shot, but wins the trade and might be able to push underneath the turret. I don't think you get the kill here.
I don't know. I don't think he has the last charge of his ulti. He does get the plate, which is very good. But I think it's a win for Bedanki. The fact that he has any amount of health means that he's winning that. Seeing a lot of wins on one team and losses on the other team. It looks like a Drake will easily fall. Red team is not going to be able to respond quick enough. But here we are. Well, I don't know. Ambessa's right there. No.
Dizu wants to go in. Will jump away with the W. Gonna get slowed by Vel'Koz. Try and jump away using that passive to move as quick as possible, but he's slowed again. Bedanki gets the kill on the top.
Wow.
I couldn't even finish that because Bedanki. Boar Vessel must have. Nope, he got level 6 and he got the knockup. That's what happened. He got the knockup. Oh, that's awesome.
And a really tragic way for Dizu to die there as well. But Bedanki getting the kill, that's a nightmare scenario, top lane. And so while mid lane might be a little bit of a liability, 2 kills on Caitlyn, who's already got the BF sword, who's already on Winter is playing extremely well. I am not familiar with the name as much as I am excited to see this go well. So very, very interesting so far. I do feel like, well, we don't have feats of strength anymore, or but it is 3-0, which is...
It's hard to get out of the habit, isn't it?
It really is. What year is it anyways?
Yeah.
2006?
Man, moving from the mythics into the feats of strength.
Yes.
Also, I was like, all right, he's almost online to get his... Oh, wait.
Right. Oh, my goodness. But pretty crazy, Ornn having the cloak. I forget the name of the cloak. Negatron cloak. To be able to get that much MR this early, brutal. Gwen is feeling the pressure already, only having a Sheen and a blasting wand. I feel like it's like, man, you're sliding on ice at this point if you're Gwen. And that was a Mountain Drake, which is just to add insult to injury
onto the Ornn. He gets extra percent from every source.
Yes, and it does extra damage because of his E. It's just, this is a bad scenario to be in. But I don't think that it's lost for the team as a large. I think that they just need to rest on their laurels a little bit, play a little bit safer, and wait it out. Especially for someone like Syndra, who's playing pretty well.
Bedenki goes on to Boar Vessel, who has Conqueror procced, has used his ultimate, does have good chase potential, and pretty much won that fight. Boar Vessel was low to begin with, Bedenki was full.
Yeah.
Like, that's the perspective to have here.
Yeah, kudos to be able to call a play when you're behind like that. There's a lot of moments with Ornn where even though it looks dire, like if you time out the spells far away from each other, you can get some damage in, which is exactly what happened. Would have loved to see a ghost there. And I feel like I'm bullying Boar Vessel, and I formally apologize.
SPD won't invite you back to the in-houses, but we have our engage on the Taro Milk Tea. The ultimate has come down from both, in fact. Lynx is in super far, but Winter picks up his third kill, and now Lynx is dead. That's a double for the Caitlyn, now 4-0.
Brutal. It's like it could have easily been a good play. I love the exhaust instantly coming on Caitlyn, just stopping so much damage, but Jungler was right there. It does allow them to probably get these grubs. I very much doubt Ornn can stop that, which is good. That means that
this is it. Flash forward for the empowered auto. That brittle deals a lot, but flash from Boar Vessel keeps him alive.
I didn't expect anything to happen, so I just kept talking, man. Jaw's on the floor, but holy cow. Man, we've got quite the game, and it's 5-0 already.
Does he have enough mana to ult?
I don't
No W for Boar Vessel for another, like, 8 seconds.
He's up.
Okay, no mana.
Well, I think he has enough to push W as well, so, but he is kind of playing with fire.
He gets an auto attack in the middle of the snip.
Man.
But look at this. Up on the top side, Boar Vessel's team is already there. Short plus Dojo want to dive. He's so low. It doesn't even matter that he has vision here. But on the bottom side, LFG is here to try and save it. Dizu has his ultimate. Teleport is...
Whoa!
He got the ultimate! He got in, but the teleport made it! Dizu timed it just barely! Bedenki survives by teleporting away. That's crazy!
Goodness, the fact that blue team is this far up, but they don't feel that far ahead. I love that red team is still trying to make plays despite the situation. And now that the teleport is off of Ornn, he does have to run back, which is going to allow Gwen a little bit more time with the wave state. But Ornn's probably going to still come out on top. So much damage going on the red team. Full 420 gold going to Caitlyn, who Winter is just loving the amount of gold that's coming into his pocket. Already finished his first item. Terrifying.
In addition to that, that last plate that he got finished the quest. Look, boots are gone.
Goodness, that's why he got so much money.
Yeah, 10 minutes, 44 seconds. All right, listen. By 13 minutes is usually the gauge, is what I have been finding. That is crazy. Boar Vessel going on to Bedenki again, uses the ultimate, has Conqueror, gets the last slow, jumps in, snip, and Boar Vessel does get it. Activates the W not to dodge the shot, but to get the extra resistances.
Excellent. That's a little known fact for us non-Gwen players out there.
Love that
yeah, not bad. But honestly, it's a really terrifying state right now. Right now, I get it. I understand why we're playing control mages. They're great. But when Caitlyn is 4-0, what options do you have?
Turret goes down. LFG is in the bottom side. Teleport from Virus. They don't have anything left to do. They actually get the stun onto LFG, and then the E, and he ults himself, stopping a lot of damage. Aphelios jumps in to try and deal some damage within the ultimate, but it is not enough. LFG will pick up a kill. In goes Dizu. He lands that one, picks up a kill. He's got the dashes forward. He doesn't have the slows yet. Dizu gets a lot of damage on the Taro Milk, but it is not enough, and it is a 1-for-1 trade on the bottom side, but still in favor of team damage check.
I even though it didn't go exactly the way that they planned it, I like the position for the Xin Zhao. I feel like he's been in the right place at the right time, basically at all points. You know, when Ornn was about to get dived, when in this last fight, even though he ended up paying with his life, I still feel like Let's Go has been in the right mindset to be in the right places and really making the red team scramble a little bit. Even though it was a tower trade, man.
Yeah, tower trade, but Boar Vessel is super low, and
Right.
there's quest for Bedanki, and Boar Vessel has to go back, but he doesn't have teleport to get back
Exactly,
here.
right?
But Ambessa's up on the top side, so maybe that it's a fight.
Leona as well.
And look at Syndra roaming up the river. So Boar Vessel just needs to survive one hit.
Yeah.
Starts out with the ultimate, gets the slow. Disu goes in as well. He's going to get the slows. They are not underneath the turret, but they're close enough. And there is the turret shot. They knock him back. They get the kill. They save their top laner. They save the crash. And there is no answer on the side of damage check for that play.
Nice cash inject. I think it was a little too gutsy for Horn, but maybe he was just smelling blood in the water and just had shark instincts take over. We do respect Orn for his assassination abilities for being so tanky. But that is another tower that's the final play. Man, there's so much pressure that is being put on the blue team. They got a lead, and I think that they're trying to go for the kill and try to end this game as quickly as possible, which is smart. Not just because that's what you should be doing when you're ahead, but I do feel like Syndra is still a threat in this game. She's got some cash in her pocket, and the longer this game goes, both teams have the ability to scale a little bit, but blue team is certainly not wanting to give up what they fought so hard for.
So I did two things wrong.
Okay.
Number one, I said that there was no answer for team damage check. Incorrect. Look at the vision they have on the bottom half of the map, and they got that Drake for free, right? It was crazy free because the entirety of the short bus dojo was on the top side, and then it also cost them that middle turret.
Right.
It was a little bit slow to get in there,
Okay.
but it was still a good play, I think. Get that gold. Virus is trying to smack Bedanki. Oh, look, it's three of them again. They stun Bedanki. They knock up Bedanki. They pull him in. They need to time this so that he can't get the second cast of the R. He does get it. Flashes forward to get the damage on the Virus. He's trying to get it. He gets the knockup. He doesn't get it. He gets the kill before going down himself. Bedanki makes it a 1-for-1.
Huge. Man, Ambessa ulting that early. Everyone knows me to be incredibly picky about my Ambessas, and I apologize ahead of time. I'm really not trying to insult anyone on either of the teams. However, ulting that early, I think, was a little bit dangerous because he could have used it to prevent it from Orn, and he was already 90% of the way there, so it wasn't good for a gap for the big fight.
Lynx goes in. LFG is stunned. War Vessel is inside the Crescent Sweep, so he deals the damage, but that is all it is. Herald is taken by Short Bus Dojo, and they walk away.
A really tough scenario there. Whoa, Axiom Mark from the side of the Ambessa. Maybe, man, there's so much to think about in these games here now. With the quests and all that, the boots coming out for the extra damage coming from Syndra. Kind of loving that. It allows for a little bit more of the roam potential as well. I forget how quickly Syndra stacks because she does have a stacking kind of mini game going on. I'm gonna guess that it's mostly stacked at this point. Are seeing the Dusk and Dawn from the Gwen, which is the right choice nowadays.
Yeah, and that was another thing that I forgot to bring up.
Right.
When I saw the components, I was like, oh, I was wrong about the first two items.
Yeah.
Definitely wrong because I forget that Dusk and Dawn exists.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, and honestly, like, Dusk and Dawn has been put on some pretty disgusting characters so far. But Gwen getting a little bit of that extra passive damage, which is a max health shred, which is why you send Gwen against Ornn. It's doing a lot. Have not had a lot of camera time on the Vel'Koz. I kind of was hoping to see more of, but I think he's just didn't win the lane.
LFG is here, gets slowed by the needlework. Boar Vessel flashes. Is he going to make it out? The Caitlyn ult is there, as is Senna's. It goes down. LFG dies underneath the turret. Disu might go in, but Winter is in as well. Flash away. Disu got the kill. He doesn't make it out, though. Arcane comes to life as Caitlyn picks up the kill.
Arcane comes to life. Goodness.
Thank you.
That little dash there for Ornn was a little cheeky to try to knock up the Ambessa, but instead takes a turret shot, which ended up costing his life. Really good for Short Bus Dojo to take these 1-for-1 trades. Unfortunately, they do lose the tower. Teleport comes in for Syndra.
Virus is here. He doesn't get the stun. Got a little bit of damage onto Winter. Throws down the ultimate. Aphelios flashes in. Will pick up the shutdown gold. Did I see 1100? Wow.
Oh my goodness! I'm wanting to say that that gold wasn't just strictly from the kill, but
No, it's the quest.
quest popped.
Yep. So we got the extra 100 gold. You got the 1,000 shutdown,
Mm-hmm.
right? 300 plus 700, and then you got your quest. That was 1,100 gold. That's awesome.
Apologies for being distracted. What is that Senna building?
Duskin Dawn.
Wait, what?
Well,
Excuse me?
and on top of that, look at it's the tier. I don't know if that's going to be a Muramana or if that's going to be the new circlet.
Probably a Merman, but what is going on? Anyways, no,
LFG is caught with the stun, but Dizu does not land the public execution. He has a lot on there. LFG does go down, but there's the Vel'Koz.
Ooh,
The
very
very
good.
effective one over the wall. Bedenki is going to get stunned by the Scatter of the Week. A knockup stops the engage, but SBD managed to make it a 1-for-1. Jungler for jungler, and that's a Hextech Drake on the line.
Yeah, which is the third Drake for the side of the blue team. Man, Shortbreast Dojo, though, is clawing their way back, is really showing the power of having Syndra on their team. I don't feel like any of the characters, I mean, Ambessa is has a high death count, but she also has a high kill participation because she's been in there. She's playing a very squishy build, which means that she's basically one and done as soon as she can lock down someone. That's the game right there, playing kind of an Amumu role, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really like that Shortbreast Dojo is able to kind of even things out. Only 1.5 gold difference, but they really need to make sure that this Drake does not go down uncontested. Because being put on Soul Point this early, I do feel like Dragon Soul would kind of end the game right there,
Yeah.
right then.
Well, especially because it gives attack speed and the chain lightning. You got 2 marksmen.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, it does not.
Virus gets the stun onto Tyro Milk. Does not do a whole lot after that, but is trying to secure the Drake for his team. War Vessel.
Whoa.
No, he gets it. Dizu manages to save it. LFG does go down, but Denki will get the knockup, but it is not on priority targets. War Vessel on the forward march. The stun onto Taro Milk T. That's 3 down. It's gonna be 4. But Denki flashes over the wall. He saves the death, but does not save the play. Now Tide kills 11-11, only 1,000 gold difference. Rift Herald dropped in the mid lane. SBD are back, baby.
Oh my goodness, what a game 1 so far. The fact that Orin is able to survive that is very good
Whoa.
for the team.
Oh no, he missed! It's bigger than the short bus, but huge damage coming out of Mixtape gets the kill. Virus is on the run. Bedenki wants to get him or Lynx, but he won't be able to get close enough. Oh my gosh, that was amazing.
Poor guy. Oh, no. I really wanted to say that he was trying to hit the Orin there, but oh man, it's so tragic. And they're gonna go for the Baron off of that. And honestly,
That's
I
the
don't
play.
blame him. I don't blame him.
Damage check are able to stave off the fight. They do lose their turret, but they don't. But they break the siege and will be rewarded with the Baron. Oh my gosh! I don't think I've laughed that hard at him play in a long time.
We
Holy
love you,
cow.
Shortbreast Dojo. You're doing amazing. The game is close. I still think it's anyone's game. Baron buff can be really hard to beat down, and I don't think the Baron is timed in such a way that they're going to be able to get a free dragon off of it. So I think this is going to be a great push from them. It's going to be nice to see some characters get back in there. Vel'Koz now 2-0 for some excellent ultimates in these fights so far. But we're starting to see the Orin items come out. Just the sheer amount of stats that are going to be in this game is going to be brutal for Shortbreast Dojo, but I don't think they're out of it.
No, definitely not. Look at Syndra's items, by the way. I wanted to bring this up.
Oh, yeah.
That's Cosmic Drive.
That's
That's
Drive.
more roaming capability. That's speed. That's damage based on that. And your AP. Like, this Syndra build is so cool.
I love that they kept the boots because it allows things like the Syndra builds to thrive, frankly. You have some flexibility. And Syndra having that extra movement speed to weave in through all of this is excellent for that pressure, for the responsiveness. And hey, speaking of Syndra.
Yeah. I love also Bedenki's choice to build the Canic Rukern first. Oh, Mixtape is in some
no.
huge trouble. Pop the Spirit Visage. Boar Vessel is going in. Mixtape is down, and I was wrong. Banshee's Veil is what it's called.
Yep.
Yikes. But the kill is there on the bottom side. LFG is looking for something.
Right.
Yeah, he's got his marksman in the wings.
And the ultimate is already halfway back for Gizu to be able to do that Mbessa ult to come back again. Ornn is now we're gonna get some response from Ornn, trying to get as much slow going on so he can't just walk away. We are gonna see Lynx.
This is a pinch.
Yeah.
This is a pinch. Virus does knock him back. No
Nice.
second cast on the R. Bedenki is locked up by the Leona. Jumps forward to get the knockup. Will he get the kill this time? No, the flash is there. Bedenki's low. Bedenki is dead. Aphelios gets that kill credit. But now mid lane, team damage check is doing the siege. They have the damage on the turret, but it will not take it out yet. Gizu is very, very low. In fact, has to flash away behind the turret. Winter doing incredible work.
Does get the kill.
He got the kill.
Yeah, got the kill.
How?
Something Caitlyn, something.
All right. Boar Vessel goes in onto Winter. It is not enough. LFG jumps forward to try and set up the rest of the team. Mixtape gets the kill onto Virus. Lynx will block the ace in the hole. And now SBD have to clear this wave. The Baron buff should last a little bit longer. Aphelios has no ultimate, and he has no hope here. Last minion is going to go down, and now LFG has to take 2 shots, but it is enough.
And there's just a raw damage on the Caitlyn. It's just pushing things down. I feel like the teams are going 1 for 1, except for every single time team's damage check gets a little bit, they're also taking a little bit more out of that turret, a little bit more. And it's just like, it's just constricting the ability for Short Bus Dojo to make anything more than a pick here or a pick there. It's certainly feeling much more even. It feels like Short Bus Dojo has clawed their way back, but I still think team damage check is leading by a wide margin. And it's going to be a little bit of a fight to come back here. Seeing some cheeky pokes from distance at this point. I feel like at any point, Short Bus Dojo has all of their ultimates available just because of every single person on the team, minus like Aphelios, has such short cooldowns that they're able to make these plays. Unable to respond to this dragon, blue team is just going to be able to take it one step closer to that Dragon Soul. Do's trade a turret for that, but that turret is in high supply right now for team damage check. I think they'd happily take that trade any day.
Yeah, I agree, but they're actually going to lose a second one. That's 2 inner turrets that they lost for that Drake.
Okay.
I don't know that I wholly agree with it, but I understand it.
Yeah.
Especially because the way that they got in that scenario, right? They had some people dead, and oh boy, Mixtape
misses it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Every time that happens. Every time.
The dangerous thing for SBD is damage check has 2 champions that make the late game really tough. Senna infinitely scales.
Right.
Ornn gives the extra items.
Right.
The late game from TDC is just going to get worse for SBD.
Yeah, and it's countered by Mbessa and Syndra having a very strong late mid game, like not late game, but they're at their strongest right now, and we're going to see like a Rabadon Zepcat come out. Okay, I guess we're fighting.
Boar Vessel versus Bedenki. You call it the tale as old as time. Look at the damage there from Boar Vessel. Gizu stops the Ornn Horn, and they do have the damage here, but they don't have the numbers. Bedenki wants to go back, and he doesn't get the knockup, but Boar Vessel gets ripped apart. Feral Milk Tea picks that one up. Gizu is on the run, but his team needs to answer something. Syndra goes back. Mixtape wants to start a fight, but can't against the 2 members of the bot lane. Lynx gets the lockup, gets the stun. They pick up the kill, and do they push? No, they need to get back to the base to save Virus.
Lynx and Aphelios has just been a great duo so far. I think they had a little bit of a rough game just because of how strong Caitlyn is right now, but I've been watching them in team fights. They've got some synergy that's going really well. They're able to make those plays. But man, Ornn is just such a champion of all time. Just being able to take all that punishment and turn it around despite being played against. We're going to see Ornn until it's reworked into nothing, which is not going to happen.
Right.
Oh man.
So I also like the choice from Gizu to go with the stinking item's name. It's one of my favorites too. Dead Man's Death Dance. That's what it's called.
Yes.
Because we talked about the raw amount of physical damage on the side of damage check.
Yeah, and Mbessa has the ability vamp, not quite omni vamp, but vamp from her abilities. to kind of keep her healthy. Although I just feel like she's been so squishy in these fights. It's really tough for her because if Caitlyn shows up, Caitlyn just kind of clicks her and she dies, even though she's got the pain effect. So another Baron.
The Baron has been started. They have vision of it, so SBD is on the way. I think what they want to do is they just want to stop the fight. No, teleport is coming in from Boar Vessel. First damage down onto Aphelios.
Wow.
Mixtape helps set it up. Virus doesn't go down, but he's low. Lynx is caught. He is going to stop LFG, but from doing nothing. Bedenki is in the front line trying to get something else done. His team is marshaling behind him. I think that's going to be the end of the fight, but they can easily go back to that Baron.
Yeah, and they just restart what they were doing. The damage from the Vel'Koz just absolutely dismantled their team. Not only taking out Aphelios, but also creating a zone of protection, allowing them to respond to that. Gwen is fighting him again.
It's a 1v2. Boar Vessel jumps onto Mixtape. He's got quite a lot of damage. Uses the second and third charges of the ultimate. Almost kills both of them. Syndra has shown up. Wants to get the kill onto Bedenki. It does get the kill on to Mixtape instead. The rest of SBD is here. That's a 1 kill advantage, and Bedenki is low. Disu searching in the jungle, trying to stop the backs, because then he saw it. Jumps away. Disu does chase them out of the jungle.
Bedenki, what are you doing? It's not the time to be upgrading items, cheeky. So good. The Baron did go down, so that is a Baron push only on the the team members, as you mentioned. But really interesting to see Short West Dojo being like, okay, you have Baron, then we're going to push, which is not what normally happens. But
no.
Here we are. And Ornn fighting people again, because it's just all he does nowadays.
Disu makes it out, steals the red. That's a clean little play there. And ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly why we wanted this. When Virus dodges out the Ornn Horn and the disengage is in, Lynx and Virus stop the fight in its tracks. Bedenki wants to get a knockup onto Lynx, is unable to do so. He is unstoppable, but he's taking quite a lot of damage from the Aphelios.
Yeah.
Drake, this is soul. This is soul for TDC. I think they just get it. Boar Vessel is going to get between the traps. That's actually Lynx on the front side. They have no way to get in and stop the soul. Bedenki is on the front line, wants to start the fight. Mixtape gets the kill onto Lynx. They get soul on the side of damage check. They got a knockup. Virus will slow them down. Boar Vessel slows them down. Virus is in a lot of trouble. Aphelios takes half his health, blocking the shot. Slow by the Senna Q. In goes LFG. Boar Vessel is down. Disu is left alone. And damage check want to pull this one out and end the game.
I think that's what we're about to see there too. The extra pushing power from the soul. Seeing like Vel'Koz loves Hexed Soul. So being able to kind of combo that out and chain lightning that in.
Disu goes in. He does not get the kill. He dies, but it was a valiant effort. Damage check at 31 minutes. End game number 1 of PLC February.
Wow, what a game. There's so many like shining, incredible plays. Virus, I don't feel like we talked about enough of just where his positioning to be able to respond, dodging that Ornn ult. But man, TDC, I feel like every single time they got something, they took a little bit more and a little bit more. And it was enough that when Short Bus Dojo came back, they didn't have enough. They closed it out.
And, egg on our face, we thought that the comp was there for SBD, but just the sheer aggression out of the bot lane and LFG on that Xin Zhao, it worked out. The excellent play from the Vel'Koz you called out, it was there. So everybody, that's what we missed last month. I'm so glad we got it. Don't go anywhere. We got another game, but do remember to freshen up.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm used to looking right in the middle of the screen because
Moved
that's
our
where,
camera.
yeah, we moved the camera so we could see us both. Welcome back, everybody. This is the February PLC. Holy crap. What a game, number one. If you missed it, make sure to follow the channel so that you get the VODs because a bananas 35-minute game.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh,
It was a
gosh.
long one.
So good. So that was Team Damage Check taking out the Short Bus Dojo. Speaking of, we have that wonderful graphic for our bracket.
Wee-hoo.
Look at this. Hollow Esports taking out UNF and CFC, Cal from Cali,
Yeah,
we are told,
just learned about that.
taking out Bada Bing Bada Boom. Take three.
Mm-hmm.
Forgive me, please, Bada Bing. The role in the Discord is Take Two, but the team name is Take Three on Battlefy.
So from here on out, we'll be calling them Take 7. Love to see you guys. Glad you're here.
All right, everybody. This is where we are. And so again, the way Swiss works is when you win, you go against someone who won, and when you lose, you go against someone who lost. And your record should stay the same through the bracket. So Hollow Esports going against CFC, TDC versus Filmy would be a crazy game to watch. Again, a repeat from last finals. UNF got a bye. That's why that one's blank. And then SBD is going to go against Bada Bing Bada Boom. But the game we're going to watch, Serva Panda, you called it, Hollow versus CFC.
Yeah. And what exciting, like a new team that wins is like, whoa, all right, okay. And Hollow Esports, I know those guys well. The other half of University of North Florida, and apparently the winner of a little bit of a, I don't know, is grudge match the right word?
I don't know.
But anyways, a little bit of a rivalry because they come from the same roots. So I'm excited for this. Hollow Esports, this is the Mike Beeston team for those watching at home. And here we go, an immediate Irelia ban.
Irelia is a very controversial champion. People won't play her in pro because to practice her properly, you need the 0 ping, is what I have heard. And so to see that ban against CFC from Hollow means that Andy, that's what that name is for the top laner on CFC, Andy, that's quite the praise there.
Yeah, seriously. And kind of furthering that, I mean, these are just the bands that I do in normal solo queue, you know, Gangplank, Irelia, like I just don't like to see them, you know.
Right.
They also beat a lot of my champions pretty good. So I a lot of focus on the top lane, at least from 3 of them. And then the Akshan and the Braum band. You know, we have a new team. We don't know CFC very well. We've got the kind of staples in PLC. And they've won, so they're whatever they're doing, it's working well. But we don't know what they're doing, so very interested to see what direction, what Hollow Esports is seeing from the OP.GG versus all of this, because a lot of love is being put top lane by both teams.
Ignore the lane symbols, everybody. Mike Beeston is not playing marksman.
Yeah,
if he is, then he and I need to have a long talk because I think he belongs in the jungle. He's incredible there.
I've seen him flex in other positions.
Yeah. Well, you play with him a lot more.
Yeah. He's a flexible guy, but he mostly plays jungle.
Karthus locked in for CFC.
Yo, okay. Most likely a jungle.
I would guess so.
Yeah.
I'm
a season 1 guy.
Top lane.
Why are we putting Karthus in the jungle? He's a mage. No. Karthus is a great jungler. Probably will always be. But yeah, here we are. It's so the anticipation. Okay, Ari, no big deal. Okay, nice and safe.
The big deal though is we talked about the top laners. 2/3 out of the bans are all top lane.
Yeah,
that's so. I wonder here: do Hollow actually lock in their top laner, and CFC has to ban another lane? But if they don't, they can really pinch that, ban another 2 top laners to give CFC and Andy on that top side a favorable matchup.
And unless Amumu's going top lane, which I
doubt
it, then I think that might be the case. And the Mel. Okay, Mel's an interesting one because since the nerfs, and I do think they're nerfs, I've played a couple of games of Mel. She feels so much better to me. I don't know what it is. I know she's like by the numbers worse, but she feels better to play for me now.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I can't explain it.
That's really weird. You're good on Riot, though.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. I feel like I'm a Riot apologist too much, and I wasn't going in looking to play Mel more. But anyways, Mel's doing pretty well. So, and then the Jax. So probably not a Jax jungle because we have the Karthus. So we are loud and proud saying, yep, here's the Jax. Now, what's really nice about this Jax pick is the immediate counters they're able to kind of ban out, which is that Aatrox ban right there. Still a lot of love on that top lane from CFC, but here we are. And the Poppy makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because you got 2 jumpers already right there.
Did CFC just ban 5 top laners?
No. Poppy is a jungle support top flex.
But we have a Mumu already.
support.
It could be.
it could be support.
Mel. Okay, so
But yeah,
But
I
yeah.
guess, I guess you're right.
so at
I guess
least
you're right. I take it back.
4.5 bands you know, to the top lane right there. Apparently, they're really scared of Hollow's top lane, or they're just looking for a nice pinch.
So I think it's the pinch, and the reason I say that if they lock in Lee Sin, then where's the Karthus go? He's gonna go bot lane.
It could be. It could be.
Okay.
Not
Mages-
support.
Mages bot.
It would be bot lane. Okay, coming back to the
Yeah. So the Jax. I remember looking this up because someone said something about Jax. It was a patch note that said that Jax wasn't strong in the meta, and I was like, "You're out of your mind." No, it was for Worlds. They said they wanted him to be a Worlds-defining champion, so they buffed him, and it was like, "What?"
And then they came out with Dusk and Dawn.
Right.
Mm-mm.
So
Mm-mm.
I really looked it up. Like I talked to AI, I looked on the playlists and everything like that, and apparently he only does well on certain matchups, but he's always been strong, in my
Right.
opinion. So they specifically wanted him to run the meta, and that's what they just did here. They made the proper way to get Jax in blind.
Yeah, and I'm really curious what Spry is about to pick here, because this is going to dictate how the game is going to go. I don't feel like top lane is an island.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
So
They're looking for
They're-
support. So
hey, I'm Memmer. Memmer? Hey, I'm Memmer. Memer?
Memer.
I'm Memer.
Ah.
Yeah, hey, I'm Memer.
And
Okay.
then I saw her face. Oh man. Very good. Okay, so looking for more of an engaged support, at least
Oh,
from what they're
that's
hovering. And we do lock the Alistar. Man, okay. Weird teams, and I kind of love it.
Good thing they got rid of that Poppy. Look at that engage on CFC.
Seriously.
Holy cow.
Seriously, terrifying.
Server Panda.
Yeah. Can you imagine being the the Kaisa here? Oh my goodness. I'm interested. There's so many things I'm interested in. I'm seeing if Jax pays off, how Karthus bot goes. The Lee Sin Ahri thing is pretty typical, but accented with no ADC and then a melee Jax. And I mean, this feels like a Dota 2 team.
It kind of does.
Yeah. Compared to Hollow Esports, who's no slouch here.
No.
I mean, because they're going, man, how does Karthus match into a caster support and Kaisa? I like, my brain is breaking a little bit here.
I think it's a hang back and farm kind of thing.
Excuse me, it's Leona Kaisa. I retract everything I'm saying. Mel is going mid lane.
Yeah.
So apologies. I can picture this a little bit better now that I've seen Leona Kaisa.
Right. Either way, I think that because Mel is going to be involved, maybe the laning won't be as bad as you were thinking, but the mid-game team fights are going to be just as bad.
Yeah.
And in fact, worse, because Mel is going to have items, gold.
Right? Mm-hmm. But like, I don't think that stops Ahri. I don't think that stops Karthus, especially in this scenario. I mean, like, people that look at Mel as like, oh, what is Mel reflecting? It's like charm, whatever. That's not the point. The point is that Mel is, who is Mel nuking? Who does Mel have the ability to stand on the outside and stack her passive up and then absolutely blow up? And I think she's got options, but these team fights are going to be real tricky. Gnar coming in to stun a bunch of people, followed up by a Mumu or vice versa. There's a lot of flexibility here. Juhadre, who are you giving it to?
I think it's going to depend on an interaction between Alistar and a Mumu.
Okay.
Because a Mumu stuns instantly with his Q, Alistar can't knock him away.
Right.
He can knock away a Gnar going from hop into crunch to get a big slam against the wall.
100%.
So, because Alistar cannot stop the Mumu coming, if it lands on Alistar, he can't headbutt him away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that he's targetable, so that setup is going to be huge because it'll get him in position to do the Curse of the Sad Mummy, which stacks Kaisa passive, sets up for Leona ult, and Mel Q, as well as a Gnar. So the wombo from Hollow Esports, pretty classic Hollow Esports, let's actually say.
Mhm.
Even when Mike Beeson was on NFC, that was kind of their thing.
Yeah.
The Wombo combos are a Mike Beeson special. And then from there, you have to make it land. So CFC, I think, needs to play very slippery.
Okay.
If they can dodge the Wombo, they can be okay. But just pure team composition look, I gotta give Hollow.
Okay.
I was wrong last time, so
Well,
I don't know what to do with that.
I'll be the contrarian. So one thing that you didn't mention between the Amumu Alistar interaction is that Alistar has an on-demand cleanse.
True.
And if he is fast enough, it's not going to prevent the CC, but he's going to be actionable after that stun, which could save stuff from like Amumu. So like, or from Gnar. So like Amumu ults, and then if Alistar is fast enough, then he can knock away Gnar quick enough to make sure that the Wombo doesn't land.
True.
And you were saying that like CFC needs to play slippery, and they have pretty slippery champions.
Mhm.
They've got the dashes from the Jax. They've got Lee Sin, who has got a bajillion dashes. Ari, very flexible as well. The wild card for me is Karthus, and the only reason I hesitate with giving it to CFC is how Karthus, if Karthus like wins lane, CFC wins it.
Yeah.
But I don't know about that. I'm still giving it to CFC because I gotta give it to someone. It's my obligation as a caster.
So then, are you saying that we need to see some mixtape level Vel'Koz on the Karthus?
Yes, I would say similar pressure as was on mixtape for sure.
Hollow Esports on the blue side, CFC on the red side. Game number 2 is underway. And everybody, if you would please give a hand to our production team for getting our overlay up. There were some issues last game. They rocked it, and now we're looking even cleaner. So, production, you're awesome.
Love you guys. You guys are amazing. I want to immediately highlight, I always take some time at the start of the game to try to see if there's anything kind of off kilter or whatnot. Karthus took exhaust, which is
interesting.
It's in a position, Kai'Sa, not the super longest range marksman out there. He should be in range to exhaust her in these, especially early fights, but also later fights for like Jax and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing some harassment going on from both mid lane and top lane. Always interested to see. Yes, okay, so we have Grasp of the Undying with Jax and Fleet Footwork for Gnar, which are standard takes, but maybe not necessarily what I was expecting if Jax wanted to go more carry-like.
Yeah,
did take the Doran Shield, very standard. If he can get Grasp procs, then he should have a very healthy lane, and is actually under a lot of pressure already. Go.
Level 2 now for the bottom side of CFC. Alistar's bread and butter, but immediately answered Sergeant Goblin. This is the first time I've read that name. Sergeant Goblin, also level 2, looking to counter engage there. No immediate attention from the junglers here, and rightly so.
Right.
With the quests, it takes so long to actually get anything going. I need to... nice return on the charm there. Key is stopped in the engage there from Khalil. Spry Rain will get the stun onto Jax. Jax is still posturing forward, gets the Grasp proc, but nothing else is going to come out of that.
Yeah, we have our very anti-PLC style behavior where everything is kind of quiet and tense, and we're waiting for something to happen, and not necessarily like that. Oh, it's
in goes Jax. Spry Rain hops over him. That's
that.
a beautiful play right there.
Love that right there. Spry Rain is piloting a very dangerous game, but is doing so very well. And it's interesting to see Spry Rain to be pinchered into such a specific champion. I don't know if Gnar's in his normal reign, but he's playing him very well. To have 5 champions banned against him and still being able to take that very well. Love the reflect on the Mel right there. But as of right now, all we're doing is managing mana, making sure that we're not getting engaged on. All 3 lanes are this way, which is kind of crazy. able to secure the Scuttle Crab. Not seeing any crazy ganks so far. Mike Beeston in the mid lane, kind of just roaming up, maybe to catch the Jax after another Scuttle Crab.
I think Jerome wants to try and contest it.
It's possible.
No, he jumped it, yeah.
But he was seen. That's kind of the thing that you were sacrificing there. So Mike Beeston does know where the other jungle is, but not in a position to really do anything about it. So,
Oh, the reflect is gone. He
Wow.
does force out Khalil. Jerome is in. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, Flash, but red buff is in. K goes down. First blood to CFC.
okay, CFC, I see you. Wow, very well played, Jerome, to know exactly how much damage to do there. And like 20 more health, you would have been fine.
Yeah.
I do like how Key is playing against Ari, really putting a lot of pressure on Ari. Ari has been like out of mana this entire time. He's doing good reflex. I think even though he died there, I'm interested to see where Key will go with this because I don't think he's out of the game, so to speak.
Is that Kale? Is that the name for Ari? Khail?
Kale.
I think that's what that is.
Kyle? I feel like I've heard Kali before, but there's no I at the end. So
Yeah.
feel free to correct us in the comments.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Junnard is doing quite well. She has this massive CS lead here over Andy on the Karthus. And you brought up the exhaust. Now that I'm really thinking about it, what a great choice for when Kaisa jumps in.
Well, even Jax for later. I kind of expect
Jax is on his team.
Jax is on his team. Imagine him exhausting Jax. No, I keep thinking, but yeah.
Oh, in we go. Spry Rain does get stunned with a counter strike, but that's all that's really going to turn into. Again, never mind. Do we have the damage? Flash forward, flash away. Jax goes down. Spry Rain outplays.
This is such Spry Rain is such a good Nard to be just kind of quietly doing his thing, waiting for Narbar to pop up, and then anytime that he's reacted on, he's been quick and immediate on his reactions there. And I think
Beamer is caught. That's a lot of crowd control. And Sergeant Goblin actually gets pulled way back into the hands of Jerome. In goes Andy trying to get a little bit. Does pick up the first kill. And now the exhaust onto Junnard. She's trying to get away. Does not dodge the resonating strike. One more auto. Jerome picks up the kill. That's 3 on the bottom side for CFC.
Well played, Alistar, but could you see how much presence Karthus had? Walking, he was 1v2 walking into the river, and they can't approach him just because of how much damage he can deal on his own. I was doubtful on this Karthus, and now we're seeing the results of it. CFC is coming in with a bang and is playing very well so far. Cloud Drake playing by them.
I love Lee Sin's itemization. That's
Okay.
a Tiamat.
Yeah.
That's why he went back as early as he did. He picked up the Tiamat, and now he's got the faster wave clear, and that actually is what secured the kills. He slammed it down. Jax against Spryrain again.
Wow.
The ultimate does a little bit of damage, but Spryrain just hops away.
Doesn't have the hop so that he can go in with the ultimate, but I'm loving Spryrain, man. Like, what a great player to just confidently be reacting to all of this. Key is just making what do we decide on?
I'm gonna say Kale.
All right. Making Kale's life so hard. Every time he comes in with an orb, he's just going to be popping it right back. And yeah, just some incredible plays going on so far. But man, I am impressed. I think we have a game going on. Advantages that certainly on CFC side, but not to the point where a lot of things are happening.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm man, we're back to this tense state. Like we're kind of hoping that something is going to us viewers are hoping something will happen. But the players are very much are in a very delicate balance, trying to make sure. This is kind of why I like Spryrain so much, is that he's kind of daring Jax. Jax was kind of going in and using his ultimates now, but now his things are down. Whoa, okay, and then there was a kill mid lane.
And it is Khalil. There is a no.
Khalil. Okay.
That's on me.
Well, it's kind of small.
It's hard to see there. But there it is. I'm not surprised by it. There was this crazy little play where Mel got the reflect on the charm, but instead of hitting Khalil, it hit a minion, right? And that was a really fun interaction. I didn't expect that one. I thought that there was doom for Khalil. It was just a little delayed. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's the thing. Is like, even though Mel is nerfed and Reddit goes, oh no, Mel's dead, or rah, Melo's dead. I think Mel is still very much a champion, even though she's 0-1. She has such a commanding presence against Ahri. Because as Ahri, what do? What ability is safe on Mel if she's got her reflect up?
Jerome is here. Junnard is in trouble. She knows it. Sergeant Goblin has come forward to try and help. Damage there from Jerome. Meanwhile, on the top side, the flash is followed. Junnard, however, knocked back with the headbutt. There's the damage coming in from Andy. Sergeant Goblin is ignited, goes down. In goes Jerome as well, but he dies to the turret.
Wow.
Requiem is cast. Junnard stops moving. She knows she is going down, and that's a double kill for the Karthus. Now 4-1.
Man, who came out on top for that? Because now Karthus is 4-1. Did Shutdown Gold go out? Because that's going to enable Kaisa to get her first couple items earlier. Man, it's crazy. Karthus is breaking my brain as an ADC, man. Because traditionally, as Karthus, you're trying to just jump in, you die early, use that passive, and just deal a ton of damage. But if you've got a ton of kills, having that kill streak on yourself is a liability, and is tough to balance out there. Man, I'm so locked in right now that there's so many things that could go on. Death can happen at any time.
Jax goes in onto Spry Rain. He does cast the ultimate, doesn't get the damage, but he gets the resistances. He is in the counter strike. Mimir is up here. They don't want to fight anymore. He gets a little bit of heal from the share there. That was a goofy little, just a bam.
Yeah.
Knocked him up.
There it goes right there, but Gnar loves this. Gnar able to use his ultimate, doesn't really lose anything from that because he's got to wait for his Gnar bar to come back. It does mean that he might not be able to use it on that one situation where he gets his Gnar bar back, but
Underneath the turret, Ignite is in. Exhaust is down though. That's going to be a 1-for-1 for sure. And Khalil has the Malignance, that's what it's called. Jumps back in. Junnard is in some trouble, dodging out as best she can. But oh wow, that charm dodge was good, but the last auto attack from Khalil will secure the death. Meanwhile, mid lane, Kia is still alive, gets the execute onto Jerome. That's shut down as well. More lockdown onto Mimers. Gonna get a knock up, not underneath the turret. Key will take an extra shot, but gets the kill back. Now 7-8 in favor of CFC.
I think they heard us. I said, we're hoping for something to happen. By golly, did something happen everywhere on the map. Really well played. It's very interesting to see Ahri kind of...
Key is slowed down. In comes Jax. Easy kill.
That's the nerves coming into action right there, because she gets a W from... or she gets a shield from her W, but not invulnerability. She probably could have made it safer, maybe not safe previously, but instead just dies to a lot of damage.
Do you still get the movement speed when you cast it?
You do.
Okay, so I think that's what it was trying to run away a little faster.
Well, and you do get the shield as well. It's like 100 health shield instead of total damage immunity for a full second or whatever. So yeah, there it is right there. But it was interesting. I wanted to say earlier that Ahri kind of felt like in a more of a helpless state, which normally Ahri is kind of a slam dunk, easy champion to pick because you can just do so much with her. We're fighting.
Rain and Jax, I think we'll keep going like this the whole game. Jax is taking a lot of damage. Rain takes a turret shot though.
Yeah, but he's got no mana to react to.
Oh no, Jax is in some huge trouble. He's gonna get the stun. Counter-strike, flash away. He'll survive, but Mike Beestum sets up more good plays there for Hollow on the top side. Meanwhile, on bottom, CFC wants to set up something else.
Mike Beestum opting for the Landries, which is really interesting.
Speaking of Mike Beestum.
Yeah.
Got Khalil up there, and Jerome's on his way. No, he went to Raptors.
Kind of a tight game, 300 gold difference between any of them. 2 Drakes are on the side of CFC, but it does kind of feel like anyone's game. We have not seen first turret so far.
Yeah, just went down to the Gnar. Up here on Botter, Junnard is going to jump away with the ultimate. Well done there. He engages Stifle.
This is one of those situations where it's like they have the tools to respond to each other, but one little dancing going on there. Love that. But if a dash is too short, if a flash goes the wrong way, there's so much going on for. You just had a realization for something. I wish the camera could have seen
too
that.
nerd.
Oh.
I remember now. I said it wrong last time when we were playing. It's Junerd.
That's super funny.
Yeah.
Magical boots. Quests are being finished at this point.
Mhm.
Oh man, and it's bot lane quests. So the Sork boots for Karthus.
Yeah.
Are, man, I love that it's not locked to just ADCs nowadays, because Karthus also has a lot of expensive items to build.
Mhm.
We're seeing some approaches.
Knock up onto Mike Beeson. He gets charmed. He gets hit. He gets killed. Jerome is going to pick that one up. They're not done. Khalil has his ultimate still. 2 charges. I think they want to try and dive here. They stop the backs. The rest of CFC are on the way. Khalil holding the wave. The rest of the team is there. Memer, Jerome underneath the turret. They get the knockback onto Junerd. Flash away. Shield is there. Will go down. Khalil picks that one up. Junerd is dead. Sergeant Goblin is dead. They trade 1. They trade 2. As Andy also goes down. Spryrain now in a 1v2. Khalil is on the backside. Jerome fighting Spryrain. He flashes underneath the turret, taking a lot of damage. They go back in. Khalil on a rampage now. 4-1 on the Ahri.
Well done.
Oh, Mike Beeson is back. Nice dodge there with the resonating strike. Jerome is quite healthy. Khalil is here again. Dodges out the charm. Jerome is dealing a lot of damage to get the shield, and that's another kill. That was a 4-for-2 swing for CFC.
A lot of that has to do with the Profane Hydra from that Tiamat that you wanted to highlight earlier. Really tragic to see Mr. Memer, Hey Memer, trying to, not quite tanky yet, not having the items yet. Alistar without items is not especially tanky, so he used his ulti to try to tank more, but all he really did was charge up the turret shot, which ended up killing Karthus. A little bit of a tragic play there, even if they kind of came out on top. They could have had a lot more, but you know, here we are. A lot of money coming out from the, what is it, Crystalline Overgrowth?
That is correct.
Yes. Still a very interesting mechanic. Don't know how I feel about it, but here we are playing with it. I have a lot of money going on.
Do you know how I feel about it?
How do you feel about
It
it?
needs a shorter name.
CO.
I know.
CO
So
with that T.
the word Petricite was brought in, but that's the special magic stone that Demacia uses for their cities.
Exactly.
So all of the turrets are made out of Petricite, but I think that that's what it's going to turn into, is just calling it that. Even though line overgrowth, yeah, it's half the length. So I think I would be okay if people call it that. What do you think, chat?
Etymology aside,
Khalil
chat
might be in some trouble. He and Mike Beeson, never mind. Memer's the one in trouble. Gets a knock up there onto Sergeant Goblin. Spryrain dealing some damage. Junerd shows up. Jax is there. Doesn't have the counter strike yet. Oh, the leap over the wall.
Ooh.
Memer and then Jerome. Beautiful timing there. Spryrain will get the Gnar against the wall, but another Sonic Wave resonating strike. Jerome is on a rampage now. That's 2 rampages on the side of CFC. Khalil might get shut down here. Stun from the Leona. And now Junerd is exhausted. Goes right into the rest of CFC. And Andy's still alive. He flashes away, but the Ignite will take him down. Out comes the Requiem. It's going to hit 3 targets, but not do a lot of damage. Key is in trouble next. Jax jumps in, will get stopped. Shut down over to Key. And this game just turned on.
Wow, Mel surviving that. Again, it's blowing my mind that they banned 5 champions against this Gnar, and Gnar is able to pilot.
Yeah.
You know, this calmly. This is a Gnar player without me ever seeing what Spyrain really plays as. And well done. Mike Beeson taking the drag while Alistar is sitting right there. I don't even know if they are seeing this go down. Jax might see this on the Scry Bloom there, but I don't know if he can respond to 3 enemies right there. So that's an Ocean Drake. Always love to have an Ocean Drake in your back pocket. Gold is relatively the same despite the scores. I mean, like, game 1 to game 2, like this game is already so interesting, man. I'm so glad that CFC is in all this, kind of showing us a different way to play. Holy cow, lands that stun, dude.
Walked it. He turned and walked back into it. Jax was trying to dodge it. Almost did. Jerome's on the bottom side. I think that might be a dead Gnar because he doesn't have the big form anymore. He is going to block the charm, but no. Jerome is up on the top side. Jax, though,
Maybe.
huge damage. Look at this.
Yeah.
Gnar W is so strong.
Yeah, but also the Trinity Force coming out.
Mhm.
He's spacing himself in the right place. He's just punishing so much. We won't talk about that boomerang that he missed, but I'm very impressed. I'm also impressed by Jax. Jax has been playing very aggressively, very well, which is what you want to do when you're trying to get ahead like this. But man, it's just hard to play against when Gnar is just taking down your turrets. Like, how would you respond to him? Even Mini Gnar just walks away.
Yep.
You know. So I love the pick there. It was very, very well done.
Jerome is up here on the top side trying to get onto Key. Wants the resonating strike. In fact, starts with the Dragon's Rage and sets that up real nice. He will pick up the kill. I think that was Requiem that was
Yeah,
cast. It
that
was,
was.
and that was a big bummer. Not even giving him the kill. I don't think he got assist for that and
Nope.
goes down as well. CFC a little miscommunication at that point, but they're still in this game. Spryrain picks up a kill on the bottom side too.
Dang, a solo kill, no less. Like just a straight up and down kill. Yeah, very greedy from the Karthus to be able to act in there. And again, like putting kills on Karthus, I think is just it's a tough call because sure he wants the money, but he doesn't want the shutdown.
Joner goes in onto Khalil. Will not land the Void Seeker. Mike Beeston shows up and Khalil is out of there.
Yeah, so much pressure, man. I'm half expecting a Hullbreaker to come out on this Gnar. I would not be mad to see it unless there's no turrets left because he's pushing them all down.
I think that's an underrated item, to be honest. Now, Sergeant Goblin gets knocked over the wall. Blast Cone is
Whoa.
there. A Memer is still there. Jerome as well. Void Seeker will hit Jerome. Sergeant Goblin might be in some trouble. The Baron has spawned. No extra damage at this point. Memer takes a Q from Junard. And another turret goes the way of Hollow Esports.
Man, at this point, I'm feeling like Jax is not the one to be responding to Gnar or something like that. And I don't feel like Ari should be the one going mid lane against like Bells and the rest of them. I feel like Jax needs to kind of join the group a little bit. I know he gets more experience from his top lane quest, but I feel like Gnar has just been kind of commanding the way the lane state's been going.
Yeah.
Because there he goes. He just goes right back bot lane. We are seeing a lot of people kind of respond that way, even though he's not on the map yet. Maybe possibly just expecting Gnar to show up in this regard. Be an excellent read by them. But yeah, here we are with Ari responding to all of this. And
Spryrain wants to go in onto Khalil, forces the ultimate out immediately. Like you were saying, that Trinity Force with the Black Cleaver now is actually huge. Spryrain has his ultimate available, but it doesn't matter. The crowd control there was crazy.
cheeky little Requiem ult in the middle of that as well to kind of seal it out. But yeah, I love that response there. I feel like I kind of predicted the voice chat right there into saying, hey, maybe we need to stop sending Jax down here.
It's not Caster Curse, right? Because Caster Curse is when you say something and the
No.
exact opposite happens. So
So
what's the term for that, chat?
Rare Caster W. What do we call Caster W? So very well done. Gold's still within 1,000 of each other, or excuse me, within like 300 of each other. It's within a single kill. We're seeing a lot of victory conditions go out for both teams, so neither one of them are out of the game yet. Basically, every single team member, with the exception of Lee Sin, is basically even between the rest of them.
One important thing is the turret numbers, and that's plate numbers up underneath the kill counts.
Right. See at a glance.
Yeah, that's with that amount of extra plates and turrets down, we're 200 gold different.
Yeah. Well, because of the kill difference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those 5 kills equal 2 full turrets worth of gold. And then when you combine the other stats as well, 2 Drakes to 1, the Void Grubs on the side of Hollow Esports, this is the next, and there was no Rift Herald taken. Like, it was just completely vacant from the game.
Right. Yeah. No one reached for it, but that dragon's gonna solidly go down to CFC. Just go on with their day. That is Soul Point at this point, unable to respond to it. A lot of poke here or there. It's that tense quiet, the shells have gone off and the shell shock has set in a little bit, but everyone is still in here.
They saw Mimer. He gets the knockup, but he was stunned. Teleport is coming in for Jax. Joins the fray. In comes Key as well.
Yeah, no ultimate used on the Alistar. Good discipline there to not panic. And we're not seeing, like, we're just farming up, making sure that the things on the map are being taken. We're in kind of a fluid state right now where people aren't necessarily matching each other as much as they're just responding to where the gold and where the experience is.
Yeah. I think this is one of the closest games we've ever had in PLC.
Yeah.
We talked last time about, or not last time, but on PCP about what was for about 20 minutes, swing back and forth and everything. But I don't think this gold lead has gone above 1,500 the entire game.
Yeah. If there ever is an advantage to one side, it's very swiftly responded to by the other side, taking a turret, taking a bunch of kills, getting shutdowns. Like, this is basically all you can ask for if you like close games, which I very much do.
Yeah, anyone who doesn't is wrong.
Very much so.
And while we're in this lull of action, I actually want to draw attention to something Kodo Draco said. He, quote, "You said Mike can't pick marksman, but CFC decided none of them would." And I think that's very funny. Good job, Kodo.
Very much. It's an interesting little game state. I love that Mike Easton plays a lot of these loud, proud characters, and it's always funny to me to see him pick a Mumu or something like that, which is, in my opinion, the polar opposite of Diego.
Yeah.
Is like one of his other favorite picks. Nice to see that he's able to kind of call himself out there. Lee Sin has been linchpin in all of this. I feel like he's in every single team fight, making it tough to do anything right now. But we're farming well. We're keeping things well. You'll note, especially on the side of the blue team, them hiding in the bushes, waiting for the lane to come to them, just because of how dangerous it is if they're shown on the map early. They're trying to deny as much information as possible until the very last second, because that information, it was what would break these stalemates as quickly.
Look at the difference in the top lane. It was 40 at one point.
Right.
And now, actually, look at jungle. Opposite team has the same amount of advantage. But here comes the engage. Junerd goes in. Nice safeguard kick. Mike Beestum is out, but Karthus doesn't matter. He's dead, but he's still going to get the Requiem. The barrier is there. Kill still goes down. Key is trying to join a little late. Mike Beestum will get the kill onto Jerome. As of right now, it's a 2-for-1 trade, but CFC have them on the run. Jump forward from Khalil. He's going to get caught by the Zenith Blade. Knockback from Alistar. Spryrain will get that kill. Khalil in the bush. Will he make it out? He gets the charm and the damage. Sergeant Goblin gets his shield, and he's still alive for now. Khalil doesn't have an ult. He doesn't have a flash. And Sergeant Goblin lives! And this is where Hollow Esports take control of the game with a 2,500 gold lead.
Yeah, very gutsy for for Junerd to be able to be that close to the Karthus, who was just taking a lot of whittle damage. But they were able to kind of save that team fight just from good positioning and maybe even a little bit of luck on the side of Leona, who got dangerously low, chasing down someone with true damage like Leona. A lot of Leona. Yeah, thank you, from Ari. Leona's survivability comes a lot from her armor and magic resistance, so getting that true damage is pretty detrimental. Are making the Baron call. It won't be enough.
Lee Sin is here. Jerome is in the pit. He steals the Baron, and the rest of the team is there. Mike Beeston goes in. It's all on to Mimer, though. Oh my gosh, Jerome took it.
My goodness, this Lee Sin's a terror. Man. So that does allow them to get that Baron buff. It's tough. Like,
oh, he got a kill.
He did get a kill.
I think they're going to keep fighting. Spryrain goes in. Junerd is there, but he doesn't do enough damage. That was a 2-for-1. K goes down as well. Jax picks that one up. Spryrain and Sergeant Goblin are the next targets. They've got the underneath the turret. Jerome is doing a lot of damage. That's another kill over to the Karthus. Flash forward. Get the stun from the Counter-Strike. Spryrain is dead, and out of nowhere, what was 2,500 on the side of Hollow goes to 1,500 in favor of CFC. That's a 4,000 gold swing.
I mean, the swings are getting bigger, but they're still swinging back and forth. I'm half expecting Hollow Esports to get an ace as soon as they all pop back up. Just if the game's any trend so far.
I think they're going to take another turret.
Yeah,
They've got double cannons here.
Might get a hit.
Oh my gosh. Amumu is alive, and you've only got 1 second left for Janerd. She's out as well. They got the inhibitor. You were right.
Yeah.
What a play.
And that blows their mid wide open. With all the turrets that they've lost, they've kept their mid lane, which kind of keeps that defensive posture. And now Hollow Esports has a little bit of the opposite going on, which is going to make it harder to respond to things, especially things like Baron, which obviously we're going to have to wait a little bit for the next one of those. But we do have Soul Point coming up, which is perfect for the side of CFC.
I think Soul's already done. That's 4 on CFC.
That is Soul. Is that how they won that last fight? No. Wait, what?
No, they must have got it afterward. They won the fight because they fought at the Baron. They sacrificed Mimer and then just won. I think Mike Beeston stayed around too long or something. And then the next fight, what won it actually was Janerd jumping in onto Karthus.
Yeah.
And Jerome was right there and just comboed her down. Mike Beeston is caught once again in the jungle. He gets the Curse of the Sad Mummy to slow it down, but he will not make it out. No ignite, but he was on fire for sure. That red buff doing some real work.
Absolutely, and we got that new item, the Omnivamp item on the Lee Sin, who's already got a considerable amount of healing. The Maw and the Thundered Sky. Just a very scary, I think, no, not quite full build, but pretty close to full build, just due to the amount of kills that he got.
It's going to be a death's dance to wind that one up. Spry Rain versus Jax. Jax scales. He followed the hop this time, gets the counter strike. Ult from Khalil is in, as well as the Requiem. He doesn't get the assist, but he somehow assisted with the turret. He was over there.
Late game raid boss Jax almost finished with Zhonya's Hourglass.
He is in some trouble. Goes into the Zhonya's himself. Jerome is caught for a little bit, but Khalil picks up the kill onto Key. Janerd is the target. Will get the kill onto Mimer. Never mind. The safeguard keeps him alive. Khalil might be in some trouble now. Will get the charm onto Sergeant Goblin, but in goes Mike Beeson. That's another Zhonya's activated, and they are winning the fight. CFC have forced their way into the base, taking a turret on the bottom side as well. Baron buff is gone, but they are still in this base, and they want more.
Oh man, and they're going to be able to take it too with the amount of presence and position that they have, even though they're lower health, even though Hollow Esports has the reactions, they're able to stick into it. Honestly, the healing coming out from Alistar is kind of crazy. For all of this. Not to mention the Ocean Soul. It's going to be tough to push them out, and they might get the final inhibitor for all this, which is not good. It went from a very even game to even a slight lead to Hollow Esports to just absolute disaster. It's going to be really hard to...
They caught Khalil. They've got the crowd control. Shut down gold over to Spry Rain, and that was a big mistake from CFC.
Yeah, okay. If they're going to come back, they need to do things like that to be able to survive a little bit. But now they're caught on super minion duty. Surprisingly hard to say. But honestly, that's okay because there's no major objectives up. They're kind of in this waiting position. Mike Beeston trying to get as much money as he can in the downtime, but it's going to be downtime right now. It's going to be interesting to see how the red team is going to try to do something. Are they going to try to make a play without Ahri, or are they going to just try to make some pressure? It looks like they're going to be hunting for picks, but Mike Beeston has already done his job and gotten all the camps out of there as quickly as he could. Are seeing some aggression from Jax trying to land counter strikes on the Kai'Sa, but no good. And I think that they have the damage to try to keep this off.
Karthus has a 9-stack Medjais.
Oh my goodness, so he does. So he does.
I just noticed that. And with the death cap, with the burn, look at that, 2.6 thousand damage dealt with the Blackfire Torch as well.
Right.
Big problem.
Right.
Big problem. And super minion duty, like you were saying, is rough when your Kai'Sa's your only marksman, but with the way Dusk and Dawn works and getting the AP so that you can get your your W evolved, there's more ability power in there, and so it's harder to clear these waves.
Yeah. Very interesting to see Jackson not go for Dusk and Dawn, opting for the Zhonya's Hourglass. Don't hate it. It's just interesting to see. It's not seeing any field cut on the side of Hollow Esports, and thank you, production. They are taking Baron uncontested because there's no vision. Not that they have a lot of room to do anything else. When you're on super mini duty like this, it's just what you got. We do have Elder Dragon coming up in a minute, but we might not even get to that point if Baron is anything to say about that.
Mel on the bottom side has to get back soon because Jerome wants to go in. He's on to Spryrain, gets the kick into the Requiem. Mike Beeson does get a good stop. Janerd is in the Zhonya's. High Memer is in the front line as well. They're chasing after Mike Beeson. They are going to take him down. Jerome is back on a rampage. Goblin is going to die as well. Janerd is going to get knocked out. Goblin actually is still alive somehow until Khalil takes him down. Spryrain gets bursted at the end, and that is the ace. CFC fought for 34 minutes, and they will come out victorious.
Well played. 2 long games, 4 excellent teams.
Yeah.
What a great tournament so far. Holy cow.
Yeah.
CFC, welcome to PLC. I mean, both teams did great. Hollow Esports really gave them a run for their money, but like very easy to see that both teams had the skill to kind of like push that agenda very well.
Absolutely. And like we said, it was 27 minutes before there was any semblance of a gold lead.
Yeah.
Like it was so close, so well played by everybody. And it just, I think honestly, all it came down to was the slipperiness.
Yeah. 100%.
Just the agility of CFC is what won that out. So congratulations to CFC. Well played to Hollow. We will be back after a quick break. We'll see you then.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
welcome back, everybody. This is the PLC February tournament. It's good to have you here. I'm still Juhadre, but that is Admin Anonymous.
That's me, Admin Anonymous. Thank you for having me on here. It's going to be a good game. Crazy game last game as well. The
Yeah.
comeback was very fun to see.
Absolutely. In fact, why don't we take a look at how all our games have gone? We have seen 2 incredible games, but we have had multiple games go through the day. Now, take a look up here. We saw CFC again. Nope. Yeah, against Hollow Esports. But Damage Check was victorious over Filmy last round. And that right there is exciting.
Very
Down
exciting.
on the bottom side of our bracket as well. Short Bus Dojo coming out ahead of Bada Bing Bada Boom. What that does mean, though, is Bada Bing Bada Boom got our bye and therefore will not be on the stream today. We apologize to them, but say, good games. We're glad you made it out, and we hope to see you next time. Up on the winner bracket, we have CFC versus Team Damage Check. We will not be watching that game, everybody. Instead, we will be watching the next one, Short Bus Dojo versus University of North Florida. And it's up.
Yeah,
Look at
we're
that.
good. That's it. We're going to go right back into it. I'm sorry.
So-
I was dealing with some messages.
No, I should have known better.
I'm sorry.
It's-
I'm
no,
not a
no.
good co-caster.
That is not true. You take that back right now.
So we got Short Bus Dojo on the blue side with University of North Florida on the red side. Starting with Swain is being hovered as a band, but the Diana and Braum bands.
I like those. I think Braum is a really strong champion, especially with the Bando Pipes. He has so many ways to proc that. It's strong with his passive as well. So I appreciate that one. The Swain, I think he's a strong champion. I just don't know what makes him so powerful at this point, other than possibly being a favorite of one of the UNF players. Yone
That's
still
most
taken
likely
away.
what it is.
Yone taken away. I think we saw Yone banned against SBD last time we saw them as well, so that's not overly surprising. Plus, he's a strong champion, right? Yone's strong. But
Yeah, and next Seraphine, perhaps.
okay,
That is that another snipe? 'Cause I'm
No.
not seeing a lot of.
I think that's
Am I just wrong? Is Seraphine pretty strong right now?
I don't know if right now, but I believe she's rising in popularity with the new
Okay.
items and the way you're supposed to play the game at the quote unquote supposed to play the game. She's been rising. If you remember last tournament, we had the Seraphine Sona bot lane.
Yes.
I think that's what they might be trying to avoid is something like that. Draven is
I do
hovered by
like the
you.
Draven Hover.
I know you like that.
Draven Hover is pretty spicy.
It's
Come
locked.
on, lock it. It's locked in. Yes, it's not showing right now, but I'm holding up my Draven Poro Fletcher. I'll
You
hold
got
that
your
up
little
later. So Ari into Draven, and do we fill out the bot lane just right away with confidence?
I don't think
Not
so.
quite.
I think you
We
match
picked
the
we
mid
picked
lane.
mid lane.
That's a good matchup there. Oriana is just one of those staples that has always been good. She
Yes.
is reliable. She's got great damage. She's got a little bit of the crowd control. She'll do fine into Ari and will be safe. And
Some really good utility. In fact, Ari Oriana is a really good skill matchup.
Vi locked in too. That's exciting. And Jinx. I don't know if
Vi,
I like
Jinx?
Jinx. I don't like Jinx into the Draven. I would think you would want someone who's a little more mobile or who can do more against the raw damage that Draven throws out.
In the lane, it is going to be a little bit weaker, but overall, Jinx is still really good in team fights, able to
Sure.
throw down the traps and put a lot of damage down where you need it. And so, if you're able to stay safe in lane against the Draven and just wait until you start scaling, yeah, I can see that paying off. Nocturne locked in for the jungle on University of North Florida. That is gonna jump on people.
Uh-huh.
Counter gank from anywhere.
Right.
If Vi shows up, it's like, oh, okay, I see you.
And I think that's one reason why I didn't like the Jinx. You already have Orianna. Nocturne, the combo with Orianna Nocturne is already big, but Nocturne against Jinx is always strong regardless because she's immobile, right? You click on Jinx, you're gonna hit Jinx. So
Yeah, the only time she's really mobile is when she gets excited, and but you gotta get a kill for that. You can't get a kill if you get locked down and dead.
or you can't see because Nocturne turns off the lights. So that's a great pick for UNF. I think that was very well timed in the draft.
Ornn. These, I don't know. Are they looking at my stream? The two cards I have showing Jinx and Ornn on my shelf here. That's what's happening.
However, the Thresh is a good hover in this matchup. He has a lot of good tools for saving. The peel from Thresh is very impressive, and so I would like to see this locked in.
Yes. If you're able to grab Draven, yeah. Like Draven has the movement button to try to get out and dodge Thresh, but Thresh can, if you walk up, get flag, get death sentence, they can look really rough for Draven. He doesn't have he's got stand aside, but if you're already next to him, stand aside doesn't do a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. So SBD has already had this top lane matchup. I can't remember who had what part of it. I think that they were the Gwen. In fact, they're picking the Gwen into the Ornn a second time today, and we saw how that matchup went. That was no.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, that's how it went. That's how it went.
Yeah.
So it's going to be good, right? We already know that this player is confident on that. I think it was Boar Vessel, right? Yeah, it's Boar Vessel from SBD. Going to be happy with that.
Excellent. And then Nico locked in to help round out the comp as that's the support. Actually, more locking somebody down, and with the snare, if you're able to get the snare, throw down the blossom, get some damage in with a stand aside. A Jinx can go down very quickly with this. So this is a very heavy kill lane.
Yeah.
In the bot side.
Absolutely. And the trickiness of playing against a Nico added to it.
Yeah.
You have to remember that you can't just trade with Draven ever. You will not win it. And so the peel
he's
and
got a
remembering
spinning
to
axe.
count
It's
your
not going to work.
minions. Yeah, exactly. And so this is going to be a tough lane for the Jinx Thresh, but I think that's why I like the Thresh. Is it's going to make that lane all the better, all the easier to go through, despite it being hard no matter what.
Yes. All right, and yep, we're gonna log in all of our
Vessel.
picks.
Yes.
I was looking into that as well. Boar Vessel to pick that up.
So I'm interested because Jimbo Slimbo will be on the Ornn this time, and I want to know, or I'm excited to see if he pilots a little bit differently than our last Ornn player did, or is it going to go almost the exact same way with the Gwen just in power until Ornn gets his ultimate, and then it's his favor for a little bit, and then he goes back. It's just the weird seesaw.
That's definitely something to keep an eye on for that. We talked about it a little bit before, but I'm really excited to see how this mid lane shakes out. This is a skill matchup. It's like pretty even. It's a 5-5. It is not really heavily favored one to the other, even through patches that may favor Orianna or Ahri individually. This is still a very classic matchup to watch. So watching Jack Frost and Vine, see how they pilot those mid laners and move around the map. Roaming with Ahri is a little bit easier, but you can't count out Orianna with just the speed boost that she can give herself and to everybody.
That's Ohana means fam.
Yeah, Ohana means fam.
Nice long name there. Ohana, Congratulations. We're going to shorten that. But
OMF.
that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Looking over at UNF, we have another Wombo combo. We talked about that a little earlier with Shazbot, that this is kind of the bread and butter type of comp that UNF has always liked to do, is these big Wombo combos. So you turn off the lights, you hit them with the knock up, excuse me. Suddenly you've got an Oriana ball and Nico keeping everybody together. But this is a very solid composition from UNF, and it's terrifying.
That is actually you bring that up. That is a massively terrifying Wombo combo. Like, start with Ornn, going with Nocturne, get the sombrero, and then knock up ultimate from Nico, and Draven cleans up.
Yeah,
that's a crazy ult synergy, just all in a row. If that happens, that's I think we just, if UNF pulls that off in the game, I think we just give them a win right there.
I was going to say it would mean lights out, but that's obvious because it's Nocturne. But
yeah,
on the other side, I will say that the pick potential on the side of Short Bus Dojo is quite high. That's one of the classic combos where you land the Vi ult into an Ahri charm into a death sentence. Like, there's no way to get out of that. That's like 8 seconds of just pure death time. And even Ornn, I don't think would be able to withstand that, because the Gwen and the Jinx will just tear him apart.
Yeah. And
however, go ahead.
Well, I didn't have a whole lot to add on to that. Like, you have a little bit of the utility from Thresh to keep people off of different targets, but Nocturne's unstoppable during ults, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so not a whole lot you can do to keep him from jumping in originally. And then Nock also has the spell shield to keep, like, if you try to flay them back from your Jinx or your Ahri, you have to, and then you have to try to land a death sentence, and Nocturne is pretty quick. Nocturne can be pretty slippery. So I love Thresh. Nocturne's still really hard to lock down, even when you have so many tools.
Absolutely. The other thing, though, Short Bus has that lockdown, but it's all very single target. So they're going to have to be careful. Use the Ahri dashes and the get excited from the Jinx to follow up on all of that crowd control, because if you're only locking down the one target, then you're not going to get a whole lot done. So Short Bus Dojo really needs to focus and line everything up, get it in sequence, make sure their cooldowns are low enough, and then they can make it all work, I would think. And
I would like to see Thresh death sentence Ornn out of not getting the ram.
Mm-hmm. That's
always fun to do.
That's a mini game for sure, is trying to stop Ornn from getting the second cast of his ultimate, for sure. They have a few ways of doing that. You got the charm, the knockback, the ultimate, sorry, when I say knockback and ultimate, I mean the Vi Q and R. And then you have Thresh Q, Thresh W. No,
you can have Jinx lock it down with the trap.
Yeah.
That could work.
Yeah,
so
that could happen.
A few ways to try that, but if you're gonna hit that with if Ornn is gonna be stopped by a trap, Ornn was way too close to try to throw it down anyway.
Yeah, I'll give you that. The range on that ability is what makes it so terrifying, I think.
Yes.
Do you remember when it had like the lowest cooldown in the entire game, minus Lux's ult?
Yes. Just hearing the horn all the time.
So then when we're looking at our summoner spells when we get into game, I think that the discussion could go back to Boar Vessel and the ability to take Ghost and Ignite. Do you think that we'll see that, or will we stick with the traditional teleport like we did last game?
It's probably just going to be the teleport.
Okay. I can be excited, Admin.
Yes, it's probably going to be the teleport. I would like to see Ghost. Because that on both teams, that extra movement can really come into play for both of their compositions, or to help escape from some of the dangers that are really present, especially from University of North Florida. But now we are getting into game. We are on the Rift. Welcome to Swiss Round 3. the final round of our Swiss stage before we go into our knockouts. Short Bus Dojo versus University of North Florida.
I'm excited for this. If today has been any indicator for the excitement of our games, then this one should be incredible.
Yes.
Every one of these teams is Final Four ready. Every one of these teams has proven that they win and they strategize and they have everything that they need to do. In particular, I think that this match is exciting because both teams are on the 1-1 side of it. And so they both really want to be ahead when it comes to calculating that Final Four.
Yes. All right. Starting off, just everybody get in position, minions in so fast, so it just kind of nerfs the PLC.
Yeah,
Just in general to keep the early invades from happening.
I miss it. I was listening to the dive, and apparently it's really popular, and nobody liked the level 1 invades, but I always have. I think it's so much fun. I do understand how it can really skew things if people take it the wrong way, but to completely remove it, I think was a mistake.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what happens next season.
Yeah.
Slimble getting poked down a little bit by Boar Vessel, still not level 2. Just
No.
getting pushed back into the turret, and that's fine.
Yeah.
There's a
Born
level
is
2.
okay to be poked, but getting that level 2. Boar Vessel obviously has the push here, the damage threat, the kill threat the whole time. So Jimbo Slimble just had to wait. That extra half a wave is all good. And at this point,
Just play patient.
yeah, you're gonna want to get your W next anyway, right? Just because. Oh, hold on, Amber Dragon is caught. They've got some damage down onto Amber Dragon, but answering is Jigon. Lynx nearly dies here. Mid lane, Jack Frost is running away from Virus. He will dodge out the second part of the Q. Ignite is in. Virus doesn't have his flash, but does he follow? He does not. Jack Frost makes it out with 47 health.
Jigon down in the bot lane, who was just juggling 2 axes that entire time, just putting tons of damage onto Lynx. Lynx and Jinx.
Nice. I actually really like that. Dizu is down here on the bottom side. He might be trying to get something done to help his bot lane. Never mind. Oh my gosh. Virus went
That's
in.
way behind the turret.
Virus went in. Tried to go. Went through the jungle, tried to dive underneath the turret. That's awesome. Didn't use his flash, though.
Yeah, but I understand why we weren't looking at it. I wasn't expecting that, but goodness, why? I'm trying to understand what the thought process is around there. Yeah. First blood to UNF. Big misplay by Virus going into like wave 6, wave 7.
Mm-hmm. So this is actually important because Dizu didn't get the Scuttle Crab, and now Nick is going to get the second one up on the top side, and then probably turn it into a gank. Boar Vessel is safe. He's healthy enough, and he's close enough to the turret. So Nick is just going to go back. But this is another similar to last time. Already double the CS for Boar Vessel.
Yeah, but like Orin is going to play a little bit slower. Oh,
he
good!
got the
That's
hit onto Jigon. Pulled underneath the turret. He does pop the barrier. Flashes are traded. Lynx is also ignited. But that was terrifying.
Jinx almost getting that trap under the turret would have been literally the death sentence for Jigon, but able to get out just right. Did he keep the flash?
Oh my gosh, did Jigon? No, he flashed.
No.
I know he flashed. It was just
I was like, I thought I saw the flash.
overlay.
The cooldown was just not quite setting up right.
Yeah. I saw the barrier too, so I knew.
So we got
that
3 Dravens on the map. That's fun to see. that was just fun to point out.
You can never have too many Dravens. Let's be real here.
Welcome to the League of Draven. Yeah, that's
All right.
what it's all about.
I know that you remember it, but chat, let us know if you remember that video from when Draven was first released. Oh my gosh, that was an Amber Dragon, in fact. Virus is taking huge amounts of damage. Jack Frost picks up the kill. Flash over the wall. Amber Dragon flashes away as well. Dizu now has to back off from Jack Frost, and Amber Dragon doing a great play, roaming mid. Jimbo Slimbo versus Boar Vessel. Boar Vessel is winning this one for sure. No knock up there from the Infernal Charge. Jack Frost, in fact, getting Disu pretty low as well. That's another command attack into the Dissonance. And just the action is here. Nothing really seems to be happening, but stuff is going on.
Yes. Let's see what else we got. We do have Nick coming into the bot lane, trying to set up a play there. Boar Vessel putting a lot of damage.
Has second and third casts of the ultimate. The slow is there. Flash from Jimbo Slimble. Boar Vessel jumps in, will pick up the kill, and this is what Boar Vessel was trying to do in the last game, finally succeeding against the Ornn.
Excellent. Double on the CS. The score is not quite updating quickly for Gwen right now. Nick going in on Virus.
Virus is going to land the charm. Nick has a lot of damage. He moves quickly here in the river, and he goes even faster. Flash forward. Virus does jump away with the ultimate and will survive. But Jack Frost is here. Virus went back in, goes down to a command attack. Beautiful roam from Jack Frost. Izu is going to make it out, but Amber Dragon locks them up as well. He is on the backside, uses the clone to block the death sentence, and now UNF can push this wave in pretty easily. Or you just grab the Drake.
Yeah, they're all low. They're forced to go back. The free dragon, the free mountain drake.
Jimbo Slimble here. He has the. Oh no, is the small one the Negatron cloak? No, that's a null magic mantle. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's got that. He's got the hit points. He's gonna try and survive this lane here, but Boar Vessel deals a lot of damage. He's working on that Duskwind Dawn. He has the elixirs from his runes, and the fight is here. The knock-up onto Boar Vessel. He does pop that elixir, meaning that he has less fear in the fight against Jimbo Slimble, who's just trying to farm, honestly. Like you pointed it out. Oh, but Nocturne has his first ultimate, goes in onto Virus. A little bit late. He must have been traveling while Jack Frost went down. No ignite anymore. Nick is very low. Virus does not have anything to help secure. But now Nick and Amber Dragon are here. Amber Dragon wants to follow up with Jagon. Virus is the target. Clone will take damage from the turret, but that was unfortunate for UNF.
Yeah. Oh, here comes a rocket.
He got the kill! Great eye, admin. Jinx from downtown. Amber Dragon is going to lock down Lynx, going to throw out the clone to try and stop a death sentence. Big damage there, but that Jinx rocket was clutch.
Wow. What a snipe. What a snipe by Jinx. That is the play that makes you feel good. Jimbo Slimble bullying Boar Vessel under the turret.
Boar Vessel has more mana, and he's got the innate healing. Jimbo Slimble can't do anything without mana himself. So the proxy is here, but Boar Vessel taking a lot of damage. I think Nick might just get this. Throws down the Duskbringer. He gets moving faster, gets the fear, and good guy Jimbo Slimble gives the gold over to Nick.
It looked like they were trying to give it to each other for a moment there.
Yeah, it kind of did.
I was like, who deserves this more? It's not about that. Let's try to get Jimbo Slimble back into the game. Get some of this gold around. Because we don't want to let Gwen run too far away from this.
Yeah, that CS number, though, is getting crazy.
Yeah, it maintaining a double CS lead almost completely.
Jack Frost and Virus are having a fist fight with spells. Jack Frost is winning for now. Virus trying to back away. Has to flash. Did you see that shockwave? Yeah, shockwave went off for sure. Just, again, the overlay is a little bit slow. Speaking of, Amber Dragon going to get the catch onto Lynx. Legion is throwing down the damage. He does not get the kill. Throws out the stand aside at the end to try and get some last second damage. And it is not enough. Amber Dragon, though, forward, gets caught with the death sentence. No jump in from Lynx. He's too low. And Jagon does have the pressure to push them off.
Oh, another almost gets the kill
Jinx
again.
rocket. Dizu is here. Legon will stop the damage. Amber Dragon is still alive. Dizu actually gets the ultimate. Legon gets hit with the death sentence, and again, SBD turned the play around.
Oh, you came out of the bush. She hadn't used her ultimate yet. That's an easy ultimate from Vi.
Big plays coming out of SBD. Up 2 kills, up almost 2K. They are behind on the objectives, so don't tell the feats.
Yep. That's all right.
This is
Our overlay is now caught up, which is nice.
Yeah. So, we talked about the teleports for our top laners. You were correct, and I think it's a stylistic preference. I think if you were a big teleport player before, you're not going to take anything different.
Yeah, it didn't really change much. Not a whole lot of need to change.
I do though. Ever since the change, never mind. Jigon is caught. He's going to try and dodge out the traps, but it is not enough. Barrier is popped. He doesn't have his flash yet. One more auto. Jinx is on a rampage here on the bottom side.
Very well played by Thresh and Jinx as well to just clean up that kill. They're going in on Amber Dragon still.
Yeah, I don't see why you don't.
Yeah.
Lynx does not land the death sentence, but Amber Dragon is pretty healthy. Do we have the play? The box first to get the slowdown. In comes Nocturne onto Lynx. It was all a setup, but the traps are enough. Amber Dragon flashes forward, gets the knock up onto Lynx, who will die to the hand of Nick. Amber Dragon lands another one. Holy crap, Nick blocked the rocket!
That was so clutch. So Jinx tried to flash out of the ultimate of Amber Dragon, was not able to, and that was able to help clean up the kill there. Very good for University of North Florida. They're going to pick up another one.
Disu's in a 1v3. The fear is down. Disu goes unstoppable in his own ultimate, but will still die. Nick throw down the Duskburn to go a little bit quicker. Jack Frost and Jagon are behind him. Meanwhile, topside.
They're not going to chase that down. They're looking to take this next Drake, but Ahri, they're not pulling out of the pit.
I don't think Ahri goes
they're
for
trusting
that.
they're just going to be able to kill it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting
Smite
that
no smite.
no smite that goes to the Orianna, which is not ideal. Oh, he didn't have it available. Virus trying to
I was
land.
just throwing out spells, hoping something connects.
War Vessel goes in onto Jimble Slimble. There we go again. Look at the damage out of the Gwen. It goes immune and gets the kill.
No!
Oh, Boar Vessel, you monster!
Wow! War Vessel going immune to just not be affected by Jimble Slimble's ult, and is able to just dash in, get the Q, and then dash out, go right back in to get some plates. Very well played by Boar Vessel. Death sentence on Amber Dragon, but nothing a whole lot to follow up on that because there's a wave to clear.
The mid lane matchup you were talking about, skill matchup, even on CS, Jack Frost has the advantage in terms of things done, but
yeah,
it's close. It's only 500 gold difference, but up on top side, this is a big problem if you're a UNF fan because Jimble Slimble is very behind.
Virus wants this kill again. A death sentence into the traps. Amber Dragon is stuck for just a moment.
I think that's going to be it for a little bit. Death sentence doesn't reduce cooldown when you hit, but it's still long.
Lynx keeps throwing out these death sentence a little too early. Like, not a whole lot is going to happen, even if you catch it all the way back there. Jinx has to focus on the wave. So, right now, holding that's a little bit better.
Amber Dragon got the loop, got the stun. Lynx is in some huge trouble, but is tanky. Jagon gets that kill. The wave is pushed under the turret, and it's just going to be the 1-for-0.
Okay, I wasn't mad at the death sentences at the time. That's just unfortunate timing for Nick ready to jump in and follow up to the counter engage.
So UNF have very good wave push here. Jack Frost is going to get caught again. That's Ignite. Virus does not have ultimate, but flash from Disu, and Virus picks up another kill.
Goodbye, Jack Frost. That's gonna help equalize the lane a little bit, at least in terms of kills for Virus, for Short Bus Dojo in the mid lane. Boar Vessel has taken the top first turret.
Yeah, first turret was a little bit.
First turret in the top lane and is wailing on this tier 2 turret in the top lane.
It's going to be a
But he's gonna get
2v1 up
pincered.
on the top side. Nick will get the Dustbringer first. Turret shot not landing. But now Jimble Slimble, you got to be careful, buddy. He goes inside the circle. War Vessel jumps forward to try and get onto Nick. But he get the kill. Dodges out just barely, and Nick survives with maybe 100 health. Lynx
Nick, very
tried
well
to
played by
predict the dodge, and instead Lynx is going to get caught. Jagon dealing huge damage, flashes forward, needs one more auto. He does get it, but is shut down right after. Flash away for Amber Dragon means it's just the 1-for-1.
So Draven did die first, meaning he lost half his adoration stacks, or a portion. I don't think it's half anymore. A portion of his adoration stacks before he was able to cash that in.
I thought he got
That's
the kill
actually-
first.
Not that the kill feed was showing that he had died. He had died first. It was blue team got a kill first.
Awkward.
Yeah, just in time. That axe was in the air.
Oh, good for SBD.
Yeah.
Wiping some sweat off their brow.
Yeah.
Rift Herald.
Rift Herald goes down for University of North Florida. A lot of damage onto Jack Frost.
That was actually crazy. So the objective game is definitely UNF's favor, but I remember that being almost every game. They do a great job controlling the map itself, and so we need to see them transition that into the win. They are behind in gold, but they have the pressure on the map, and they have tools to do things.
Yes.
As we get caught in the jungle, Jack Frost is low. Lynx doesn't follow up, but that was a really fast jump in by Nick. Izu is caught here. He does ult onto Jack Frost. Flashes over the wall. Mega Death Rocket gets intercepted, and the rest of UNF are jumping away. Amber Dragon might be in some trouble. Virus actually takes a huge amount of damage. He goes down. Amber Dragon picks that one up. Death Sentence goes wide. War Vessel has shown up, but can't do anything else. Ultimate is actually available. He shoots one. He has 2 more charges. He decides not to use it on champions. And that was huge from UNF.
I'm gotta go back to Lynx. Lynx keeps trying to land these max range death sentences, and that's actually not a good way to manage Thresh and the death sentence. It's a very powerful ability, but like if it's at max range, a lot of times there's not an easy way to follow up.
Yeah.
So like you need to try to get a little bit closer. Use your tanky stats to just stand in the right spots wherever you need to be.
Answering on the top side, the top turret is taken. Jimble Slimble takes that in trade for the Drake, and now he's in a 1v1 against Virus. He doesn't seem to care. He's got that Hollow Radiance and the Merc Treads, so much less damage going onto him from these magic sources.
All right. Taking stock of the game now, it's 2 turrets to 1. Jimble Slimble was able to try to equalize that a little bit. Same amount of kills, 11 to 11. Everybody make a wish. Almost about a 2k gold lead for Short Bust Dojo. This is still going to be a fight back and forth. We are, the dragon.
Nick is here. They get the knockup onto Virus. He is caught. No ultimate from Nick. He actually does have it. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Jagon gets the first kill on to Jinx. And now on the top side, Boar Vessel's in a 1v2. Nick is really low. They get the knockup from Jimble Slimble. Boar Vessel wants to go on him. Now there's no more mana on the bottom side. Lynx is still alive. Jimble Slimble won't be for long. He does have his flash. He goes over the wall, and he will make it out.
Excellent. So, a lot of damage put onto Boar Vessel, but Boar Vessel is still healthy enough and pushed everybody out. I'm going to take some more damage on this turret. No, it's going to go back and reset, get some items, get even stronger.
The team fighting out of UNF is saving this game. I believe it's the combat stats from their objectives. Like I was saying before, they have extra resistances. They have extra power with the chem tech, and they're making a case for why they should move on to the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. We have Baron coming up in 15 seconds. There's not going to be a whole lot of positioning around that just yet. I think right now, Boar Vessel just wants to keep fighting Jimble Slimble, keep that split push pressure going.
Jimble Slimble is going to get the knockup here, but the healing out of Boar Vessel is crazy with that
My goodness.
Keystone and his item, Boar Vessel, just ruins Jimbo Slimbo's day.
Yeah, just forcing people to have to come to the top lane in order to keep this turret alive. Draven's going to try to put some damage, but Draven can't solo this either.
No, Gwen is so slippery with her E on as low a cooldown as it is. She can just
Yes.
dive in.
Lots of
Nick,
positioning
Jagon, and
around
Amber
this
Dragon
jungle.
are trying to set up a trap. Lynx might be the target. Amber Dragon sees Dizu. They actually forced Dizu's flash. He didn't want anything to do with that afterward.
And Dizu was the one who tried to engage.
Turret was taken.
They saw one person. Dizu jumps over the wall, goes, "There are way too many people here." Like pulls a Han Solo in episode 4.
Just jumps down the garbage chute.
Comes around the corner, sees a whole platoon,
Oh yeah, that's
Uh,
right.
has to run away.
That's right. Virus might be in some trouble, taking huge damage here. The minions might actually do enough. Jagon survives the fight on top side.
I don't
Oh,
know
I
why
like
you're
this.
going
Jack
back in there,
Frost
Virus.
was
Virus.
gonna go back, but the timing was perfect. Lynx is gonna land the death sentence. It's gonna be a 3v1. Jack Frost is just trying to delay everybody, doing a bit of damage there, gets the command protect, and is going to go down. That was really interesting. I didn't think he was gonna. I thought he was gonna let Virus go because he had already started the back, but instead he picks up the kill but dies himself.
Well, he was, but Virus went back for some reason.
Nick,
Like Virus
on
went
the
back with no health, knows Orianna is there. I have no clue why Virus has given up 2 kills. 2 easy kills this entire game. One early game when you're on the other side of the enemy turret for some reason, and
Yeah.
one just right now.
Dizu is going to try and take the blue buff from Nick. Nick spots it out. He stole it. Dizu stole it.
Oh no!
He had vision in the brush and he smote it away. Oh, that's a bummer.
Dizu makes out
They're
like a
gonna chase him.
bandit. See ya! Oh, there's a teleport.
Teleport is coming
They're
in.
not happy
There's
about that
Jimble
steal.
Slimble. He's going to call the Forge God. Throw it down onto Dizu. He does not land it. And Dizu went from blue buff to blue buff. He took it and he's going to keep it, by golly.
Burns a teleport and an ult in this chase. What a play!
That's super funny. I
Oh
love
my
it.
hook.
I love PLC so much.
Setting up for the Wind Drake that is just now spawning. There's a teleport to the top lane to match this split push by Gwen, because Gwen will take the inhibitor off of this if she is not answered.
Absolutely. Nick secures the Drake with the help of his team. In goes Nick onto Jinx. They have the pile up. They get the kill onto Lynx and Jinx. Dizu goes in to try and get some damage on the Jack Frost. He flashes away and is locked up. And that is a 3-for-0 trade in favor of UNF. Up on the top side, Boar Vessel wants to get the kill on the turret, actually. He does get it, and now he's in the fight. 1v1. He will get the slow onto Jimbo Slimble. Flash forward. Jagon does
Still
not
gonna get out?
manage to get the stand aside. Nick does have flash. Doesn't have the fear ready to go. Dustbringer is going to get him some movement speed. And Boar Vessel makes it out.
So the entire time, Boar Vessel was wailing on the turret, just taking damage from Jimbo Slimble, because that turret never aggroed onto Boar Vessel. Boar Vessel forces the turret, runs away, almost kills Jimbo Slimble, but is forced to run away, makes it out alive with
Jack
that extra
Frost
gold.
is
Jack Frost is just going to die.
Huge trouble.
That's just something that happened. I'm too busy glazing Boar Vessel to talk about that.
It was a great charm land. Oh, that was extra close. Oh my gosh. Okay, Jagon and Amber Dragon have arrived. I think they wanted to set up for the Baron, but I don't know if
Placement
that's
of
the
these
right call.
clones have been
Virus
excellent.
gets a huge chunk from Jagon, and Nick is here. That means contest is definitely viable.
The Amber Dragon with these clones has just been putting a masterclass on what to do with the clones. It's just they're always in the way. Right now, it's pretending to be Jagon right here, and is just trying to bait out this hook. If you get hooked in, Lynx is just going to die to an ultimate from Amber Dragon and death by Nick.
I wish we could see a stat for how many turrets Boar Vessel has destroyed today. because he just took another one. I think that's 3 or 4 this game that Boar Vessel has destroyed alone.
Teleport. Boar Vessel wants to be here for the fight. The Baron has been started.
And they go. Virus is in a bad position. Jack Frost gets caught with a taunt, though, and will go down. Boar Vessel picks that one up. In goes Amber Dragon. They're going to get the slam down, but Jagon can't deal that much damage. And in goes the Vi with the cease and desist, and that was a terrible play for UNF. Short Bus Dojo made quick work of that engage.
They're not even going to go for the Baron. They're going for the turret. They might even try to end. At least, no, they're going to take the inhibitor. This is not going to be the end.
Yeah,
Not
I think you
quite,
can
at
get the
least.
inhibitor, but
I think Boar Vessel gets the inhibitor. Everybody else can go back
Yeah.
to Baron. Yeah.
that's definitely the
I
play.
think this is a good idea, actually.
Yeah,
We
that's
went
the
from
play.
500 gold to UNF to now 5,000 gold, 5,500 gold to SBD
Look at
in
this.
like 2 minutes.
That perfect lantern just hanging out waiting for Boar Vessel to do his thing. That gold swing is going to get even bigger because SBD just took the Baron. That's 1,500 gold in their pockets. They have siege and they didn't need it. Boar Vessel again has taken out 5 turrets.
We're at 5.5 now. 30 seconds later, we're at 6.5, almost 7,000 gold lead. Short Bus Dojo is now looking to. Right now, you either pick top lane or bot lane to just shove up as 5. In fact, you take bot lane and have Boar Vessel split top. You take the game.
Absolutely.
You do not need to go into the mid lane because you have the super minions going there. Super minions will end the game by themselves if they're left alone. Somebody must
Amber
answer
Dragon
the
just
fight.
got caught. Nick jumps in onto the Jinx. That's an instant kill. And the Zonias keeps Amber Dragon alive. It's a 2 for 2. Dizu has a Guardian Angel, but he's not even the big target. Boar Vessel here just ran over Jagon. Jimbo Symbol, Jack Frost are the next targets. Dizu takes huge amounts of damage, gets knocked up there against the wall, wants to get the Blast Cone, will make it out. The Gromp is there. Jack Frost does not land the command attack. They have vision. Jimbo Slimble does not have his ult. He has his splash, but he doesn't want to follow. That was a 3 for 3. But watch out, Jimbo Slimble is here. He didn't do it.
He doesn't
Oh
know.
my gosh. All he had to do,
Don't-
the alcove.
Oh, but I am upset with Short Bus Dojo's decision making here. Why are you in the jungle? You have Baron buff. Pick a lane. Literally pick a lane and just go down it. Going down mid lane would have been better than doing that. You don't need to fight. You close Nexus is how you win the game, right? I have strong opinions about having the Baron buff and wasting it. And once again,
Absolutely. Nick, gonna be in some trouble.
I'm not mad at getting the Drake here, but if they try to get the Drake while you're pushing down turrets, they're going to lose.
The rest of UNF has arrived. The Call of the Forge God is there, but he gets caught with the death sentence instead. In goes Amber Dragon. He lands a 4-man ultimate. Jinx is dead. Lynx is dead. Boar Vessel is almost dead. Dizu does get the Guardian Angel. He's going to go in onto Nick. He will secure that kill. Jinx is in some trouble. He will go down. Dizu wants to go in. Jack Frost is going to try and body block, but Jagon is still alive and dealing huge damage. That was a great fight for UNF.
Yeah, 3 for 3. Nick, the decision making Short Bus Dojo has made in the last 2 plays makes it look like UNF has a chance here,
And
they don't.
the 6K gold lead is
They really don't.
formidable.
But bad decisions. You don't need to go for that dragon, even though they're on soul point. If they try to go get it, if anybody tries to go get it, you have Baron buff. Pick a lane.
Well,
There's a dead inhibitor. There's an open inhibitor. You will end the game if they try to get that soul point.
Exactly. I was going to say go mid because it's the easiest.
Well,
You're already taking the turrets.
Like that mid with the broken inhibitor already pushes by itself. You actually don't want to take Baron buff with that. You actually want to take Baron buff and take the other inhibitors that are down. Then when they lose the fight, then you go down to whatever the dead inhibitor is and end the game.
I think you could have ended the game if you had gone mid, though. Like, yes,
well,
if you're trying to guarantee the
going
win,
down mid lane was even though that's the worst lane to go down, was a better decision than what they made
I
twice
see what
in a
you're
row.
saying. I see what you're saying. Okay.
So yeah, you're right. Going down mid would have been better, but it's still, if you're looking at the 3 lanes to choose from, it is the worst one.
Mhm.
Anyway, yeah. Learn how to play with Baron, folks.
War Vessel
It
goes
is
in
a
on the
very
Jack
strong
Frost,
game
pulls
ender
him
if you let
underneath
it.
the turret. He takes one shot. He's gonna get the kill, but will he survive here? He is ignited, but he's healing so much. Nick dives in, and War Vessel is still alive. Does he actually manage to do this? No, the red buff will take him down. But
Not
pushing
quite.
mid lane, SBD have 3 members. Dizu is there. He stops one of the backs, and his team is going to get everything that they want. That's 1 turret.
Off the
It's
back?
going to be
Yes.
2. Dizu underneath the turret is going to stop Nick as long as he can. Does he even get the kill? The fear underneath the turret might be enough. He needs to land the Q. He gets the shield, and he does get the kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Jimbo Slimble and Amber Dragon are chasing after Lynx. Lynx is going to get caught. He is going to death sentence onto Amber Dragon to stop the rest of the engage, but it's close.
The inhibitor comes back up into the mid lane, able to take 1 turret, but that's going to be able to respawn. I really liked the Dizu decision to keep the back from happening.
Mhm.
Didn't quite work out. Getting the kill, it was more of a bonus at that point, right at the end there, because you couldn't get out. But I don't know if it's a better play, but I still like it. I still think it was good.
Right. It was a fun play at the very least, and I think
Yes.
it did serve the purpose. Like, they got the Nexus turret, but then I think the inhibitor respawning is the only reason it didn't work out.
Not quite able to take out that second Nexus turret. But yeah, now we're setting up. What are we going to set up for next? It's Baron. That's the next thing up. We got the
UNF.
Dancing Gimbal Slimble in the bush.
UNF wants to make sure that they get this one now. They have the Ornn, they have the Draven. I think you would... Is that the right Ornn item to have? Is the Nick actually goes in onto Jinx, procs the Guardian Angel instantly. They are there. They got the kill onto the Jinx. Nick is the next target. Call of the Forge God is coming in. Dizu is locked in. Virus is locked down. That's 3 kills over to UNF. I think they're going to try and base race here. Jagon versus Lynx. Jimbo Slimble and Jack Frost are trying to help him. Jagon gets another kill. Someone
the teleport
needs to
back.
answer Boar Vessel. Jimbo Slimble is there. He's going to get the knockup. He's got to clear these minions out. Instead, there is the Nexus that's available. Do they have the damage? Boar Vessel is strong, and he picks up the kill. SPD! Go on and win the game!
Boar Vessel is just way too strong to ignore and is able to end the game so easily. It was a good attempt to try to race that, teleport 2 people back, but Boar Vessel is just that far ahead. And that's what I was saying earlier. The decision making that SBD was making made it look like UNF had a chance. They really didn't. It was
No.
6,000 difference. That's huge. Like, that still technically able to come back at some points, not at the point they were at. And most of that being on Gwen showed up. Very, very well played by Boar Vessel to finish that out. Good play from UNF in that last play to get the picks.
Yeah.
Just not
Absolutely.
as responsive as they should have been to try to stop that push. But yeah, that is well played by Short Bus Dojo to get that win, and yeah, that's an excellent game 3.
I think we have had 3 incredible games on our stream
Yes.
so far, admin. And everybody, we hope to have at least 2 more incredible games. Don't go anywhere, or at least don't go far away, because our top 4 cut comes back right after this.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
Welcome back, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here for the Progenitor Circuit February Final Four. It has been a really exciting day. We saw 3 banger games. I'm Juhadre, that's Admin Anonymous, and we are getting ready for 2 more exciting games.
Single elimination. We're in the final four, the knockout rounds. And let's take a look at who our teams are. First, the Swiss rounds, and the winners of round 3, CFC, of course, taking their top spot, undefeated in the Swiss rounds. We had our Short Bus Dojo versus University of North Florida. Filmy beats out Hollow Esports, and then Bada Bing Bada Boom taking that bye for round 3.
So it's an interesting thing to see where everyone has landed. Short Bus Dojo, Damage Check, and Filmy were all in the Final Four last time. It was Hollow Esports was the only other team that was there, but CFC has dethroned them this time. And so the excitement here is to see if Filmy can beat Damage Check again, like they did last month, and overcome their earlier loss to them today. And then Short Bus Dojo, I don't think they played against CFC today. So this is going to be a brand new challenge for them.
Yep. So CFC is getting run through the gauntlet of a lot of just heavy hitters from the PLC and is looking to come out on top. Very well played by CFC and very strong players. I'm excited to see what happens next.
Yeah, and so because we saw Short Bus Dojo last game, we are doing Damage Check versus Filmy for our semifinal, and it's crazy because again, this was the finals last tournament, so this game is going to be just as exciting as everything else, and it's the tiebreaker in my eyes. So
yes,
it's going to be great.
Yeah, we're starting to see some PLC grudge matches. We even had one earlier today with University of North Florida versus Hollow Esports, was it?
Say again?
University of North Florida versus Hollow Esports grudge match?
That was
is that correct?
They played that one off stream, but yes, it was played.
Yes, that is technically a grudge match because Mike Beeston was a team captain for University of North Florida and is no longer with them. We are now in picks and bans. We have Vagar and Ambessa banned away right into Graves. Interesting bans because I'm not expecting a Graves and Vagar ban, and Caitlyn.
Graves just got buffed, and
okay,
he's a big invade champion, especially with everything that goes on in your quests, right? Your role quest. Graves is a huge problem because he deals insane damage, and what they buffed was his True Grit passive, making him tankier. So he can just walk in and fight you, and he just knows that he's going to win because he gets free resistances.
All right, the Seneschal himself, Xin.
That's such a coll word. Can you spell that?
Yeah. Can I spell that?
Yeah.
Senesch, Seneschal Al, right?
Sure. I don't know.
Oh my goodness. So fine. Let me.
But the Viego is locked in on the side of Filmy. This isn't. I don't think we've seen them play Viego before.
Yo, I nailed it. Schal.
Everybody clap.
What I was thinking. I don't know. I don't remember if that's exactly what I said, but it was what I was thinking. Trust me, bro. Viego. Anyway, we're actually talking about things.
So jungles are locked in. This goes back to something that Shazbot and I were talking about, is where are you going to put your AD? These two champions are great choices, especially when you lock Syndra in right after.
Yeah. It's you have your AD damage and now your AP damage. Syndra with her outplay button, press R, somebody will die.
No, the last game we saw Syndra was at the very beginning of the day against the Vel'Koz, and she was terrifying, doing a lot of damage, setting up those long-range stuns, and I love playing Syndra. I love watching Syndra. I think she's a fascinating champion with the way she interacts with the map.
Viego is very happy to see some very strong picks to take over right now.
Oh yeah.
Jumping
You know,
with Xin
it's
Zhao, getting rid of the
interesting.
Jinx.
So one thing that I do is when I look at a composition that grabs Silas, I'm like, oh man, look at all these ultimates. But when someone picks Viego, I forget to look at the other composition to see what will be strong for there. So thank you for reminding me. But Annie is locked in for TDC.
Yeah, Annie into Syndra. I am not familiar with this matchup.
Oh, neither am I. I don't think so. When Syndra was strong and popular, Annie was not, except in the support position. That's when they were played at the same time. But
Yeah.
this is a great pick for Filmy. Tristana for Derry. We've seen Derry play this.
Ooh, yes.
to
Yes, we
huge
have.
success. Huge success. So Filmy gets a very comfortable champion on their marksman. And we already know that Geo is going to be able to do whatever Geo does. It doesn't matter what champion.
Geo is as Geo does. We're going to get pies somewhere on the Rift, and it's going to be fantastic.
All right, we're pinching support on the side of Filmy, top laners for damage check. It's always fun to me to see where the priorities are going to lie for these teams.
Yeah.
I think because you're going to pick your support next, I think you do ban out at least one top laner, get rid of the Ornn. That's a safe bet. And then you get the counter pick for Filmy. Oh, look at that. They traded a top.
Yeah, they did both.
I love
they
it.
both did both.
So with Tristana, I think you want someone who can help set up her damage. The likes of Alistar and Braum actually come to mind because she's so good at getting those auto attacks in quick. If you can set her up, that's what I would like to see is some kind of engaged support here on the side of Filmy.
That would be fun to see. Leona jumping in. Darius top lane.
Okay. That was not what I was expecting.
Against the Xin Zhao in the jungle, so we're not sure yet. So now we get some locking in, and they want to counter pick the. Interesting that they're choosing to counter pick the support.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think looking at this probably would have been better to have the to counter pick the top lane because like you were saying, you already have an idea of what you want to do to enhance the Tristana's strength.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not really a lot of you can do some counterplay there on the support, but I'm not feeling the Darius pick going in because K'Sante, you can pick whoever you want into it to try to go against it. But yeah, I don't know what you're thinking to go against the Melio Jinx that we haven't already thought of.
So this is what's interesting is it's actually one of those 5-head moves where you want to scout out how TDC wants to play the lane. Jinx and Melio is a sit back and scale comp. And so you do want that engaged. Pantheon, I think, is a terrific choice for Upset Life to combo with Derry.
Well, you were saying they want the engage, so it doesn't necessarily change the type of champion you're going to really pick.
Mm-hmm.
If say Jinx had the Braum instead of the Melio, instead of an enchanter, mm-hmm. do you not pick the Pantheon then?
I do think that you shift at that point because if they want to go aggressive, you wouldn't want to pick Pantheon into the Braum Jinx. You would lose that one.
You pick something like Leona then, or Thresh is banned out.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to play more bot lane. I think is
that's something interesting.
But here are the team compositions. We do have a unique problem again, where we thought that AD was going to be a commodity, something hard to fit into your team composition because mages are just so strong. And then we get the composition that Filmy has where it's only one mage. and it's interesting to see how people's opinions of the games and their reads on the meta can differ so wildly and still work or not work when the logic is definitely there.
Yeah, so the interesting draft. Interesting. It will be interesting to see how they play. I'm still not sure of the Darius Cassante matchup. I don't know the top lane matchups super well, which is interesting because I probably should know them a little bit better than mid lane. But
So my understanding is Cassante doesn't actually like people to fight him back. He's extra strong when he can land his combos, but if you're comboing on him, he's actually less potent. We have friends who have played Trundle and Nasus into him and won. And I think Darius falls into that category. He wants to be the one starting the fights. And if Cassante isn't the one dictating what happens, he tends to lose those interactions.
well, Darius is good at bullying, so that will
And
be
it's-
interesting to see.
Especially with his E, that apprehend gives him percent armor penetration just for free. And when Cassante specifically wants to get the Iceborne Gauntlet and stack armor with the Unending Despair, those types of items, Darius is just going to be okay with that because he's going to shred a portion of the armor. He scales great with hit points, and so getting a Black Cleaver would be a terrific idea as well. So I don't hate it. I don't know that I agree with the Cassante being picked into it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
would've-
with those points, so it's basically Darius got lucky.
Yeah.
He only got lucky with the pick.
I think Fiora does really well into Darius because you can riposte the grab and the ultimate. In fact, you get that damage immunity, and
Oh, yeah.
if you play it right, you're gonna dodge out the blade of his axe while getting
Yeah,
closer. to him,
even if you
getting
get
everything.
apprehended, you Q to dodge the blade, and you can proc a vital off of it if
Yeah.
it's in the right spot, and then you're sitting pretty well. You'll whack each other a bit, and then either step out or Fiora can keep pressing the attack when another vital comes up. You get a
Yeah.
little bit more healing.
I almost tried to scroll that list just now, but I cannot do that. But
Oh, it's just manually scroll the mid list. Who are we looking at? Somebody hit the top lane button.
So this one, it's interesting because even on this screen, I see a few other options that I think would be really good into Darius. I think that Gragas is okay. I think Gwen is strong. And I think Jace would do okay. I already mentioned the Fiora. And so Cassante is a strong champion. I don't want to deny that, but I just don't think that he was the right answer there. However,
Yeah.
I'm sure it will be fine, right? Damage Check is a great team. They've got great players. They know what's going on, and so they're confident with all of that. I am interested, again, looking at the Viego like you brought up, there are some very, very powerful champions here. Does he get Annie's passive when he takes over the body? 'Cause that would be interesting.
Yes, usually you get full stacks on any passives like that.
Ooh, that's awesome. So everyone, thank you for your patience. We're having some weird difficulties with the lobbies. We've had to restart some of the lobbies. I think the tournament codes might be broken or something like that. So give us just an extra second to get everything set up. Oh, and there we go. All I had to do was say something.
You just got to speak up more, Ben. Okay.
Yeah, like I haven't been talking for the last 4 hours or anything like that.
You gotta talk more.
Okay, I will talk more. So, damage check on blue, fill me on red. It's so exciting because we've seen these teams play. We've seen them not only play, but play each other, and we've seen them play other teams. It's very,
Yes.
very exciting. And Edmund, remembering back to the team compositions, what do you think is the winning recipe here? Do you have a prediction for which team is going to come out ahead?
I'm trying to think of just like what I was really excited to see. We were focusing on trying to break down what's happening in the bot lane.
Mhm.
And right now we're thinking Darius has a bit of an advantage if they just try to go toe to toe with the rest of this going into it. I think like you have the throwing down Tibbers with the Annie into some rockets. The Cassante can take somebody out of the fight. Like if it's in the middle of the fight and he decides to just take Darius through a wall and say, well, we're gonna fight each other, even if Cassante loses, that could be really helpful. Because Viego, as strong as he is, if he doesn't get that reset, he can go down pretty easily. So
Yeah.
there is something to play around with the team fights and positioning there. So it's not. I like team damage checks chances for some of these, and like the cozy campfire ultimate and from Emilio. There's some good team fight potential coming from team damage check.
Absolutely.
However, the single target annihilation on Filmy is going to be a problem, and as soon as one person dies, Viego gets resets.
Yep. And I was thinking about about that while we were in our pause, and I really think that the Xin Zhao setup can be really good for the side of damage check. They have a great team fight setup where LFG and Mixtape can stop the movement, and then you really let your Jinx go hard. I think that maybe their consistent damage is a little low. Like all they have is the Jinx, and unless she gets excited, it's going to be hard to cut through the Pantheon, to cut through the Darius. But I think that they did draft a good composition. They've got some good pick potential. You get on one of these squishy champions like the Syndra or the Tristana. Tristana is squishy, but she's slippery, so be careful. Probably a lot of pressure on Geo here on the Syndra, but I do like the composition they put together on TDC.
Yeah, the team fights are going to act just a little bit differently between the two, and so when that starts happening, it's who's in the fight. Is it if it's 5v5, how does it start, who engages, and both of them are going to have to be careful how they navigate that. But both of them have very clear answers of if they get rolling, they can steamroll the other team. Both teams can do that. So I don't see a clear winner. There's just two different strategies.
I think that Taro Milk Tea has to be really careful at the level 2 on the bottom side. In fact, if you're damage check, you can't go forward. You just can't. Tristana auto pushes, and once level 2 hits, she has her bomb jump power spike, and Pantheon gets his W. You cannot be in the minion wave when that happens. You have to back out. I'm just going to call it right now. If Winter and Taro Milk Tea are not under their turret when level 2 hits, they are going to die.
Problems are going to be had. And Filmy is going to be very happy cleaning up those kills. And Dairy on Tristana, that's a hyper carry. You get a couple kills, you can start scaling a lot faster. Then all of a sudden, the Cassante is going to start melting, even though he's really strong. You have the ultimate from Xin Zhao to block some damage. And Tristana's not really going to want to go into that circle, but that doesn't last forever. No. And you only get that once per fight. and it only protects you.
That's true.
So that's...
Well, no, it blocks all things coming into the circle.
It blocks all things? Hold on.
I think it blocks all things. So
I'm thinking of Gwen.
Yes, that's what I was going to say, is the Gwen W doesn't protect everyone. It used to. If I remember right, when she first came out, it did, and that was too strong. But anyway, this is looking really good. I'm still giving edge to the Darius on the top side.
Yeah.
Bottom, at least at the beginning of the game, Filmy again has advantage. But if TDC let the Annie get an item, let Cassante get tanky, and just don't die, I really think they have a big chance in winning this game.
Yeah, and this is on top of these teams have been playing each other competitively for a bit. So that's why we're seeing a little bit of a unique draft than what we're used to, even with the current patch, and with different champions than what we're used to seeing on these players. They're trying out some different ideas, some different strategies because they have some practice against them, and who knows what those ideas are, and we're trying to speculate, figure that out, but only the Rift will be able to show us.
Speaking of the Rift, everybody, we should be hitting it any moment now. We've been talking for quite a few minutes. I can tell, I can feel it. Like, it doesn't even matter. I've got 32 ounces of this that's empty, and I've got 16 ounces of this that's almost empty, and I've got some of this that's empty too. It's like, it just doesn't even matter.
I'm almost finished with my drink. My yellow drink.
One drink.
Well, I've got a big one.
There you go. There you go.
Which hasn't really been touched.
But that's a good opportunity to remind everyone, don't forget to freshen up. There are new flavors, everything hydration now, so you get that nice pickup without the crash, without the chalk. And we are on to Summoner's Rift. Team Damage Check versus Phil Me. This is our first semifinal. It's our semifinal we can watch, and I think that's the new prestige skin on the Viego on Eternal.
Ooh, exciting! Welcome to Summoner's Rift, players. Take your positions and get ready to create carnage. The minions have spawned.
This is not Rapcore. That's who we normally have for Filmy. Upset Life is going to get hit with the Mega Fireball kick. It's such a silly name.
Yeah,
I'm glad I have.
Yeah, it is the only silly name in League of Legends.
Mostly.
Everything else is completely 100% serious all the time.
Thank you for bringing me down to earth, Admin. You're a good friend.
There's an entire champion in that lane on that team as well.
And look at this. This is one of the reasons why I say Darius typically wins. Look at the damage he's able to put down onto Bidanki this early. And that's just with the W, and it's one of those level 1 things that Darius just wins. You can't really contest the first wave unless you have a way to sustain right through it.
Yeah, and that's really hard to get early on. Bleed does so much. Just a little bit of damage from the javelin, the spear. It's a spear.
It's a spear, yeah. It's the Nidalee javelin.
Spear and the javelin. Hold on, I gotta learn that now.
I think it's a size and weight thing, if I remember right. But 11 CS for both bot laners here, staying perfectly even, looking really good. Mid lane is staying even as well, and it's hard to keep track of that with everything going so fast. And eventually we're going to lose a melee, we're going to lose a caster and all of that. But everyone seems to be farming very well, keeping themselves right where they need to be. And it's going to be boring, I'll be honest.
So javelins are lighter for throwing, spears are heavier for stabbing. But because Pantheon is the aspect of bakers, he can throw the spear.
All right. The trades are happening, and so this is what's interesting is with the lane quests, you don't get as many roams and you don't get as many fights, but you get a lot more trades because that helps you get closer to your quest thing. Flashes are traded. Mixtape goes in onto Geo. He does flash away pretty quick. LFG is there in the mid lane trying to make his play happen, but it's
LFG does give a good attempt to help out, just isn't quite able to land something. That's all right. Push them back. It is a flash burn for both mid laners as well.
Yeah. On the bottom side, Winter and Taro Milk Tea were able to stay away from the wave at level 2. They were not fully engaged on. And that's good news. And they've actually been able to push out a little bit. They've had some pressure getting out past under their turret. And if they can keep that up, just keep themselves nice and farmed up. Oh, I think he missed the cannon.
Yeah. LFG is still waiting in that mid lane push for a long time.
Riide against Bedanki. He again stacks 4 points of that hemorrhage, doing a lot of good damage there with the Darius.
And this LFG spent a lot of time in that mid lane bush for nothing, losing a lot of tempo. That's it. I'm gonna remember that, see if that comes back to bite him later.
Maybe in the engage up there. I think he just had to flash.
I mean, he did
Yeah,
get
he
this
did.
invade steal.
Did he get the steal? He did. Yeah, he took the Krugs because
Yeah, he has
Eternal
it.
walking away. Wow. Look at that. He had to flash away to do it, but he did it.
Well, I mean, not a ton of tempo. Well, some tempo returned as long as the invade doesn't happen. Geo puts a little bit of damage on the mixtape. Not a whole lot because of the shield. Here comes Eternal. No,
I think he's just trying to cross down.
Yeah.
Big invade though. Rayide gets Conqueror, pops the Ghost, gets the slow, first blood, and that's what we were talking about. He just deals so much damage.
You called that early game goes to Darius advantage. Very cool to see from Filmy.
Mixtape is going to take a little bit of damage. Upset Life and Eternal are still here. I wonder if they try to get the gank. No one's level 6. I think it was... Yeah, it wasn't the right time, but if they had tried it, I wouldn't have been sad.
At
Drake is
1,000
available.
already.
Hmm?
1,000 gold already.
Yeah, first blood
Advantage to
power, man.
Filmy.
First blood power and just getting those minions.
Yeah,
No
but
one has taken a plate yet either, have they?
not quite. So it's a lot in the jungle and a bit in the bot lane for a little bit of advantage. BF sword already on Tristana as well.
And Jinx.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that both of them went 13k. Not 13k. 1300. Good. Shake hand. Go back to base. Come back, and we just go back to fighting again.
Yeah, it's really interesting when people are able to do that, right? You have that internal mental handshake saying, "Look, you want a BF sword, I want a BF sword. Why don't we just both go get a BF sword?"
Yeah.
That doesn't happen in my games, by the way. Nobody's cool like that.
I'm not one of them. I will keep you in lane as long as it takes.
So, here's the interesting thing. Rayide has the ghost. Will be picking up teleport later on in the game.
Good
but underneath
pull.
the turret, Bedanki goes all out, makes Rayide take a turret shot. That's an execute there for Geo. He picks up the kill on Eternal. He has the full stacks. Does he use the stun? He gets the stun. A little bit more damage. Oh, Geo is so close. He manages to pick up the kill. He throws down one more Dark Sphere, and now it's 3-0 in favor of Filmy.
Filmy is now looking very happy in this early game, and like we barely even breathed on turrets at this point. We're already 3-0, 2.4. Derry goes in very aggressively.
Okay, it was just to get the bomb. I think if he had landed at least one more auto attack, it would have been a lot more dangerous. Maybe even proc the barrier from Winter.
You just got to put the fear of milk in them with the Derry.
That's really funny.
All for you.
I appreciate that. So, Rayide doing a great job. He's gonna. Ooh. Okay.
Get bonked
So
a little bit. That's fine.
it was to help clear the wave because now every minion takes one shot instead of 2. I respect it.
A little bit of damage. You can go in. Then if it's not respected, Jinx will run all over Tristana. So it's just don't. Oh, speaking of
expected,
running over.
Mixtape is here. They get the stunt. It was a good buffer attempt, but Mixtape was just too in his face. Winter helps pick that one up, and damage checker on the board.
I'm real now. Yeah, I have to give it to Winter there. That was a very good Super Mega Death Rocket. Very silly name, by the way.
Yes.
To throw that down there, get that extra damage, and there were wards in both of those bushes. Derry had nowhere to hide.
The Upset Life is trying to play here in the jungle. Geo has shown up. They might be able to chase LFG and Taro Milk Tea out. Dairy is in the wings as well. They managed to take back the blue buff.
Excellent. Well played.
Meanwhile,
Yo-
on the top side, that is Grubs
back
over
for a second.
to Filmy. I think that's important. Oh, it goes Dairy. Exhaust immediately out. But the interrupt on the Aegis, that's what I was looking for there with the Melio pick, is stopping that engage from the Pantheon. It looked real clean from Taro Milk Tea.
Okay. That Melio is very cool. Kick a bowl.
Fighting Melio can be really frustrating. I've found that to be the case in my games.
Yeah. Every time I go up against Amelia, I'm like, oh, I hope this guy doesn't kick a ball at me. And he does every time.
Every time.
The ball
I-
is very powerful.
I play a lot of ARAM, and so typically I get full AP Melios, and it's a bummer.
Oh, yeah.
That was some great play there from Bedenki, trying to keep Riyad away from
Wow.
the turret.
The dodging out the apprehend, the spacing Bedenki has been putting in for the past few engages, every time we've seen it has been incredible.
Mhm.
Bedenki is playing this as best as he possibly can from what I've seen after that first death. He goes, okay, gotta respect this guy. Cool. And he has.
Yeah, and especially not letting the minions get under his turret. He knows that he has the completed steel caps, meaning that he's going to reduce a lot of the damage that Darius can deal. Keeping the minions away from there is a very good choice.
Indeed. We have a little bit of roaming around from Geo and Upset Life. Just getting some ward clears. Very smart. Setting up for
Nope.
this dragon.
No quests are completed yet. We're just about to hit 11 minutes. We should see them start. Actually, around this fight is when I would expect people to start getting their quests completed. Dairy, Geo, and Upset Life are helping Eternal. It's a 4v3 at the moment, with Jinx available on the bottom side. A 4v4. But they have to be careful on Filmy because Bedenki has teleport. Riyad does not. So, LFG in the front lines wants to try and start something. Upset Life and Geo knock him away. LFG is starting to get low. They stopped almost all damage on the Drake, but it does go LFG's way. They pick up the kill for Filmy. Eternal wants to go in, but is unable to do so. Cassante went back. Oh, but the damage is down onto Geo. He throws his ultimate onto Mixtape, is unable to do enough damage. But now Eternal and Upset Life take down the Tibbers. Dairy dodges out the zap. Winter's going to take another chunk. But that was a pretty Filmy favored fight.
Yeah, you get. Let's see. That was the Drake to Filmy.
No.
No, that was the Drake to
Drake
team
TDC.
damage check.
Yeah.
Drake to
But flash
yeah,
forward
there's another
into
one.
the stun. Upset Life pops another flash. Winter dodges that when Dairy takes a huge amount of damage. He goes
Wow.
down. Excited goes Winter. He's going to get the slow with the zap. A couple more rockets, and that's a double kill. I take it all back. TDC with a prank.
Incredible play by Winter, getting the Super Mecha Death Rocket damage into the other rocket. Get excited. Rocket, slow, rocket, dead. That is an easy double kill for the ADC for team damage check. And now they are ready to come back as we start getting ready to take down some turrets.
2k gold lead still for Filmy. They were able to get that first Drake. They have the grubs. I'm pretty sure that they had pressure for the Rift Herald. No, that hasn't spawned yet, has it? It's at 15 minutes now. That's right. But up on the top side, Bedenki might be in some trouble. Riyad did get a quarter of his hit points down just with a single combo.
Mixtape.
He's in the
Good
front
one,
lines.
Geo.
Geo is saved by Upset Life. Eternal is knocked back by the fire kick. Milk Tea is helping LFG stay healthy, and the engage is thwarted.
Yeah, and they're all just going to walk back out. Not a whole lot to push for on either teams with the waves down. We're going to try some other lanes.
All right, I think that was, yeah, we have some quests finished. We got four on the side of Filmy and 3 on the side of Damage Check. Just need jungle and mid lane to finish that up, and then support on the side of Filmy. So we called our timing just about right. This is looking really good. Gary might be in some trouble here. It's a 3v1. LFG jumps in. He is still inside the ultimate range. Upset Life goes into the bot lane, gets hit with the traps. LFG is going to get the first kill. Upset Life is taking a lot of damage. They're way past the turret. Geo is following in, but the teleport from Bedanki is already done. They get the double kill onto LFG, and I think they are going to take this turret as well.
Yeah, 2 kills into a turret. TDC is very happy with that.
5-4, and now the kill spread. 1,000 gold still to lead for Filmy, and they're losing the pressure that they had on the map. Eternal is here in the mid lane. Geo is there. They get the first stun. They get the slow. Eternal jumps in, tries to deal the damage before the ultimate and the stun can come out. Eternal is still alive. Mixtape makes it out. Eternal dodges out LFG's attempt to attack. They are safe. But on the bottom side, Bedanki might be in some trouble. Upset Life throws out the
What's
comments
Bedanki
here.
doing here?
Barry is on the chase. But
No, it's the
Bedanki
trade.
is too far.
Trade of lanes. Bedenki goes into the bot lane. And almost gives up a kill, but they're able to walk out. And in the mid lane, Eternal on Viego not quite able to follow through all the way on the Annie without getting punished by LFG.
I think it was he used the ultimate to engage so that he didn't get stunned, and then he didn't have it for the execute. But Darius in some huge trouble. Okay, rocket jump away. He's safe. Rift Herald is spawned. It's taken by TDC.
You said Derry is in huge trouble, and I'm like, Darius is in top lane. What are we talking about?
Oh my gosh.
I was confused for a moment. Was that yeah? Derry took a lot of damage there.
That was rough. Darius.
Derry is.
So, 1 turret each. I think it was Darius got the top one. Riad was able to
Yes.
take that turret. Okay, now Upset Life is on a mission here in the enemy jungle. Eternal has shown up. Darius shown up. Teleport coming in from Geo. Nope. Yeah.
Oh.
I was trying to figure out what the heck happened because the
Yeah,
teleport
well,
started,
where are
but it
people
didn't
going?
end.
Oh, there's a little girl there. She died.
You saw the
Okay.
teleport too, right?
Yeah.
It had to be, you know what? It was Riad's. It was the Darius because it looks like it's on cooldown. But LFG is in the front line with Winter. They summon the Rift Herald. The stun goes on to LFG. Riad is here. He's going to go in, try and get some damage. He gets kicked away. LFG is the next target. He's really tanky. He will go down. Winter is the next target. In the 1v3, Riad will pick up the first kill. They stop the Rift Herald, and Darius is terrifying at this point in the game.
Riad just barely keeping that last AoE rocket from killing 1-2 members, maybe a third, right at the end, and is able to kill Winter. Disaster has been averted for Filmy, and
Yeah.
now they're still sitting pretty at 3.3k gold lead.
It must have been an Intonfo strike or something from Bedanki getting that knockback to stop the teleport. Because I swear I saw it coming. And you know what? Even with that interrupt, Filmy was able to continue the engage and they come out ahead on it. But are they close enough to stop this dragon take? It looks like they might be. LFG finds Eternal. Teleport is coming in from Bedanki. Gonna join in and try and secure this Drake. Look at that shield he has. Oh my gosh.
Massive.
All right, Riad pulls him in. Shield is suddenly gone. He's gonna get knocked back, knocked in. Got the bomb on him. Geo goes unstoppable. Jump onto Mixtape. Mixtape is dead as well. Eternal is in the pit. He wants to go in, but cannot secure the Drake. LFG does pick that one up. He tries to go in on Eternal, but Upset Life stops him. Taro Milk Tea and Winter have to flash away, and they get the Drake, but they lose 3 members for it.
Yeah, and 1.5k gold increase in the lead. We're at 5,000, 5.2 now in the lead, and we're going to get even more with this turret. 300 more gold to the team.
Let's see.
Another turret. Whoa.
Hey, that's what they do. I guess. That's one of the things that Filmy has always been able to do is they set something up so that when they make a good play, they can follow it up immediately. There's always a turret, there's always an objective, or there's always something else somewhere that they can take after they win a fight.
The follow through is very well done with their planning, and now the map is completely opened up from the first tier turrets on the blue side. A lot of movement can be done by Filmy now, and Riyad is happy to just walk around.
That was
Just like,
I don't
"Hi,
know how
Bedenki,
he got
high
to
five,
that
next."
point. He just walks around the jungle like that.
Just a little bit of a bro fist bump, I guess.
Here we go. Almost 20 minutes. That means Baron is spawning in less than 30 seconds. We are only 16 kills into this game, so it's a little tame when compared to some of the others today. But the lead is
I
definitely
believe that.
for Filmy. 6k up. They have one of the two Drakes. And
Yeah,
they
that
have
speaks
the
to
pressure.
The patience of this game. Both teams trying to find what they need in order to win, and that's what I was talking about with the compositions earlier. They have to figure out how to engage properly so that their team can run over the other without giving them an advantage to be ran over right back. It is very tricky to find exactly where to start the fight so that you can get your team advantage. Keep Viego from running you over. Now Darius is big. Darius can run in and pull a few people aside, apprehend them, get the blade, get a lot of damage on them, and then Viego can jump on them right after that. And all the meanwhile, Jerry can keep firing on you. But as I said before, TDC, you have a Tibbers that has a stun. K'Sante can pull somebody out of the fight and just start fighting with him. Even against Darius, you're now strong enough. You can do a little bit more toe-to-toe action against him. So very interesting to see what happens, because as you brought up, the entire thing, it's not necessarily the team fights, it's how you set up for the team fights and what you do with the team fights after. That's what Filmy did to break open the entire side of the map.
Riyad into Bedenki. He's just going to ghost away. I think they saw the Xin Zhao coming in. LFG is doing a good job, like you mentioned earlier, keeping track of the opponent. Bedenki wasn't close enough to the wall. He doesn't go over with Riyad. Hit with the Noxian Guillotine, and Upset Life picks up another kill. This is dangerous because Eternal and Geo are on the bottom side, going to take another turret. It's a 1-for-0 trade plus a turret, and the Baron is available.
It looked like it was going all right for Bedenki, and then all of a sudden he went to 5 HP.
Yeah, I think that if he had been close enough to the wall to take Riyad over it, that's a completely different play, right?
Yes.
Instead, he reduces his health and his resistances in a 2v1 and can't make the play. It was a real tough situation, but I see what he was going for.
Yeah, I'm not mad at the attempt. It's just unfortunate. Massive gold lead at 8.3k gold for Filmy. 11 kills to 6, 24 plates to 10. 3 grubs, 1 Drake, and they're trying to set up for the next Drake that's coming up in 30 seconds.
That Drake is pretty important. I think Filmy, they could give it up, but when you're ahead like this and you want to stop their stacking, plus your Tristana benefits a lot from these Hextech Drakes. So I think that setting up for this, they have the vision. They do need to be careful though. Geo's up on the top side all alone. He does spot it out with the Scryer's Bloom, but the Baron is also up there on its own. So Eternal is going to solo out the Drake where we see it, and the rest of Filmy is able to collapse it wherever they are. Teleport is available for the Darius right now. It just finished the cooldown.
Yep.
And
Geo
everyone else
actually,
is up in the middle.
the Filmy is actually positioning very well. Upset Life gets jumped on
Oh
though.
my gosh. LFG takes huge damage from the Upset Life Dairy combo. Drake is secured, and Filmy are now in position with that Drake to start a fight at the Baron.
But like the entire positioning for Filmy for that was making sure the Baron wasn't getting taken, the end. If it was, everybody was ready except for Eternal, who was taking the Drake, which is what he was supposed to do, to try to dissuade them from taking the Baron. And then, as soon as the dragon is taken, make the next decision. Very well positioned by Filmy, and now it's their turn to take the Baron. They force them all back, and nobody's here to contest.
And again, it's the timing, right? They get that one kill, they take the Drake, and everything just falls in line. Filmy with a beautiful map movement. In fact, that's an ultimate from Upset Life. He wants to continue the engage. He's stopped by the Jinx Rockets and instantly killed. So it's a Baron for one trade. LFG is getting low. Winter is doing a lot of damage. He gets exhausted, almost goes down, uses the barrier. The Super Mega Death Rocket does not land. They have vision on everybody, and Filmy is going to make it out, but they're going to lose at least this mid turret because Winter is very strong. 3 completed items plus the boots.
Yeah, and that's what the engage I was talking about. You have to engage correctly on both teams, and that wasn't quite it. It would have been fine if the follow-up was a little bit faster, but the follow-up was too far away. You jumped a little too far forward and paid the price for it. And now you lost. You didn't quite lose the mid lane turret though. So it was one kill, but you got checked. Filmy got checked in that moment, and that's very powerful for TDC. Geo outplayed button. Oh no!
It was a double outplay button there.
Geo presses the outplay button. Mixtape presses the outplay button. They're both winning.
That was so funny to watch. If we can, let's clip that. Let's put that on the YouTube channel. Another turret going the way of Filmy. Eternal is caught with the stun. He does have his ultimate and his flash, but instead they're going to go on LFG, but it's not enough. Riyad jumps in, tries to get some damage there. Winter goes down. Mixtape goes down. In jumps Derry onto LFG. That's another kill, and this is what happened last time. Just one fight, and it is all over. Bedanki gets stunned by Upset Life. They have the Baron push. They've got Derry all the way in the front lines. They're going to take a turret.
Making my prediction come true. Pull the apprehend. You get a couple people. All of a sudden, there's a lot of damage, and Derry gets to wail on them the entire time. They want to follow up.
Free-eyed and Upset Life going onto Bedanki. He is unstoppable, but he has 5 stacks of hemorrhage. He does get shielded. He gets healed. He gets shielded again. But at this point, Derry and the Baron-empowered minions are so strong. The disengage comes out of Filmy, but it's looking pretty dire.
The opposite of my complaint from last time. You picked a lane. You got the inhibitor. Not quite enough to end it. Cool. Go back, reset. Let's try to push another lane with the rest of our Baron buff. And now, we're very happy. Next one you want to go for is probably sit in the bot lane until that dragon is up, and then you rotate to there. And look, that's exactly where Syndra is. Exactly where Geo is. You have Upset Life also on this bot side, clearing out, getting that vision for that next play. Filmy is playing this correctly.
Absolutely. And Upset Life still hanging out back here, trying to get some vision. They'll trade stuns, but one of those is way stronger than the other, as Mixtape gets the big pop.
Yeah,
On top side, Bedanki goes all out. Riyad gets the Noxian Guillotine. He is fast when that is all stacked. And he has the Ghost. That's the other thing you have to remember, is Darius is slow until he stacks. So they often take Ghost, and a full stack Darius with Ghost active is so quick.
I feel bad for Winter this game because Winter keeps throwing out some good death rockets that just don't land. the timing is correct, the positioning just isn't quite.
Mm-hmm. And it's tough with those global ultimates. When you hit them, it feels really good, but when you miss them,
It was like,
it's a bummer.
Well, back to 1.
Drake is spawning in 7 seconds. With the way that Bedanki was just pushed out of the top lane, this is pretty much Filmy's free dragon. Like, there's nothing that they can do on the side of damage check. It will go over to them, putting them at soul point. The death rocket was close.
That's not even a bad death rocket because it missed. Like, might as well throw that down. Like, I'm just saying, these death rockets are the decision to send them out is good. It's just not quite connecting.
The death brush here though might be good for me setting that up.
If
Colonel is
anybody
in the
came
front
through
line.
that portal.
Oh, they're gonna pull on to Bedanki. He does go unstoppable for a little bit, but LFG takes huge damage. The ultimate
what
for
I was
Velio
saying.
is cast, and the siege has begun.
Just what I was saying earlier, they need to figure out exactly when to engage. Wasn't quite right. That's a lot of damage.
Eternal almost gets caught. He has to ult away to stay, or to not get stunned by the Annie there. Wait, then his ultimate should be on cooldown. It looked like that's what happened.
Yeah, like a lot of damage, not quite the right engage, the right way to go in. So both teams playing patiently, still not quite going all in just yet.
Upset Life in the front lines, trying to get something set up so that Derry can lay down the damage that he has. Mid lane, Filmy is pushing rather to make sure that those super minions get to do whatever they want. I believe this is reset time. Only 15 seconds for the Baron.
Baron's coming up.
Yeah.
Looks like Derry wants to take one more wave before going back.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, it's gone. There's no turret there.
That was an empowered Trinity Force W with full crystalline overgrowth. That's what that was. Oh my gosh. And he probably had Death Stand, or what's that thing called? Dead Man's Plate charged up too. So it was a triple empowered auto with the plate thing. Derry gets jumped on by LFG. He gets the buster shot. They've got the damage to slow them down. Bedanki in the front lines will die as well. LFG is on the front side later. Upset Life will go down. LFG does too. Eternal does get the first steal, but he's in a 1v3. Derry makes it out too, but only barely.
Yeah, Derry's forced to run away, so Eternal is able to pick up a couple compilation. That's not the right word.
Consolation?
Thank you. I'm like, what's the word I'm thinking of? Consolation kills for that fight. They're gonna duo this dragon.
Yeah,
This
I
Baron?
think you can do
Wow,
this.
what the heck? What are words? That's a Baron. That's a worm. Okay, they're not quite going to be able to.
Oh no, Eternal! He didn't dodge the zap!
That is a free Baron.
Luckily, the Baron does reset, so it's not thanks for the leash, bro. But definitely TDC with 3 members of their team are going to try and take this Baron. Upset Life does grant vision. He wants to do something, but now it's a 4v0, and the Baron has been secured by damage check.
All 5 members are up. Let's see what they do with it.
Upset Life
Winter
is in
putting a
some
lot of
big
damage
trouble.
down.
Gonna get caught with the traps and taken down. Winter now on a killing spree, 6-2 on the Jinx.
Not a big fan of that positioning from Upset Life. That, like, as soon as that Baron went down, you need to start resetting with your team. Getting vision down is fine, but like, you're not going to be back there for a while. But Denki going in on Derry, and Derry's just going to jump out.
Yeah, the peel there from Geo was very helpful. And
Yes.
they just need one more item on Derry for him to be maximum scary. The scary Derry. A very scary Derry.
Derry is mostly scary, but not all the way scary just yet. Maximum scary pending.
So, admin, 6,000 gold is still the lead for Filmy. They were up over 8 at one point. What do they need to do to close this one out? Because they
Not make the misplay around the Baron again.
That's fair. Upset Life versus Bedanki. Upset Life is winning this one so far. LFG has shown up. They do kite it back. Eternal is in the wings, and I think that's why Bedanki decided to stop fighting. Now, at this point, the Drake is up in 19 seconds. Filmy does not have to contest it here.
Upset Life this time, making me happy with the positioning, not going in to face check a bush that you know you're blind to, and you don't see anybody else up on the map. You go, I'm going to walk the other direction. Very smart play.
Yeah. All right, the Drake is on the map. This is Soul or Filmy if they get it. They get the first stun onto Bedanki, but he is tanky. Man, a lot of wordplay. Very scary Dairy and tanky Bedanki. Drake has been started. LFG has been able to secure the smites the last 3 times. So we watch for Eternal. LFG knocks him away. He secures another kill. Or another Drake, I should say. Up on the top side. Reeyed flashes away, but dies regardless. Bedanki holding off a few members of Filmy. They are going to back and try and stop the mid lane push.
Yeah, this is something looking not very good for Filmy as Reeyed goes down, and the counter push with Baron minions is going to take at least 2 turrets.
Geo is able to get a stun, but the turret is down. Inhibitor is exposed. Winter is very strong. A few shots are blocked. Bedanki is probably going to get the kill onto Geo here. He's knocked back again, but the inhibitor has been destroyed. Geo and Bedanki are keeping each other away from the main fight, and it's
Bedanki is
lasting a
happier
long
with
time.
that, though.
Winter is doing huge damage. They have the Baron. They have the extended range on the Jinx. In comes Upset Life. He stops the damage from the front for just a little bit. The turrets are being taken down. And ladies and gentlemen, team damage check. Wait a minute there. Here they are. They are still alive. In comes the Darius, but it's not enough. Winter is super strong. That's a triple kill to secure the win with the Quadra damage check. Move on to the finals.
Very well played. Bedanki was very happy to keep Geo out of that entire fight to let Winter just walk all over them, then get excited, then run all over them right at the very end. Wow, at 6,600 gold down, take a Baron, take a Dragon, take the game. What a comeback.
What a comeback indeed.
That's what I was saying in the previous game, where like 6.6 thousand doesn't quite keep you out of the game all the time. This is an example of that. Very well played by Filmy and Team Damage Check. Congratulations to Team Damage Check for pulling that out.
Absolutely. And everybody, speaking of damage check, it's time to check the damage I've done to my drinks, and we'll take a quick break. We will be back after this with our grand finals.
Listen up, progenitors. Mid-match is not the time to have an energy crash. Freshen Up is a powdered energy drink mix that has 0 sugar, 0 crash, and none of that weird chalky stuff at the bottom of your cup. They don't use fake colors or artificial flavors either. If you just need the Hydro Boost, they've got caffeine-free hydration formulas too. Whatever your need, Freshen Up keeps you locked in, so the only thing getting dropped is the other team. Get 20% off with code PLC at our affiliate link. Every code used helps us keep the circuit flowing, so if you've been thinking about these kinds of drinks and mixes, now is the time to freshen up.
개종 오다요리 누르사가 누르나든 나그노스 에켄니르 덥후리다 낙세기르술 에칸굴드르고르 털도 베가야 후르도스 세호로들고 가츠 니힌노 스라흐누
Welcome back, everybody. This is the PLC February tournament for 2026.
And it is the finals. We're going to go right in with CFC versus Team Damage Check.
What? Where's my intro, admin?
I didn't intro myself.
Yeah.
I'm Admin Anonymous, and with me is the ever wonderful, beautiful, handsome, excellent Juhadre.
Thank you
I
very
was trying to
much.
think of another word, and
Another
your
adjective.
wonderfulness just completely stunlocked me is what happened. We're going to go right into Champ Select with our draft tools. Caitlyn, Senna, Karthus, and Rek'Sai are already off the board. 3 ladies and a ghost.
I love that Karthus ban. That's so much fun because of how Andy was able to pilot that earlier today to such effect. You wouldn't expect to see it. And I do like that
Usually not, yeah.
CFC also taking away the Caitlyn Senna because they had to fight that.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it was TDC that played that earlier today against the Short Bus Dojo. So they said they don't want to experience it at all. No, thank you.
The field, try something else.
Poppy,
Yeah,
another
already we have
terrific
some
ban.
Yeah, already we have some very interesting choices made into the ban phase in the pick ban phase of this game, and I am loving it. Now with the first pick from TDC, it is Viego. That I'm just throwing out a guess.
I don't think so. If you're going to lock in a jungler blind, I do think Jarvan is a really good choice. Xin Zhao has been popular, so should have seen that coming, especially because of last game.
Yeah.
I think TDC has played Xin Zhao 3 out of 3 games they've been on stream, now that I'm thinking about it.
Interesting.
Interesting indeed. But the counter for CFC here, that would be a really interesting early lock-in. You know what? If this is going into Andy's hands, that doesn't surprise me because playing the mages in the bot side is very strong at the moment.
And that's able to flex a bit around as well. Ooh, Irelia going to top lane, most likely.
All right.
I don't think she goes anywhere else most of the time.
No, it's probably top. And I talked about this with Shazbot at the beginning of the day. Irelia is such a unique champion because to supposedly use her absolutely correctly, you cannot have the ping of live servers. You have to do it on Tournament Realm with 0 ping. Otherwise, she's not worth picking, is what has been communicated to me via interviews on LCS and in the dive and things like that. Oh, so that's cool, but Elise locked in for TDC.
Yeah.
That's support Elise, I'm pretty sure.
The support Elise with the Ashe, I'm not familiar enough with how the Elise support plays. I mean, you've got the stun.
Mm-hmm.
You can lock down a target. They're going to be slowed from the Ashe. Your Spider is going to be able. Goodness, words are hard, I guess. But your Spider's going to catch up because of the slow. Yeah, that's an interesting play. So yeah, that is a Zig support because we have Ari going into the mid lane.
I am loving this draft so far. We have the surprise Ziggs, surprise Elise, and the
banning out the skill, the skill check with the Syndra.
Mm-hmm. So what else do you expect to see banned? If we're pinching mid lane, I would like to see the Orianna taken away.
Yeah, I was about to say Orianna is the other skill matchup.
And then on the side of TDC, yes, exactly this. You want to take away options that make your pushing in the bot lane ineffectual. So maybe the likes of Janna, Karma, Lulu, these type of champions would be good to take away.
Do they want them to pick Orianna and just saying I'm gonna play better than you this time? That's interesting.
I like the Lee Sin ban though, because that's Jaren, I think was his name. He played Lee Sin earlier when we watched CFC, and it was scary.
Let's see. Oh, that's TDC. View the roster of CFC. Yeah. Oh, Jerome.
Jerome. Okay, I was close. Jerome and Jurgen, 2 players. Uh-oh. Haven't met that champion yet.
None. That should be posted in chat.
But it's important to know what that is, though. So it's a real bummer that CFC was unable to lock that in on time, because the few precious seconds that TDC didn't know what it was might change what they wanted to pick. So here, I think you match your mid lane. That could be top lane, Gragas, actually, and then you grab your mid laner last. Either way, you have to lock both in, but it's... Oh, wait, they already knew Aurelia was there. So, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You could lock in the Gragas. You don't actually miss a whole lot.
Let's see. We're going to figure out what that missing pick is in a moment. In the meantime, Veigar!
Really?
That was not what I was expecting.
How does Veigar do into Ahri? I don't think he does well.
It doesn't follow. You just sit in lane and scale until team fights.
Right, but...
Ahri gets to roam, and you just get to scale. That's the basics of it.
Okay. So in lane, you let the wave get underneath the turret. It helps you with your last hitting with your Q, I guess. But
you just hit Q. Like
Okay.
the gold you lose from farming under tower can be made up with the phenomenal evil power. That's an interesting gambit they're running here. But if they're able to just hit, if Veigar's able to hit R on Ahri, that's powerful. You can do that on Irelia. Irelia is not quite tanky enough and Irelia wants to jump around. That stun is huge for both of these. You can lock down an entire area. They can't jump around with their abilities. They have to spend some other resource. They have to spend a flash if they have it. If they want to continue an onslaught, lock down an entire area. If they get stunned, Meteor does a ton of damage, and then you hit Q. If they're low enough, you just hit R and they'll explode.
Yeah.
Braum can help block some of that. that is pretty helpful. But Braum cannot block the Meteor. That is not a missile. It's just it does not have a travel speed. It just hits. So very interesting play from Veigar. One of my favorite champions, though. And like you can blow up Ziggs with that. We just need to figure out what this last champion is.
So
they're in the jungler.
Looking at the composition, who do you think that jungler would be? We've got good push from the Ziggs.
I would guess, but I was just told.
Oh, okay, so then let me look at it. We got push from the Ziggs. We've got dive from the Irelia and the Ahri. Good protection from the Braum. I'm thinking. I want to say Maokai would be a lot of fun to play with that, but that can't be right.
It is Wukong.
Aha! Very good. Very good.
Wukong,
Another terrific
interesting
choice.
pick.
Jazzbot threw out that he thought it was going to be Viego.
Viego's not a bad choice. Not a bad guess.
Isn't.
Well, yeah, we have the Wukong is jungler for CFC is what we had there.
Okay, Khalil, Tolson, Jerome, Andy, and Hamimer. Tolson is new. He wasn't in earlier. Let's see. LFG, Bedanky, Mixtape Writer. Winter. That's Winter, not Writer. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
In team captains meeting that we have before each tournament, I did tell the captains in CFC, hey, CFC has a team name that really interesting for me to cast, and it's interesting that I get to cast it because it is my name. One of the summoner names is my name.
That is
true.
Not
my first name.
It is, but I know which one it is because I know we've each other a long time.
Yes. So that's a lot of fun. No, I will not be saying what it is yet. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Who can say? I
it's
can.
definitely Hey Memer.
Anyway, we're going back in. We're going back in. We're gonna see what other thoughts we have on this draft here. It's winter slash J, says Shazbot.
That's funny.
You're incorrect because that is on TDC's team. It is CFC that has my name.
And so, thinking about the way these fights want to go, we've got a lot of dive
even
on the side of
funnier.
CFC. You okay?
It's even funnier. I'll share with the class later. Show and tell will be later.
Anyway, the dive CFC, the disengage on the side of TDC is actually pretty good because you have the Gragas Belly Bop, you've got the Crescent Strike or Crescent Sweep. I think it's Crescent Sweep from the Xin Zhao and the Event Horizon from Mixtape. So lots of good stuff coming out of here for the disengage on team damage check. I think that plays really well into what they want to do against CFC.
Hey, I'm Memer, not Hey Memer. Hey, I'm Memer. Hey, I'm Memer. Hi, whatever.
Yeah, when it's little like
Hey.
that, I forget that the Iman is in there, and I just call him
Just-
Memer.
Just hey.
There we go.
Shoulder touch. Hey. I'm Memer.
All right, compositions are laid out before you, everybody. This is a lot of fun. Gragas is something we haven't seen in a long time. Vagar is something we haven't seen in a long time. Elise, I don't think we've ever seen. The Aurelia coming out here. This draft definitely delivers for being the finals for PLC today.
Let's see. So you were saying CFC had a lot of good dive,
Yes. And I stick with that.
and I agree. And that's why I think we got the Vagar pick. Vagar with the Event Horizon stun is a good tool to use against people trying to dive in. There's two different, like if it's a small lane, two different lines they would have to cross. If you get stuck in the middle of it, you have to burn a resource to get out, or there's a Gragas barrel that can come in, Dark Matter W from Vagar. You're going to get blasted by a lot of different things. I'm thinking about it more. That Event Horizon, I think, is the answer that Team Damage Check chose against this team comp that can just jump in. Like even Ziggs can jump in with his bomb. It's like everybody's got a good way to get in. Once you're in, are you locked in? Are they locked in with you? Or are you locked in with them?
The classic
We'll see how
question,
it
the
goes.
conundrum. And the defensive capabilities of Braum will help keep Andy safe on that Ziggs. I think that's another important aspect to this composition is
Yes.
you have the dive, yes, but you need that backline threat coming from the Ziggs, the ability to siege and to destroy the turrets and
Going
keeping
to block
him safe.
A lot of damage from Winter as well. That shield, ADCs hate it, especially attack, like specifically attack speed heavy ones, like Ashe.
Like Ashe.
On hit. On hit attack speed. I love it. And then you see a shield and you go, oh. Well, good thing you have something like Vagar that can help open that door.
Right. That is true. All right, everybody. We should be getting low on our spectator delay. This is our grand finals for February. Let's see in the chat who you think is going to win. We've given our thoughts on how we think the game is going to be played. I do give favor to CFC personally. I think the composition is just a little bit more fluid and has a better forward direction.
Well, okay, pun intended. I like that. However, I don't know if I really lean either way, because like Gragas can help stop a lot of this engage. You have Xin Zhao that can stop a lot of this, and then some follow-up damage from an ADC, from the powerful AP mage scaling. I think this again, just like last game, comes down to both teams have a strength that they can play around, Now they just have it's not necessarily about which one wins the team fight. It's you need to position yourself into the team fight you're going to win. And then if it's something like last game, what do you do to follow through after the team fight is done? Because yeah, there's a lot of really good dive threat on CFC, but there is some mitigation from TDC here from Team Damage Check.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing to follow, right? Does CFC maneuver around it, or does Damage Check hold it? Last month, we saw the Nefiri versus Malphite matchup where Nefiri wanted to save her W until after the Malphite ult. But that meant that the whole time Malphite was just beating on her because she couldn't use the W until the ultimate came out.
Yep.
Fascinating.
It's like it's similar to the Warwick Tryndamere matchup. The first one to ult will lose.
Mm-hmm.
So, very interesting dynamics all around. We are loading into game. I'm very excited. Like, we get a lot of good games. We have now on the Rift. Everybody make some noise wherever you are on your couch eating your popcorn. I myself have my own snacks. We are on Summoner's Rift for our finals for our February tournament. Team Damage Check versus CFC.
Noise.
Minions have spawned.
I made the noise.
Yes. Noise. Cheering.
That was a terrific ward.
Yeah.
EDC wasn't able to get theirs down, but CFC was quick. They land it and they see them. That's good right there. Khalil versus Mixtape. What? Oh wait, what?
I just realized we don't have a traditional ADC on CFC. How did I miss that?
I don't know. We were talking about Ziggs being that.
It just didn't connect for me. I was too busy thinking about Veigar, I guess, the other short one.
Yeah, a couple of AP Yordles, I can see that. But yeah.
Oh, it's
yeah,
a
no traditional
leprechaun.
Marksman there. So this push doesn't surprise me a whole lot. Mages need their ability power to get their actual wave clear, right? So
yeah,
the first little bit,
come later.
Ziggs is going to be behind.
Yeah, that's fine. That's also what the Braum is there for, to help just keep this lane stable. You can block a ton of this damage.
Absolutely. So I guess that the shift in how casting goes in the first couple minutes does change because of the timing on everything. So we're not going to see a lot of roams. We're not going to see so many fights. There will be a few trades here and there, but really it's a time to talk about the draft and the state of the game rather than what we expect to see happening in the next 10 seconds. So
yeah,
the Aurelia actually diving underneath the turret. I stand corrected. Ignite is in, and that's first blood, and the flash keeps him alive.
Wow. First blood, staying alive, and double CS still right now.
So this is what Shazbot was talking about when you pick Ignite. Like that was crazy. Gage here from Taro Milk Tea onto Hammemer. He is going to get a lot of damage blocked. Ignite goes out from Taro Milk Tea, but it is not enough. That was really close. And that's why you pick the Elise there. You get that lockdown. The spiders deal a lot of damage. You get Execute, actually. Bedanki gets caught again by the Flawless Duet. Aurelia goes in, gets Conqueror. Does not land with the Blade Dance. I forget what that ability is called.
I don't know.
It's some kind of dance. And now Bedanki actually runs into Jerome. Oh my gosh, he stopped the jump over the wall. Bedanki is going to go down for the second time. LFG is here. It's a 2v2 still because somehow Taro Milk Tea made it up there. Jerome is going to get caught. Khalil matches the roam to Mixtape. So it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
No, 2-for-1. 2-for-1 because Jerome went down. They got the kill on LFG and Bedanki. Yeah, 1-for-2. So CFC It's going to be 3-1 in kills. And I just got
Blade
note from-
Surge. So the Blade Surge into Defiant Dance.
Yes. Thank you, production and admin. But from behind, Hey, I'm Memer shows up, throws out a Winter's Bite. Winter dodges out the bouncing bomb. That was actually really close. I'm surprised Andy didn't hit that.
Yeah.
Was it
It'll always hit you, but it'll never hit the opponent.
Exactly. And now the rest of CFC are here. They get the chase down. I think actually if Andy hadn't used his satchel charge to knock Winter that far away, he probably would have made the gank work. Well, Irelia goes in again.
Going in with the
Flawless
Blade Surge.
duet. Gets the stun onto Bedanki, procs his passive and Conqueror. Doesn't have the flash, but jumps in again. Flawless, and there it is, the battle dance. And Irelia will go down underneath the turret. Jump away from the Braum with the stand behind me. Andy just needs to land one more bouncing bomb. Got the vision in the brush, throwing out the bombs. They are so low.
Whoa.
Flash forward into the satchel charge,
Wow.
and there's another kill. And Andy picks up another one for CFC.
Very powerful plays coming from both teams.
Khalil and Jerome are just like, hey, let's keep going. They jump
Yeah.
onto LFG. He secures the chickens. Beamer is here, jumps over for Jerome. Khalil uses the last charge of the ultimate, but does not go any
Everybody's
further.
jumping over walls. Veigar's like, I'm gonna be back in lane. Actually, my legs are too short for this.
I am pretty sure people listen to us. Ignite is down onto Bedanki. Irelia is there, and they trade underneath the turret again. Bouncing bomb,
Irelia is
do
out
nothing.
for blood.
Hey, I'm Memer is here. He gets the summoner heal. Stops a bit of the damage. Oh my gosh, he's still alive for so long. And they are fighting in true PLC fashion. Hey, I'm Memer jumps over to Jerome. And now Mixtape has shown up. The clone gets stunned, but Jerome does not. Drake resets. Khalil will throw out the charm. It does not land. Mixtape is going to get a little bit of ability power, but now Memer gets caught on the ward. Mixtape flashes forward. He needs a little bit more damage. Memer is so low. He just needs to get away, and instead the Event Horizon secures the kill. Mixtape gets that and helps secure the Drake for his team.
Getting the Q gets the 1 AP. Getting the takedown gets 5 AP. That is 6 AP on that one interaction. Mixtape is very happy with the current state of phenomenal evil power at 37 stacks.
And real
It
good
is.
for the Veigar.
Good time.
Got some
And you're
big...
keeping up in farm.
Yeah, that's actually really important because when you're farming and getting the stacks, it's just making you stronger and stronger and stronger.
Yeah. Whoa!
Khalil gets hit with the max range Enchanted Crystal Arrow, does have the flash, and flashes away from LFG. That was a good direction to go.
So now, here is the question. Was it intentional to not put her on the stun and keep her in the cage to force the flash?
I don't know.
Next time she's in lane and she gets caught, she cannot flash out of the cage.
Without the mana, Bedanki shows up. Oh, this
You're
is
stuck
going to
there.
be a dead Khalil. Stuck, and there it is. The ultimate from Mixtape secures the kill. And he's going to get... Oh, no plate. No plate, actually. Terra Milk Tea is helping Winter push out the wave. And they're doing really well. They're up in the CS a little bit on the bottom side. CFC is doing well enough, but EDC definitely have their number. They're keeping everyone where they want them to be.
Very patient plays everywhere else. In fact, patient play from like Veigar. You just walk up and you put the Event Horizon around Khalil. Yep, and you get a kill. You force the flash or get a kill.
Grubs will-
It is one of those options.
Right, and either one of those is a good
Mhm.
a good trade. You do have to wonder though about Bedanki on the top side. Or Khalil again gets caught. Will land the charm, but walks into the the Event Horizon Edge. Khalil will get out with the Spirit
Rush
Rush
the ult.
and Flash. Oh, wait a minute. Another charm goes in. Remember that the execute on the spider form is actually really, really strong.
Mm-hmm.
On the top side, though, Irelia doing an incredible job at keeping the CS numbers very, very separated.
Yeah.
I think that we are having an overlay delay.
Yeah.
So it might not even be accurate. It might be even more.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an overlay delay.
Arrow Milk Tea is in, gets the jump behind Khalil. The arrow goes wide, but LFG will pick up a kill onto the Ari. The Satchel Charge will get Andy away, but he actually goes down. And LFG and the rest of TDC are keeping it real close here. 200 gold the difference.
Let's see if that reset helped with that. We are going 7-7. Gold is so close.
Yep. 1 to 200 again. But it's almost 40 the difference here for CS in the top side. Irelia is doing a terrific job controlling that lane. Another flawless duet. Irelia is thrown away. The flash
Wow.
followed so that the Vanguard's edge does not land.
And what? After all the crazy plays that have been happening, we have a little bit of patience. Irelia is like, okay, maybe I shouldn't dive under tower as much anymore. I lied. She's just gonna do it right away. Caster's
Ignite is there.
Where you are?
Irelia needs one
It's
more
not gonna be
shot,
enough.
and Bedenki survives this one with the catalyst. He's got the health, and Bedenki makes the play.
Never mind. Irelia doesn't have any patience. She is down for the count. Now we can finally farm in peace and try to catch up on the CS. Oh, happy day for Bedenki.
Yeah, Bedenki is very pleased with how that happened. And, you know, every time Irelia has Ignite, that's what happens, is she's going in and taking that fight. Ooh, Terra Milk Tea, I think, got spotted. They know it's going to be a 3v3. Milk Tea will get the stun onto the Braum. In comes Jerome. He goes in with the clone, gets knocked away by the blast cone. Mixtape is on a killing spree. They help secure the second one. LFG is low, and I don't think that was the right play. Jerome flashes out after jumping back in. LFG is in some trouble, gets very low. Andy will take him out. Bedenki in the front lines. They do have a Drake up, but I don't think you go for it at this time.
LFG was having a hard time figuring out where he needed to go.
Oh,
More
Andy
damage on
got
Andy.
caught. Satchel Charge, he has to pop it, and it doesn't matter. They position correctly, and Taro Milk Tea gets yet another kill. The Elise is doing some heavy lifting and some great work in this game.
TDC opting to back instead of take the Drake and come back for it later, take another plate or two, and then reset.
At first, with the way the picture is there, I thought that was 161 CS for the Irelia. I was like, there's no way.
Nah, that's 106 right now. 161
Yes.
would be a little too much. Now, not quite double, but Enki is happy with that one kill he was able to farm. He got a nice amount of CS there right now.
Absolutely. And, you know, patience. It sucks, it's hard, but if you can just wait it out, oftentimes it'll be the win. But now Mixtape is going to be in some huge trouble. He's going to actually dodge out the Glacial Fissure, but Mixtape is in trouble with Irelia right there. A lot of damage, but no one has died. No one went down. In comes Taro Milk Tea against 3, but 2 of them are super low. That was so close.
It was an ult from Braum and an ult from Irelia. They both missed, making it so Team Damage Check could get out just enough alive to not give up any kills.
It was a damage check, right?
Yeah. And they failed. They failed the check.
They did. Yeah, they did. It was close. Khalil,
Oh,
or
in
Khalil,
the cage
rather,
again.
in some trouble. The stun goes down onto the Ziggs, but He is still alive. Milk Tea will take him down, but underneath the turret, he will die. That was really close. Hey, I'm Memer did a terrific job trying to keep him alive.
Yeah. Braum is as Braum does. Braum keeps people happy and healthy.
Now, taking a look at our role quests, we have 2 available on the side of CFC, but 3 for TDC. So, Ziggs is a little bit behind. No, wait. That's all but the jungler on the side of TDC. Wow.
A
Anyway.
lot of movement around this mid lane, trying to set up another play. And Veigar's
Girl
going to walk up
Milky
on Khalil again.
lands the cocoon. Memer doesn't even bother jumping in. That Storm Surge Elise does a lot of good work, and that's going to set them up for a Drake. TDC. taking a
Mixtape
great
doesn't even
control
get
of
an
this game.
assist on that, burning the ultimate. That feels bad.
Yeah, well.
It's 5 AP. Wait,
Oh, I see.
178 stacks on Phenomenal Evil Power? 182? What the hell? That's so many. An extra 182 AP is feeling really good.
Well, and Mixtape is doing a terrific job outside of that because he's taken these turret plates, already has 4. Again, landing so many hits. He gets more stacks on that passive. Poor Khalil just takes so much damage after teleporting
Khalil
immediately.
does not know how to fight Veigar.
Tried to clear the wave. Andy is going to jump away with the satchel charge. He'll make it a 1-for-1. No, he won't. Milk Tea was up in the repel.
Yeah,
Oh my
Good.
goodness.
free damage. Free non-damage goes on to the little spiderlings from the tower.
Damage Check is doing a great job controlling this game. We get the mid lane quest completed for Khalil, and now there's only one quest left available, and that is from Andy. The first turret does go down, that's on the bottom side in favor of TDC, and Rift Herald will be secured by Jerome on CFC. Irelia might just go in again. Has the
Ignite is up.
Instead, this is a good choice. They stack up
and
the
Veronica.
passive, but they've got quite a lot of fun up on the top side. Memer and Jerome are there. That's a flash from Bedanki, but Bedanki is only a little tanky. Irelia has so much sustain. Bedanki is in a 2v3, will go down. They've got the damage down onto Milk Tea. Flashes away, and Jerome will pick up the stun with the auto attack. He'll dodge out the wind, becomes lightning. LFG is here, and he's slowed down, and that was a terrific play for CFC, bringing them back into the game.
Irelia showing so much patience, going in, wailing on the tower a little bit, and then pressing the Q to just get out of the tower when you get jumped on, and then you just put a lot of damage in. The sustain from Irelia, as you said, is incredible. Keeps her in the fight the entire time, and now she's just going to take the turret.
Take it. She
Not
will
quite. She
have
got
to
one
wait.
more.
Yeah, she'll have to wait, but that's okay because build the attack speed. I'm pretty sure that those items that are going to turn into a Wit's End, when you have Veigar, Elise, and Gragas, that's a pretty good item for Irelia.
Yeah.
Especially when you're doing the on-hit like you're supposed to do. Blade of the Ruined King instantly makes her a completely different champion. It's wild. So, doing quite well. It is still 2,000 gold ahead for Team Damage Check, and they're controlling the map pretty well.
Yeah, as you see, at least clearing 2 wards there. That's a lot of extra play. 50 and 59 vision score on the supports.
A lot of stuff going on in the Vision.
23 on Xin Zhao. 25
Pretty
now.
good. Pretty good. But Denki thinks he might want to do something. Jerome is going to jump over the wall, allow the stand behind me to get out. Hey, I'm Memer. Taro Milk Tea will throw down a ward. They see everything that's going on. The Drake is up at the same time that the Baron is, with only a 10-ish second difference. So, what's the next play? Where should we see attention here?
Baron right away is usually not quite the best call when you don't have a strong enough lead, and I don't think we have a strong enough lead from TDC. It's still very scary to try to go in, especially with this Irelia and this Veigar.
Yeah, I don't think Khalil understands the hitbox for everything there, because every time he moves forward, he's caught inside the circle, and Mixtape is doing a terrific job keeping people at bay when he needs to. 237 stacks now.
Yeah, Mixtape is loving this game. You've got the Rod of Ages, you've got the
On to Irelia. This is going to be a 3v3. LFG is in. Irelia is still alive. LFG is going to go down next. He's still alive, healing just a little bit. Mimer isn't able to pick up the kill, but Danky is going to get stunned by the concussive blows, but the ultimate will knock everyone else away. Mimer gets hit with the Comet from Mixtape. Mixtape goes down. Khalil picks that one up, and this is going to be the Drake over to the side of CFC. Do they continue chasing? But Danky is low. Doesn't get hit by the charm. Winter is there in full health with the double buff, but I think that's going to be it. But the Drake
just
will
a
go over to
little
CFC
bit of
for sure.
mispositioning from this Veigar and goes down to the Ahri. That feels bad.
Charm onto Bedanki. They don't have quite enough damage. And
But
Winter
that's
is
okay. They
wanting to
pick up the
engage.
Drake.
Yeah. And that's pretty good.
Yeah, they have the damage, but decided to get the Drake instead. Good choice. Help keep that soul point from going on to TDC as much as possible, and keeping the gold lead steady to where it's at, not letting them get too much more ahead, or any more ahead than they already are.
LFG is under fire. That's 3. Will this be the 4 for the concussive blows? It is. He gets stunned, chased off of the Scuttle Crab. That's all it really was just a little bit of pressure and vision that they wanted on CFC side.
Yep.
Taking stock of the game, we've got red vision all over the bottom side, blue vision all over the top side. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but what it does is it gives you a good idea of the state of the game, right? Where they're invading, where they're putting their priorities. And as of right now, the Baron is going to be the next thing to focus. CFC moving their vision up that way, trying to get some idea of what's going on.
Rift Herald goes down into the mid lane. Winter's doing everything they can to stop this from going down. Not quite.
Oh
It is going to be enough.
Production!
How much HP is on that turret?
I'm going to guess 7.
2.
17.
17.
I win.
You win.
Okay, Irelia throws out the ultimate. That's the 4th one that has not landed. No Ziggs ult either. Khalil has shown up. LFG throws out the ultimate. In goes Wukong, gets the knockup, but the charm doesn't land because of the crescent sweep. Jerome is now taking huge amounts of damage. He goes down. Winter picks up that one. The ult does go wide. But this turret is not long for this world. They are going to kill the minion. They're going to try and get the damage down. They get it. And that's another swing for TDC. The Baron is available. The jungler is dead. I think this is the play.
Yeah, play for the Baron, and also your Veigar is up, and you can just put down a ton of damage onto something.
Mimer is
Like
going to
the
get
Braum.
caught. And Nocti, again, on this Elise, doing so much good work. No ultimate from the Ziggs. He is going to get vision. Will he get the kill on Bedanki just by virtue of doing some damage? Khalil gets the kill onto LFG. Do they get the Baron? It is secured by Winter. Khalil and Aurelia are still there. Jerome has respawned. Oh, that was tense.
Mixtape has so much damage right now. Is working toward that death cap right now. Might be able to finish it.
I actually think that's going to be the Shadow Flame.
Could be.
Veigar's getting the hat.
Yeah, Veigar's getting death cap.
I thought you said Elise.
Did I? I didn't mean to.
You know what? You didn't. I heard you wrong. He's getting a death cap, and Elise is getting the Shadow Flame.
Yes, that makes
All
more
right, we
sense.
solved it.
Hooray! We agree. 3,000 gold lead now, up almost 1,000 from when we last checked in. TDC is slowly making their lead more and more stronger, but they have Baron buff. and they're not pushing the
Oh.
lane as strong as they can. I mean, Bedenki and Tara Milksy are putting some pressure on this lane. That's
Aurelia
really
is going
good.
to be in some trouble here. Ignite is down, trying to jump around and heal as Aurelia's do. Going to get some vision. Passive has finished, but Jerome is here. Wants
Yeah,
to go in.
they know there's a lot of wards around here. They know a lot of people are coming to help, so they're going to back off for just a little bit. But keeping up this pressure is where it needs to be. Now there's pressure in the mid lane. We have a 1-4 split that's about to happen.
Yeah, that's what it should be. Drake is up in 40 seconds. I think this is the time with the Baron down. You refresh your wards, you place them all down by the Drake pit, and to help secure that next objective for your team. Jerome wants to go on to Bedanki. Doesn't want to use the ultimate though, because it's a single target and you need it for their next fight in 20 seconds.
Bedenki is happy to just distract as many people as he can. Like, he is playing very safe, pushing his minions up. When they start looking like they're going to take some damage, he's way away from the wave. He doesn't need to be on the wave. He just has to keep the wave in position. Say, I'm still here. Somebody needs to be committed here, or I'm going to just walk all through your base.
They get the
Okay.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow. In goes Mixtape. They have the damage, and the execute is there for Taro Milk Tea. That setup was so clean. Now Aurelia is going to be in some trouble. Knocked away with the cast. 4 members of CFC are on the top side. The Drake has been secured by TDC. They're trying to get Bedanki, but he flashes away. He belly bops away. He's going to get hit with the Glacial Fissure. Shut down gold over to Jerome. But
Again, he is fine. We got the Drake, and
Yeah.
we're going to take a tower.
Yeah.
Like, you committed all your resources for there. Cool. Now we're going to take something in response.
4 members of CFC to take him down. That was a huge investment, and to immediately recall Aurelia, I think, is not ideal.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto a Vision Brush, and the stun lasts a year and a half, so you didn't even need to put down the Event Horizon to keep the stun up.
So, production, 303 stacks on the Vagar with the death cap. Let's get a look at how much ability power we have on this Tiny Master of Evil.
854.
Oof, that's rough.
Ooh.
Coming up on 27 minutes, admin. And
Vagar is looking very scary.
yeah, that's it. But that means we should realistically only expect about 5 to 8 minutes of game time left.
Yes.
And that's terrifying when you're down 4,000 gold. You've only got the one Drake. TDC are doing a terrific job running this map. CFC have to find something to do to get themselves back into the game.
So taking stock of what we were saying earlier, choosing the Vagar puts the Event Horizon around Ahri, around the Wukong, around Irelia. They can't go anywhere unless they burn Flash. And then you just get to throw a ton of damage into there. So if you don't have Flash, you just die. That just shows how powerful a good Vagar can be.
Hey, I'm Memer, rather. Gets up there
Hey,
to
I'm
save
Memer.
Khalil. But the vision is so strong from TDC. They're able to see everyone coming in from the side of Filmy. So they're going to from CFC. I'm so used to Filmy being in there. But Winter gets caught by Jerome. The red buff gets the kill, and that is actually huge for
Devastating.
CFC. But what can they do with it? This is the thing. He uses his ultimate, he gets the kill, but
Yeah,
no
like, you
waves
want to
are
try to
pushed
push
up.
something, but there's nothing to push. You just have to try to, I guess, get some more farm.
Which
at
is hard
some
when the
point.
jungle is completely empty.
Yeah.
Right? He's at the correct. Oh my gosh! Thank you, Observer, for making that dark, showing us the point of view, because
Yeah.
that was
Surprise!
terrifying.
That's a Yordle. What? That was just a Q and an ult.
Yeah.
Wow. That's terrifying. I want to hear what the response was, what the reaction was from Khalil, because it was
Yeah.
probably very loud. What is this
LFG?
Yordle doing in this bush?
LFG is caught in the Baron pit. He knocks everyone away with the Crescent Strike, but Jerome is now in the front lines. The Elise doesn't get that kill. AI Memer doesn't manage to get anything big. Winter is the next target. Winter is low. Winter is able to stay alive somehow, but Danke shows up and wants to help in the front line. They pick up a couple more kills. I think the target selection there was bad on the side of CFC. They could have had that.
Yeah. If you get a little bit more coordination, it could have gone so much better for you.
Wow, it was close.
Belly bump.
Andy, some big trouble here. He's gonna get away with the satchel charge. Khalil also going to go back. You're not.
No,
killing
there's
the
still a
Danke.
fat
Oh my
man
gosh.
there.
He's
What are you
Bottom
doing?
line. Charm underneath the turret. That's a pretty big change or exchange, I guess, of damage. Khalil moving forward. No, but Danke's okay. He's tanky.
Yeah, Padenki's fine. Padenki's
Drake is up.
happy. Drake is up. Now TDC wants to come and get their soul point and then close out this game. Mixtape throws out the event horizon to keep them away from it. Here comes Jerome.
Jerome gets caught by the cocoon. But now, Mixtape takes a big chunk of damage from the Ziggs ultimate up on the top side. But Danke is taking a turret. He gets that one. But Jerome and team have priority on the Drake. They have all 5 members here, so it's a 5v4, no
Mixtape
teleport
is
available.
watching for this Ahri.
Danke. Mixtape has the flank. Irelia is coming in. They want to get on to Winter. They jump on him right now. They deal the damage. They get one. They get Mixtape. They get LFG. And Taro Milk Tea is the only one left on the bottom side. But up on the top, that's a turret destroyed. Do they destroy the inhibitor as well? But Danke is just running the top side while his team keeps everything under control elsewhere.
That kept the soul point from happening. Killed a bunch of people, including the Elise. But there's two inhibitors going down?
Danke is low on mana. Irelia wants to get these kills. Danke will get the inhibitor just by nature of being Gragas. He's super tanky, and Irelia is trying to do what she can. The flawless duet. Oh, dodging out the explosive cast. Flash forward into the charm. Khalil gets the ace. At the cost of 2 inhibitors, I'm not convinced it was
That's
worth
worth
it, but
it.
it's the best he could do.
I think it's worth it. 2 inhibitors. If your team can get back and contest this Baron, if you take the Baron, you just run it down bot lane and you just take it. You can
Worth
win
for
the game here,
TDC,
but you
for
have
sure.
to get the Baron.
Worth for TDC for sure, but I meant for CFC. Teleport coming in from Irelia. They do have a lot of damage. They should be able to take this before LFG can get in there. And I'm Memer is doing a good job keeping him under control. Flash forward to get the knockup. Does not land it. LFG is in. He doesn't have his ultimate. Jerome does. He gets the knockup into the Vanguard's edge. LFG is still alive. He's healing up pretty well. He gets the knockup onto Irelia, but it is not enough. Irelia in the front line. Mixtape and Milk Tea are the last 2 alive. No damage left. No junglers left. Mixtape does get the Event Horizon lockdown. Will pick up 1 kill. Milk Tea is low as well. Will go down. Mixtape is trying to get a kill. He's a
Mixtape does not have ult,
terrifying
but has a
little
ton of
master
damage.
of evil. Mixtape in some trouble. Going after Andy. Andy throws the bouncing
Yordle
bomb.
on Yordle violence.
This is so scary. All right,
Yeah, he knows
vision
where you
there
are.
on Andy. Max Mixtape
Water
rather.
play.
He gets it. He dodges out the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Bedenki
Meanwhile-
teleports onto the base. And this is going to be another backdoor. Do they have the damage? They get the charm. They get the stun. He is reduced healing, and he goes into the Zonias, but it will not avail him. The super minions are strong, but there are enough members of CFC to take them down.
It's going to keep them busy for just long enough that the Baron's going to get started by TDC.
Jerome needs to get over there. He needs to do it safely. He needs to get over the wall and get the steal if they want to stay in this game. But TDC are looking prime and ready to win this game. If they get they're going to get it. There's no way.
They got it. There's no wards. There's no hope. They get the Baron. Now you get to run down a lane and get this kill. The dragon doesn't come up for 2 minutes. The next objective to take is that Nexus.
I love that it's bot lane. They can push with the Baron there, just like
Yes.
you were talking about. And if they get stymied, you just rotate to the Drake.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to get stymied here because you have to commit at least one person to take out these super minions. Maybe one for both lanes, but then they cannot be there. It's probably going to be one or two people to show up. And meanwhile, you can wail on this last lane with the Baron empowered minions, with a very powerful Yordle, with a very scary Winter, and they're just going to keep marching and sieging this base.
Relia wants to dive in, but
Slowly
it is too scary. Jerome looking for the flank. LFG in the front lines. Mixtape has his... Oh, he flashes in, and LFG is left alone in a 1v4. Jumping forward, they get onto Mixtape. He will go down. Irelia picks up that kill. Milk Tea into the Zonias, and Taro Milk Tea is going to be the next target. They get the stun. They get the kill. They got the executions, and the stymie has happened.
The turnaround is excellent. One Nexus turret has been respawned, so it's going to help keep these super minions off it, but somebody has to go back down there. Go back up there. Ziggs is there. Red turret does go down. The Nexus is open again. But the turnaround worked.
Yeah, it did.
The comeback
Wow, what a
is
fight.
a little bit more possible, but still very difficult. Even though the gold lead is only a little over 1,000, it's very difficult to come back from it because the Veigar is so strong. You
Bedenki.
have to make another play like that, and you can't keep it open. We now know that Bedenki is going to take the chance to teleport into the base again as soon as he gets the chance. You
I don't
have
think he's
to be
even going
ready
to
for
bother
that.
with the teleport. He's just sneaking
He just
around.
wants to walk in right now.
Khalil thinks something's happening. All right, I like this. I
Khalil
like
is
this
right.
thought. Yes. Okay.
Yes,
so
CFC
no
making good
jungler.
play, getting their dragon.
They have to kill this quick because LFG is on the way. He has the smite. They get the stun onto Andy. They try and defend him. Flash away. They don't have the smite advantage, and that's going to be Soul over to LFG. Irelia goes down as well. Mimer is going to get slowed down. He's going to get knocked up. He is going to get knocked down.
Oh,
And now
no, he got out.
he has to teleport away.
Oh, it's not going to be enough. They did not kill it fast enough, and now you have two members down, and they're just going to be able to walk in, take these inhibitors again. I don't know what you can do to stop that. You do have Jerome on the Wukong to go in and do something, and Ari can do a bunch of damage. You still have Ziggs to put a bunch of area damage on them, but we're just walking in. That inhibitor's already down. We're looking at that Nexus turret.
Nexus turret has respawned, but it doesn't matter because Mixtape has over 1,000 ability power. Khalil dodges out the ultimate and flashes away. Is able to stay alive, but to what end? Jerome is almost stunned. They're trying to get Mixtape, but he just got caught up in the CC. That's the turret going down. In comes Mimer. He won't be able to do anything, and Damage Check are the February champions.
Congratulations to Team Damage Check. You had a little bit of a shaky end there with the push just before that, but CFC making the turned out to be the incorrect call because they didn't have enough damage to take out that Drake, lose two of members, and now it's 5v3 to defend the base. There is no hope. The jaws of defeat are still crushing. Team Damage Check takes the win and our champions for February 2026.
What a resurgence for Team Damage Check. We talked about it last time, how they were so close, and when we did our PCP, there was talk of how close they were, and this month they do it. They win all but one game in the regular bracket in the Swiss stage, and then they take down Filmy, they take down the new team CFC, and it is so refreshing. We were going to get a new
Yes.
champion regardless, but Damage
Yes.
Check really have put in the work, and they did a terrific job. The drafts, the movements around the map, their dedication to following through on the plans, just everything about it was so clean. Now, I do think that a little bit, I don't think that the Irelia dives are to blame for how that all happened. I think it was a small factor giving gold over to the Gragas, but just genuinely, it was a terrific draft and a terrific play out of Damage Check.
Yes. And so we are going to get an interview with Jay.
Oh, wonderful. Jay isn't a name that I'm familiar with from their team.
I'm trying to figure out which one Jay is.
Might be a coach. I saw someone
Jay's
last
is
tournament.
one of the players. I just need to
Okay.
double check my names here.
Yeah, terrific game.
I do not
It-
remember.
I think that one of the things is the pressure on the bottom lane is one of the reasons that Damage Check was able to take it, because keeping the Ziggs low, he was really late on finishing the quest, so he wasn't getting the extra gold as early. He wasn't getting the items as early. He was pushed away from the farm and the experience. And Ziggs is a wave clear guy, and so if
LFG.
oh, it was LFG.
LFG.
All right, we get to talk to LFG. That's going to be great. But anyway,
All
I
right.
think that was one of the reasons why they were able to come out victorious is the Ziggs couldn't push. When you have a
Yeah.
team fight composition versus the wave clear and the poke, team fight usually wins if they can get on you. So that was
Excellent.
great. I loved it.
Yeah, we're setting up an interview now.
Excuse me.
Yeah, these. Don't forget to hydrate, freshen up, drink some hydration stuff, the secret stuff.
Yeah, I ran out of my freshen up a little bit earlier. Had to go with the water and the Gatorade to get something down my throat. And while we're waiting for the interview, I have to say my throat is upsetting. It's upset because I went to Battle Boss last night. So before coming here and yelling all day, I was yelling and all excited.
Nice.
So anyway, yeah.
Yelling, then shouting today.
Yep, yelling and shouting, and it just so much fun. And I love doing this. And to cap it all off, one of my favorite things of every tournament is we get our interview. Everyone, please welcome LFG from the victorious team Damage Check. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, we're pumped. I'm just happy to be here, quite honestly.
Now, here, what is it like going as many tournaments as you guys have, being top contenders and never making it, and finally this time you come out victorious? How does that feel?
It was just honestly a huge relief. I mean, we decided to go this whole comp route like 3 months ago. We're just like a group of friends, and I decided like, hey, we all like comp. Let's start scrimming. So we've been scrimming for 3 months. Saw you guys do this tournament. Decided, okay, here we'll prep for that. And we did the first two. Didn't even make it to finals. First one, got to finals. Last one, and then lost in like what 40, 50 minute game.
It was a very long, very
It
long game. I
was.
think it was 40.
Yeah, it was quite a game, and yeah, we just wanted to redeem ourselves pretty much. We got one loss today, and it was a pretty depressing loss. So we were a bit tense coming into this last match, but my team really performed. Shout out my mid laner for this pocket Veigar pick. We hardly ever picked it in scrims, and he's just performing on it. I mean, this guy's nuts. This guy's crazy.
It was nuts.
I mean, this guy literally like one-shotting the enemy backline. Like, what can I say?
We were talking a lot about it in Champ Select, and I was pointing out, I was like, this is actually very specific countering the comp that they chose, and it worked out extremely well.
Yeah, no, I think like our mid obviously shined a lot not only this game but this whole series. But I think our team was doing a lot of work. I mean, Gragas, our Bidenki player, was like pulling a lot of resources from the enemy team. Our support was making a lot of plays happen. AD carry was hitting a lot of cross map ults and just being a backline threat in general. And yeah, I think the team just did great today. Very proud of us.
Yeah,
So-
so I actually have kind of follow up question. You said you took one loss today. That loss actually happened to be against CFC in round 3 of Swiss. So, and CFC was the undefeated team going into the top cut, the final 4. So, what changes did you make to prepare for that rematch, that comeback, the run back?
To be honest, I think our comp was a lot better. I think we drafted a lot better this match. We adjusted our bans, did a little bit of talks about their support. They had a Nico that roamed quite a bit, and it was quite difficult for us to keep the Nico on our mental stack during the game and try and play around it. So banning that out really helped. Just keeping mid warded a lot. Our support in the last game made it a point to keep our bot side jungle warded so that mid wasn't getting killed on repeat. So I think that made a big difference as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense of why some of the bans, picks and bans we were seeing in the draft as well was just directly in response to the matches earlier. That's fascinating.
Yeah, no, Nico was really difficult to deal with. But luckily, I think in game 5 or in the last game, obviously there was no Nico, and I think we just played around support roams and we played the map a lot better in general.
So, talk to me about the Elise pick. You said that it was a pocket Veigar. Where did Elise come from?
Oh, our support is an Elise connoisseur. Let me tell you, So I don't know if you guys are aware of like streamers or whatnot, but I think Elise support only became popular recently. But she's been doing it for probably over a year now before it became popular. So this has always been like a pick we do in scrims and sometimes flex and yeah, whenever we get the opportunity, we like to draft it because our support, she's very like aggressive player. She likes to make things happen and be aggressive. And when she's put on champs like Lulu or Milio, who just sit back and buff their carries, it's like not really much you can do when you have this playstyle. So that's where the Elise comes from. Not to glaze my support too much, but yeah, no, it did work very well.
So you also, if I'm remembering right, you played Xin Zhao all 3 games that you were on the stream. Is that extra comfort? Did it just work with the compositions? What's the motivation there?
I just think Xin Zhao is a very good blind. It works into pretty much every comp because you kind of fulfill the role of a tanky frontliner despite not explicitly building like tank stats because of your ults, and you have a lot of sustain. And if you're left to your devices, you can kind of be a backline threat as well. So he's just a really versatile champion. It's very comfort for me. I do play other things. Xin Zhao, to be honest, has never really been my like premier pick until we started doing comp. But because it's so strong blind, I just adapted to fill the niche for the team.
Wonderful. So
that's
then
the difference between organized play and regular ladder play.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Like like Xin Zhao really shines in organized play for sure.
So was there any point during that last game where you and the team were nervous, where you thought maybe you had lost control, or was it pretty much in hand the whole time?
Oh my God, probably like every second of the game. I think at one point it was like 1-3 and I'm like, okay, we got to reel it back a little bit. But then at around the first dragon, it felt like solo queue, to be completely honest. It just felt like there was action every second. I mean, I think my top side quadrant of the jungle was up for like 5 minutes straight because I just kept running back down to bot. So yeah, I think it was a roller coaster throughout the game, to answer your question.
Wonderful. Well, that's it from me. Admin, any other questions?
No, that's very well played with CFC. And yeah, congratulations to Team Damage Tech. You guys are our champions. Any last words you have to say for us?
I just want to say that CFC played incredibly well. I mean, I think I got punished really hard in the game we lost to them, and that to me it felt like it snowballed the whole game for them just because everything that happened. But no, CFC definitely played incredibly well. Probably one of the better teams we played, and I just want to thank you guys for hosting this. This is an incredibly like awesome tournament that you guys host just for free out of the kindness of your hearts. I mean, this is sick. Like we look forward to this every month. We're hoping to come back again and bring the cup back. And
Wonderful.
yeah, I just want to say TDC fighting. We're out here. We're going to be coming back. We're gonna
Excellent.
be coming back. We're going to be winning them again. So
Yeah,
don't
we're
sleep
looking
on us.
forward to it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Well, LFG, thank you so much for taking the time to interview with us. We hope you have a great night. Congratulations again.
Thank you, and thank you guys for hosting again. See you next month.
Yes, sir. All right, everybody. With that, congratulations once again to Team Damage Check. Well played to everybody. Like I said, every single game today that we watched was incredibly fun, incredibly close. So everyone should be pretty proud of how everything went today. And it's another successful PLC. I'm very pleased. What about you, Edmund? Any other thoughts before we close it out?
That pretty much sums up my thoughts. Thank you so much for joining us. And we have 2 more events right now scheduled. We run an event every month. Invite other people to join your team. Let's make more teams, see more talents, so we can improve ourselves and improve each other. And we'll see you next time.